Say that. Yeah, what you gon' do for the bag? Yeah, spin it like in my last. Yeah, spin it, make it all bad. La 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 bamba. Shout it bad. Yeah, all the cash up for grabs. Yeah, there's no cap. She like that, I keep coming back. La 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 bamba. Yeah, she just want hard Celine. She like the bar Kareem. I'm tryna get all between. Yeah, she pop it all on me. Take on a shopping spree. Let her get a property. Hey, come to my palace. I know you tired them dudes be capping. She like my fashion. I put them strings like Richie Valens. You the baddest. I'ma told them red, no salad. Send the address. I pull up that fantastic. I can't leave you alone. No. You the only girl who get to stay until the morning. No cap. Dime que me amas, better tell me on the phone. She say you can't have my corazón. La bamba. Say that. Yeah, what you gon' do for the bag? Yeah, spin it like in my last. Yeah, spin it, make it all bad. La 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 bamba. Shout it bad. Yeah, all the cash up for grabs. Yeah, there's no cap. She like that, I keep coming back. La 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 bamba. Shout it, you the bomb. We go shopping in Milan. Backseat of that phone, bad in LA like LeBron. I got as much in her little bone. She say yo te amo, she just want that Louis Vuitton. Came for me in a fair lane. Keep you know you need to grab a napkin. Play my Spanish, she love to cook me plantain. Go hit my galley crib and give you all that back pain. Yeah. Might make you my baby mama. I like how you shake it like some maracas. Might let you keep the commas. Para bailar la bamba. All that she get it all from her mama. La 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 bamba. Say that. Yeah, what you gon' do for the bag? Yeah, spin it like in my last.
That's nothing wrong, 'cause a good song never dies. It just reminds you of where you were the first time it made you cry, the first time you felt alive. No good song never. No good song never. The first time they made you cry, the first time you felt alive. No good song never. The wondered bond don't work no more, think it took too much. Your equity, make the caffeine be your weaponry. Is the reason there never was one needed. It's all around, but it weighs too much to slow you down. It's the time to act, 'cause the best defense is the timeless track. You don't own me, you don't even know me. But when they play it, you can't help but sing along. That's nothing odd, that's nothing wrong, 'cause a good song never dies. It just reminds you of where you were the first time it made you cry, the first time you felt alive. No good song never. a chance to join their pantheon. For all the times they never heard your battle cry, now even angels sing along, 'cause a good song never dies. It just reminds you of where you were the first time it made you cry, the first time you felt live. No, a good song never dies. Like a lover who won't back down, pull you over to the side, look you straight into the eyes. No good song, no good song. The first time they made you cry, the first time you felt live. No good song.
Yeah. No, yeah. Yeah, yeah. No, yeah.
I'll be on the drums.
Long hair girl with Celine on, yeah. She ain't got a job, but she rockin' bomb, yeah.
Hey. Y que no pare, que con mi gente ando de pare. Hoy día no nos frena nadie, así que ahora mejor salte, no pare.
Hey. Go ahead, girl, with your brickin' on, yeah. Long hair girl with Celine on, yeah. She ain't got a job, but she rockin' ball, man, yeah. I don't want a little bit, I want the whole thing. One of one, Mike and Mary Jeans, oh yeah. Why's hating on me, oh yeah. Don't you make it hot, don't make a scene, oh yeah. In the cut with the pump, hit his bean, oh yeah. Like a lick, but I'm not one. Get in the cut with it. One up top, hit his top, one up top, hit his top, Just let me know if it's a problem. Bobby, I make it hot, boy. I was really on the block, and now they see me in the
Que
cut.
no pare, que con mi gente ando de pare. Hoy día no nos frena nadie, así que ahora mejor salte, no pare. Hey, ma, ¿cómo estás? Yo sigo en este lugar y no sé dónde quedas, así que no me venga a rescatar. Yo no sé cómo llegué, solo desperté en una habitación que no era de mi hotel. Entonces me enojé, luego me calmé porque había algo para beber. Una vez de buen humor me escapé para el club. Encima dentro había amigos que eran de la club. Ahí como que todo se descontroló y terminé con menos plata que víctima Robin Hood. Y ay, te juro que no me di cuenta. Ay, ahora como vuelvo pa' casa, solo me quedó agua en el bolsillo. Era una moneda para el casino. Ahí comprendí que era mi destino. Solo tenías un tiro y aposté al 23. Entonces todo me robé. ¿Qué me va a decir usted?
Like a lick, but I'm not one. Get in the cut with it. One up top, hit his
Happy Saturday afternoon, everybody, and welcome to another weekend edition of ML Ball. Starting off your day, it's going to be the New York Yankees visiting the St. Louis Cardinals in the second game of a three-game set here from Busch Stadium in St. Louis, Missouri. Hope everyone's doing well today. I'm Dane Richardson, going solo for the first game of the afternoon. An eventful nightcap, to say the least, as the Cards finally snapped the Bombers' 11-game win streak last night with a 6-5 victory in a marathon 13 innings. That game going to 3 a.m. Of course, Discord crashing last night, a little behind schedule to say the least. A tale of two teams to start the second half, and it looked like the Yankees were going to continue their winning ways until a blown save by Aroldis Chapman in the ninth sent the game into extras, and then Paul Goldschmidt played the hero with a walk-off two-run blast to give the Cards their 41st win on the season, still 16 games behind the 500 mark. Goldschmidt went a remarkable 6 for 7 last night. It's going to be tough to top that against a guy like James Paxton, who's facing off against another lefty in Austin Warner. Again, we're taking a look at the lineups right here. The Yankees, usually a team, obviously that big win streak, so they're going to be looking to bounce back. And the Cardinals, they actually hung in there quite well. You never know with the second half. Turnarounds can happen, and that's the hope for the Cardinals. Again, not a good start to the first half by any means, and well behind the Cubs and the Cincinnati Reds. You take a look at the standings right there in the NL Central on the side of your screen. 22.5 games behind the Chicago Cubs, and their lineup really hasn't performed with the exception of Paul Goldschmidt, who again, 6 for 7 last night. Certainly probably toward the top of the NL MVP voting, if you ask me right now. But again, it's going to be tough today. You got a little bit of a harder thrower compared to yesterday. Got James Paxton on the bunt. Another lefty coming in. We'll see the Yankees lineup today against Austin Warner. A young lefty who's done fairly well this year, and I'll talk a little bit more about him later when he hits the bump. But interesting to see. The Yankees probably, none of these guys, I believe, have faced him. So it'll be enticing to see how the Yankees hitters will fare. A lot of them, of course, hot in the order, arguably the best lineup in baseball, and really good against lefties. So if you're Austin Warner, do you come in intimidated? And that's a tough question. It's going to be really interesting to see, especially against one of the best lineups in baseball. And again, you take a look at the pitching matchup. Warner 0-2 with a 3.05 ERA. Again, not too bad this year. 8 games, all starts from Mr. Warner. As we got, again, 2 southpaws on the bump, as looks like we're going to be ready to go. I believe it's going to be a nightcap here for the Cardinals. Again, the second game of a 3-game set. It'll be really surprising to see if the Yankees do lose this one and lose the first series out of the All-Star break after that hot series. Not really hot series, that hot streak going throughout before the All-Star break. Of course, up to 60 wins now, 60-36. Take a look at the lineups. Pitchers hitting, and the Cardinals, they always put that pitcher in the 8th spot, which is always kind of interesting. And of course, Busch Stadium, one of the best ballparks in the major leagues, one of the best fan bases, I guess you could say, loyal fan bases, the St. Louis Cardinals. Looks like we're going to have clear skies today. Take a look at some of our league leaders. Diamondbacks sitting at the top of there. And speaking of the Diamondbacks, getting Andrew Miller and Giovanni Gallegos a few weeks ago, I believe a little over a week ago, to bolster their bullpen. And the Cardinals bullpen with those two, Miller did okay, but Gallegos was actually a really good gift for Arizona. And now the Cardinals bullpen, John Brebbia is their closer, so it's a little tough as we'll welcome you to Busch Stadium. Again, game 2 of this 3-game set. The Yankees visiting the Cardinals, 60-36 for the Bronx Bombers, while the Cardinals sit at 41-57. Again, there's the star, Paul Goldschmidt, pleasing the fans, signing some autographs before the game after his stellar performance yesterday. And I talked about him earlier, the young lefty. First shot in the bigs this year, Austin Warner, 0-2 with a 3.05 ERA and 41 in the 3rd innings pitched. Walk to strikeout ratio, not too hot, 32 strikeouts, only 27 walks. He's a 4-pitch guy. He'll throw some 4-seam, 2-seam, curveball, changeup. Doesn't throw very hard and was pretty shaky last year in AAA Memphis. But again, pretty good so far in the bigs this year as LeMahieu's ready, as is Warner. And ready to go. Warner from the full. The first pitch of the ball game is low, 1-0, and we're underway. Again, 3rd in the NL Central, St. Louis, sitting 16 games behind 500. Whenever I do a Yankees game, I always love to praise DJ LeMahieu because he's one of those guys that's not one of those pull-happy guys. He can go the other way, which is one of the big things that a lot of hitters don't do as Warner deals his first strike of the game. You look at that fastball velocity. I said he doesn't throw very hard, 91. And it'll be interesting. Can he keep the Yankees hitters off balance? Because you know he's not going to blow them away. So LeMahieu slices that down toward the right field line, and Edman races over for the catch. So 3 pitches, 1 out. Again, LeMahieu going the other way. So nice little pitch, 1-1, sort of tailing on the outer half of the plate. But Edman hasn't really performed at the plate much. I'll talk a little bit about that later. But doing a nice job in the outfield, has some speed out there. Stepping into the box is one of the better young studs in the game, 8th in the American League in average, does have 24 homers, 60 RBIs. Mr. Gleyber Torres, switching over to shortstop this year after Didi Gregorius signed that 1-year deal with the Philadelphia Phillies, reuniting with former manager Joe Girardi as Torres cracks that one foul. Again, one of those young studs, and I was with Jaden Becker yesterday with the Nationals and Pirates. Another one of those guys is Juan Soto. And again, these guys are coming up so young and performing so well that is this going to be a trend? Is this going to be the future of baseball? But Torres not looking too hot so far. You got Patrick Johnson behind the plate, Larry Bullard, James Kingsley, and Gary Simmons over at 3rd. I said not too hot so far for Torres, 0-2, but LeMahieu and Torres at the top of the lineup. 2 of the better 2-strike hitters in the game of baseball, and a good take right there inside, 1-2. See if we'll go with something soft here. He does. Looks like he does. A little bit of a changeup down and in. 2-2. Tough takes in there. Warner trying to work around the corners. It's going to be a key for him all day. And now it's 0-2 to 3-2. On deck is Aaron Judge. Not one of the hotter hitters in the Yankee lineup, but almost everyone's hot in the Yankee lineup. And Judge has really kind of been overshadowed by Stanton this year between how good of a year he's had, although Judge hasn't been too shabby himself. The payoff to Torres will do it again foul. Two-seamer tailing back over toward the outer part of the plate. Seventh pitch of the at-bat. Yankees really want to work him here, and call strike 3. A beautiful four-seam clipping the outside corner. That's really what Warner needs to do all afternoon, clipping the black right there. Great frame by one of the best framers in the game, and Mr. Yadier Molina. Torres, of course, trying to sell the walk, but 2 batters, 2 outs for Warner. And I mentioned that was a 7-pitch at-bat as Judge will take inside 1-0. The Yankees really want to work the Austin Warner and the Cardinals bullpen. And the same goes for the Cardinals with James Paxton, because this game went 13 innings last night. So, and I get they had the All-Star break before that, but a lot of pitchers, there was a lot of pitchers using the bullpen last night, and they don't want to use them back-to-back. And we'll see what happens. The Yankees would love to get a runner on here in the first and bring up Stanton with an opportunity with a man on base. Good count to hit in for Mr. Aaron Judge, up 2-0 early. A little questionable on that first pitch. 2-0 in there for a strike. And again, that location clipping the outer half of the plate. Saw Patrick Corbin of the Nationals do that through the first 3 innings yesterday, then a bad 4th inning. Threw that all away with a grand slam to Josh Bell. Swing and a miss by Judge. Warner a chance to strike out 2 big sluggers, the 2-2. Low, and again another full count as you take a look at Stanton awaiting on deck. Payoff ready to come to Judge. Warner taking his time, the 3-2. Low ball 4. Decent pitch with a curveball, electing to go with it, but good plate discipline from Judge as Stanton will come to the plate with 1 man on and 2 down. A lot of Yankees fans were worried about Aaron Judge. He had that injury history coming into this year, and other than that 2017 year, he had been a fantastic player, but again, he's great defensively, but if you compare him to someone like Mookie Betts just stays more healthy, and I'm only comparing him to Mookie Betts because he was with the Red Sox for so long. But you notice what Judge can do when he does stay healthy. He's arguably one of, if not the best right fielder in baseball. It's a close race, and he stayed healthy this year, hitting around 285, 288, and has blasted a bunch of home runs. But this guy, I mentioned, has done even better than Judge. Mr. Giancarlo Stanton, hitting 307. One of his better seasons, not up to par, of course, his 2017 campaign in Miami, but still doing well. Warner noticing a trend here, getting behind some of these big sluggers, and that trend continues as he deals low to Stanton, 2-0. For Stanton here, you're likely sitting dead red in the fastball. We'll find out. Judge off first, the 2-0 from Warner. Hit on the ground, foul in the outer half of the plate. Big hack from Stanton. Of course, both Judge and Stanton have the power to hit it out of any ballpark in any part of the field, which is, of course, those two put together some of the best batting practice shows that you'll see, in Stanton taking a big hack right there, swinging and a miss, 2-2. Hello, everyone that's tuning in already here on Bop Ball. First game of the day, Dane Richardson going solo for this one. Austin Warner looking to get out unharmed in the first, and he'll do just that. A changeup gets Stanton out in front. So surrenders the 2-out walk to Judge, but doesn't come back to hurt him. 2 strikeouts in the first. Half an inning through in Busch Stadium. 0-0 on Bop Ball. Welcome back. Bottom half of the first, and I mentioned the Big Maple toeing the slab tonight for the Bronx Bombers. 4-1 with a 3.27 ERA. 7 starts since coming back off injury. Good strikeout to walk ratio, 42 strikeouts, 13 walks. One of those workhorses, Aaron Boone, willing to go into the 7th, 8th inning if Paxton has the pitch count or over 100 pitches. And it'll be Mr. Tommy Edman, who 10 stolen bases a career high, but 244 on the average side. More expected out of him this year, especially in the leadoff spot, is Paxton. First pitch, strike 1, but hasn't really lived up to being that guy, hitting 244. Again, we saw in that first out retiring LeMahieu does have some good speed, but the Cardinals really expected him to be a better hitter. In this season, other than Paul Goldschmidt, a lot of these guys in the lineup had been sort of a disappointment. Edmond quickly down 0-2. Take a look at James Paxton, some of those keys. Keep that knuckle curve down and into lefties. Same thing, down and away to lefty, down and into righties, down and away to lefties, excuse me, is the 0-2 coming. And again, that high fastball, that's going to be key. And last inning, the first inning home runs for James Paxton were ridiculous. I don't know the number, but the streak that he was on of giving up first inning home runs was absolutely absurd. In that fastball location. Fastball location, I say a lot of times my broadcasts are key for a starting pitcher. Well, they're almost key for every pitcher because everyone has a fastball, and if they throw it over the middle of the plate, they're major league hitters, they're going to hit it hard most often, unless you throw 97, 98, which Paxton can do, but they can still catch up to that. And another 0-2 to 3-2 as Edmond, good plate discipline, not biting on those curveballs. Seventh pitch of the at-bat, good start for Tommy Edmond. Who will win the battle? The payoff from Paxton, hit on the ground toward the right side. Voigt fields it. The former Cardinal will race over to the bag. One down.
Batting seventh, the third baseman, Matt Carpenter.
Stepping in next, the Cardinals' longtime third baseman, Mr. Matt Carpenter. Three-time All-Star. A lot of people know him for that, but again, a significant drop-off the past 2 years, especially in the power department, as well as the kind of really dropped off in the average department ever past 2015. And look at his career against Paxton, 1 for 5 with 2 strikeouts. Not many at-bats. Of course, Paxton been in the American League most of his career, Seattle, and then New York, and Carpenter, a longtime Cardinal. Does have 49 walks, though. A lot of plate discipline. TCU Horned Frog, Matt Carpenter is. If you don't know the story, 13th rounder, almost quit baseball back in college because of an injury, didn't really have the work ethic. But then Jim Schlossnagle, his college coach, really helped him out, saying, hey, you have the talent, you can do this, and look where he is now. Like I mentioned, a 3-time All-Star, but toward the tail end of his career and really deteriorating offensively, and that continues as he swings through a cutter on the upper half of the zone. So Paxton, a hard-fought battle in the first batter, but gets rid of Carpenter quite quickly, 2 away. Take a look at that shot right here. Is, of course, Mr. Paul Goldschmidt steps in. 9-game hitting streak, 6 for 7 yesterday, if I haven't mentioned it already. Insane. And he's a 2-time runner-up for MVP. Well, maybe this is his year to finally win MVP, his second year in St. Louis. And the Cardinals really couldn't have asked any more of him. And you notice that trend. He's been so good, but the Cardinals' record doesn't really show for it. 0-2 Paxton, quickly ahead of the slugger Goldschmidt. Can he finish him? The pitch is down and away. Try to go knuckle curve right there. It's going to be tough to get him out. Paul Goldschmidt, one of the better plate discipline guys. High OBP is above 400, but Paxton, another cutter, gets Goldschmidt to swing and miss. Goldschmidt acknowledging the good pitch. No runs, no hits through 1 in St. Louis.
Leading off for the Yankees,
Another hot hitting player for the New York Yankees. Their catcher, Gary Sanchez, hitting .393 in his last 7 games, 11 for 28. That's remarkable right there. And we saw in the Carpenter strikeout by James Paxton that kind of that look in the catcher cam. And I'm interested. I wasn't actually a catcher cam, but the catcher cam we've seen on social media. I'm really excited to see in the regular season as Sanchez quickly down 0-2. I mean, the catcher cam, I'm really excited to see that if they can develop that in the 60-game season, because that's a fan favorite right there. And I wonder even if they get fans back, if they'd be able to do that. I know they've had that before, but you never know. 1-2 as Warner deals low to Sanchez, really using that effective off-speed stuff to keep Yankee hitters off balance. On the ground to third, Carpenter smoothly across. 4 pitches, 1 out here in the second for Warner.
batting fifth, the center fielder, Aaron Hicks.
We'll get to our trivia question a little later in the game. Not going to address it right away. As a reminder, here on ML Ball, donate to Meals on Wheels. As Jaden Becker said perfectly yesterday, you don't want your grandma going to the grocery store, so donate whatever you can. Pennies, nickels, dimes, quarters, $1 bills, $2 bills. I don't think there are $2 bills, but $5 bills, $10 bills, whatever you can. You know what I mean. So donate to Meals on Wheels. Aaron Hicks steps in. Switch hitter batting from the right side against the lefty Warner and takes inside 1-1. Hicks better average this year, hitting around 273. He's had that injury history, and a lot of people wonder, is that extension going to work out? 7 years, $70 million, only $10 million a year, so not too much. Definitely an uber athletic guy, and that's on the ground. Will it stay fair? Molina will field it. The throw at a first in time. So Yadier Molina taking a risk, saying, I'm not going to think it's going to go foul, and gets the hustling Hicks 2 away. You know what, Michael? I think there are $2 bills. I think I had like one of my family members, I think, had a collection of them. But if I'm correct, I think it's Thomas Jefferson on the $2 bill, if I'm correct. I might be wrong with my history, but you never know. You never know. You take a look at EB. So Canada got rid of $2 bills about 20 years ago. I think the U.S. got rid of them a little bit longer ago, but that's interesting. Should we bring back the $2 bill? I mean, what's wrong with the $2 bill? It's great. Two $1 bills against the one $2 bill. You never know. You never know. Luke Voigt, the former St. Louis Cardinal, got his start in the bigs here in the Midwest. Midwest kid, in fact. Big weightlifter ahead 2-0. He's had a remarkable season and continues it. Luke Voigt blasts one out to left center and gone. A little Sammy Sosa hop here in St. Louis. Not a fan of the Cardinals fans, of course. 440 feet. An absolute blast for Luke Voigt. Aaron Boone looks happy. And the Yankees have a 1-0 lead in the top half of the second. You take a look, you get ahead in the count, and we've talked about Warner's location so far during this game. He's painted around the black most of the time, but this one behind in the count deals over toward the middle of the plate, and you take a look at the exit velo, 107.5 miles an hour and 439 feet. And no doubter right there. And yes, a nice homer indeed for Luke Voigt in his return to St. Louis as Urshela will step in. James Paxton on deck, of course. I'm not going to have that pitchers should hit debate overall. I'm not really going to share my opinion. I believe I have shared my opinion earlier in those games, but it's always a well-chatted argument. 1-1 coming to Urshela. Outside, 2-1. Always key. I always mention, how can pitchers bounce back from these big home runs? And especially, it's going to be interesting to see with a guy like Austin Warner. You're a young kid. You pitch well so far, but it's the Yankee lineup, 1 through 9, or 1 through 8 without Paxton. They can all hit it out of the lineup as Urshela will lace that into left field, and that will drop in for a hit as O'Neill will knock it down. So 2 straight hits now for New York with 2 outs in the second, a little bit of a 2-out rally. Again, how will Warner regroup here against this tough Yankee lineup, the bottom of the order, getting it done? But a little bit of a relaxer here is not a known hitting pitcher. James Paxton will come to the plate for New York. So southpaw, he does bat left as well. Sometimes you see pitchers bat right or they throw left. We see that a lot. As Paxton will take low, 1-0. Again, no hits this year. No homers. No RBIs. A 0.00 OPS. Sounds like my OPS. And my average. And my home runs. And my RBIs. Because I've never been in the bigs, of course. But hopefully James Paxton can knock one through for New York right here. And he'll take a strike, 1-1. I think most people outside of Yankee and Mariner fans or big baseball fans, they know James Paxton from, of course, the story where the bald eagle landed on him. And I find it always ironic that the bald eagle landed on the Canadian guy. Like, does that make any sense to me? It doesn't. But James Paxton, of course, a great guy, Canadian. Of course, pitching that no-hitter in Toronto. That was a wonderful experience. Evie, I'm sure you remember that one. The no-hitter by James Paxton against the Blue Jays. Must have been pretty tough. 2-1 coming to Paxton. Warner really needs to find the strike zone. Paxton yet to swing at one, and there he will. Swing and a miss, 2-2. Another 2-2 coming to Paxton, and swing and a miss, strike 3. So Warner gets out of further trouble, but not before a run gets across. Luke Voigt, 2-0, no one on, but one gone. 1.5 through in St. Louis. The Yankees hold a 1-0 lead on Bot Ball.
Leading off for the Cardinals, the shortstop.
Stepping in, a guy that really hasn't done too well in the lineup, but he is on a 7-game hitting streak, 10 for his last 29, hitting .345, so heating up in the lineup. His average up to .245. Mr. Paul DeYoung steps in to start off the bottom half of the second here against Paxton. Inside, 1-0. You know, one of the fun facts about DeYoung, I think I mentioned this before if I did another Cardinals game, I think I have. He's a biochemistry degree from Illinois State. Now, I don't know anything about biochemistry, but maybe if the Cardinals need like an experiment or something like that, they can call in Mr. DeYoung. Yeah, I don't know what they would do, but as DeYoung will sky one out to center field, Hicks on the run and won't be able to get there. So DeYoung, 7-game hitting streak, knocks up to 8, so a leadoff single to start the bottom half of the second.
The catcher, Yadier. Molina.
Going back to the Paxton, yes, Paxton struck out. We're all good as him. We all have 0 averages. And yeah, I can hit as well as a major league player. You might want to tell the girl that that guy's a pitcher, though, and never hits. Not a regular position player, so maybe she'll find that out, maybe she won't. But enough with that talk, as the veteran, Yadier Molina, steps in against Paxton. Only 2 home runs this year, so not too crazy. His swings at the first pitch popped up foul territory and a big first out. First out for Paxton, 1 pitch. That's one of the things that Paxton can keep his pitch count relatively low, and you see it's only at 19 with an inning and a third so far. Aaron Boone will be very pleased, especially with how much he had to use his bullpen yesterday. Here's Tyler O'Neill. Another Canada-on-Canada matchup. I believe British Columbia on British Columbia matchup right here. How often do we get to say that? As O'Neill first pitch swinging. Deep out toward left field, but Stanton back and tracks it down toward the warning track. I was ready to say a Canada-on-Canada blast, but unfortunately, O'Neill unable to blast that out of there. And blast, why do I keep saying that word? Power that out of there. As Colton Wong steps into the box. Two down. Won a Gold Glove back in 2019. Inside 1-0. Last 3 games, Wong does have a couple doubles with 3 RBIs. Plenty of speed, but I don't think he has any triples this year, which is rare for Colton Wong. And one of those top prospects never really panned out, so to say. And I remember his first impression. When I first saw Colton Wong, he was getting picked off in the World Series and really hasn't made me remember him for anything else since, which isn't too good, but a little too much hate there on Colton Wong as he'll take a strike, 2-1. Got that Hawaiian blood in him, of course. You notice when you look up a lot of these players, it's crazy what their averages are in high school or in college. Like, they hit so well, like a 525 average or something like that. And Wong's struggles continue as a changeup on the inside corner, and that'll finish. Paxton gets by the leadoff single, strikes out a couple, through 2 in St. Louis, 1-0 New York. Back to the top of the order for New York. DJ LeMahieu 0 for 1 with a little bit of a flyout/lineout back in the first. It was fun to see the Yankees Twitter page. It was a DJ LeMahieu funny video, and of course Gary Sanchez calls him Le Machine, right? So LeMahieu fouls that off, and LeMahieu was just staring like straight, like a robot, of course, like a machine. And Sanchez comes up and says, Le Machine, right? And DJ LeMahieu doesn't do anything. And then Gary goes down and sees a extension cord that's unplugged, plugs it in, and LeMahieu's eyes light up like a robot, almost kind of like what the NBA does with Kawhi Leonard. As LeMahieu, again, this one's out toward right field, and Edman, can of corn for him. So 0 for 2 with 2 flyouts to right field, but as I was saying, LeMahieu's eyes lit up and said, hey, I'm ready to go, or something like that. And then I think there was a pun at the end by Giancarlo Stanton or something like that. But a very fun video. If you can go see it, you should watch it. And the Yankees, I think Aaron Judge would be the best actor on the team because he has a lot of experience. If you've never seen that thing with Jimmy Fallon, was like, hey, who do you think of this guy? And he wasn't as well known then. That was the beginning of 2017 when he was really hot. And he showed a picture of himself. The rest of the Yankees, I mean, it's kind of cringeworthy, but it's funny. It's funny. Torres fouls another one off. 0-2 quickly, so Warner looks like he's bouncing back, especially against the top of the order to start the third. A little bit of a changeup outside 1-2. That's been effective for both pitchers. Excuse me, that was a curveball right there from Warner. Judge walked his last time up. Torres did work the count to 3-2 last time, but struck out. He thought it was a walk as we'll lace one foul down the left field line. That one's outside, 2-2. Gleyber Torres, one of those guys that actually learned to speak English at a very young age, saying, hey, I need to know this. And that's interesting. And you would think, like, wow, why don't more players do that? I don't know. Why don't they try and learn English? And I thought it was interesting. The Miami Marlins organization, I think this was Derek Jeter's initiative, they made all the English players try and learn Spanish as well because they had so many international players from Dominican Republic, Venezuela, etc. As Torres toward first, Goldschmidt will take care of him, 2 away.
The right fielder, number 99, Aaron Judge.
Here's Judge 0 for 1 with a walk. Excuse me, not 0 for 1. Just walked. Steps in. Warner did get behind Judge and Stanton. That was dangerous. And then got behind Voit as Judge. Big first pitch swing. Career 129 home runs in 4 seasons. And you see that and you're like, wow, Aaron Judge, man, this guy's going to hit over 500. I think it's going to be tough for him to do that as he takes another big swing and a miss because I talked about this a little bit earlier, but not really related to this subject. Judge came into the major leagues, I think, at like 24, if I'm correct. And he's had some of those injuries. And he hasn't really hit over 50 home runs in every season. But you're seeing, like with Gleyber Torres, you see these guys come up younger and younger. And Judge isn't having like these consistent 40 home run seasons because of these injuries necessarily. And some guys are figuring out how to pitch to him. And you wonder how long is his longevity going to be? How long can he go? So is he, I think, 350, maybe 400 is realistic for him? You never know. Judge down on the count 1-2, and wow. Looks like strike 3 to me, but Judge gets the benefit of the doubt, 2-2. 2-2 coming to Judge, and we'll do it again, fouling off a fastball up in the zone. Judge had some problems in his 2018 season swinging at some of those high fastballs, but was able to get bailed out probably by the velocity of Warner, and another close pitch called a ball. It's Judge yet again works a full count, sort of the king of those throughout his short career so far. Payoff coming in. Judge hits one to shallow center. Coming on is Bader, and he'll make the catch. And that will end it. A 1-2-3 inning for Warner against the top of the Yankees order. Bottom half of the third. Cardinals looking to get their first run across on bat ball.
Leading off for St. Louis.
8-9-1 in the Cardinals order, so it will be the pitcher I talked about, or just briefly mentioned in the pregame, that the Cardinals, Mike Schilt, like to put their pitcher in the 8th spot. I think that was a Joe Madden idea, if I'm correct. Maybe someone could fact check me on that. But what do you guys think of that idea? The pitcher's hitting 8th and having that 9-1-2, maybe that speedy guy 9th, so you can really flip over the batting order nicely. I don't think a lot of American League teams do it, but of course National League teams have to do it all the time. But would you rather have the pitcher hit 8th or 9th? Personally, I'd have him hit 9th. You just have your best 3 hitters hit 8th, but best 8 hitters hit 8th. As Paxton gets his 4th strikeout, Warner looking clearly overmatched and sort of an ugly defensive hack. 1 down. Take a look at Warner. How far can he go? Although 1 run, that home run to Voit, 59 pitches through 3 innings. The Yankees doing their job trying to get to that bullpen. We mentioned that flip over to the order. It's 9-1-2. They have Harrison Bader there. 2018 was really his best year, and he's playing the Yankees. And this kid was actually a Bronx kid, grew up a big Yankee fan, and gets a hit against his childhood favorite team into left field, so a 1-out single. Second knock of the game for St. Louis.
Now batting, right fielder,
And you wonder as kids, and even myself as a kid, I would think, like, oh my God, if I got drafted by the Red Sox, the Astros, I would never play or something like that. And then I feel as kids get older, they realize, hey man, my goal is to make the major leagues. And if I make the major leagues, man, that is just my dream. I don't care what team I play for. Yeah, I cheered for the Yankees or the Red Sox or the Nationals as a kid or whatever team. As runner goes down to second to throw, not in time as Bader swipes second against the strong throwing Sanchez. Interesting call right there. Good jump from Bader and clearly safe. We'll take a look at the replay right there and does get into the bag before the tag of LeMahieu. The runner in scoring position now for the top of the order, Tommy Edman, 0 for 1 on the day. Pitch is low. And one of the things you notice a base hit. Bader with good speed. Nice stolen base right there, but good arms in every part of the outfield. Stanton hasn't been in the outfield much, of course, in the American League games, because Gardner's been there, and he does have a sneaky arm as well, but you look at Hicks and Judge. Great arms as Edman slices that out to right, caught by Judge, and Bader will elect not to test his arm, knowing it's one of the strongest in the game. 2 away. And going back to that pitcher hitting 8th, maybe Tony La Russa speaking. Tony La Russa, the Cardinals. Maybe he started it, but Madden, yes, Joe Madden did do it a lot. Of course, was an AL manager for a while in Tampa Bay and was with the Cubs. Now, of course, with the Angels, won a World Series with the Cubs. So Madden back in the American League. Matt Carpenter steps up, 1 for 6, 3 Ks. Did strike out last time. Talked about him a little bit. And if you're Matt Carpenter, if you're the Cardinals, what are you looking to get out of him for the rest of his career? I mean, he hasn't really done well these past few years, so why do you keep hitting him in the 2-hole? Why don't you give your younger players a chance? Is it a respect thing? I don't know. Are you hoping that he'll turn his career around at age 36 or 37? It's tough to see, but you really have to figure that out, because the Cardinals, a lot of people thought coming into the season, hey, the NL Central is a really competitive division. They could contend, and they have like veterans like Yadier Molina, Matt Carpenter, Paul Goldschmidt, who's been amazing this year. But Carpenter's, like I said, has been one of those guys who just hasn't done well at all this year. And that's really hurt them, as Paxton 1 strike away from getting out of trouble here in the bottom half of the third. 2-2, Bader off second with decent speed. The lefty deals upstairs with a heater. Carpenter elects not to chase, and the dangerous Paul Goldschmidt, don't want to put him up with a couple runners on. Awaits on deck. Big payoff coming from Paxton. 3-2 calls, strike 3. A changeup on the inner half. 5th strikeout for the Big Maple, a third of the way through in St. Louis. The Yankees clinging to a 1-0 lead on Bot Ball. We remind you to donate to Meals on Wheels and Heidi Watney. Of course, she's doing the same thing. Donate to MOW. Yes, that's of course Meals on Wheels. Anything you can do. Jaden Becker said it best. I'm saying this again. You don't want your grandma going to the grocery store, of course. So donate to Meals on Wheels. Anything you can get. Start the top half of the 4th. If you're just joining us, Luke Voigt with a solo blast off Austin Warner, the young lefty, in the second. 440 feet, I believe was 107.5 with the exit velocity. A solo blast in the second. That's where we are now with 2 outs in the second. 4, 5, 6 in the Yankee order. It'll be Stanton, Sanchez, and Hicks for New York. Thanks for coming along, everybody. Dane Richardson going solo here in the broadcast booth. If you need to know my team of choice, I am a Yankee fan. But, again, I do like some Pittsburgh teams as well. And it's tough to like the Pirates. It's tough to like the Pirates. But I have no rooting interest necessarily against any other team. Except the Red Sox, of course, and the Astros, not too hot, but it's tough. As Austin Warner, another strikeout of Giancarlo Stanton, so continuing, that's his 4th K of the game. You look at the pitch speed comparison, Warner a little higher than usual at 93 miles an hour, and Paxton, hot summer night, really getting the velo going at 99. Wow. Here's Hicks stepping in, grounded out in the second. I believe he grounded out to Goldschmidt. Does have an RBI in this series, but is 0 for 6. It's safe to say, and Hicks definitely does have more pop from the left side than the right, as he Knocks one out toward right field. It'll drop in front of Edman for a base hit. So Hicks' first hit of the series, now 1 for 7. And he's got a man on. Excuse me. This is Gary Sanchez. What am I talking about, Aaron Hicks? This is Gary Sanchez. As his hot hitting continues. He was 0 for 1. This is Gary Sanchez. Sometimes you mess up batters. That's why it's tough going solo sometimes. Now, here's Aaron Hicks. Here's Aaron Hicks coming to the plate. He also grounded out back into the second. And as I was saying, he does have more power from the left side than the right. And Gary Sanchez has more power from the right side than the left because, of course, he's not a switch hitter. Mistake right there by me. But Hicks steps in here with a 1-0 count. He'll hit one on the ground. Right side foul, 0-2. Last 3 games. Does have an RBI. Few RBIs. Sanchez not a threat to go, especially with the arm of Molina, as that's up and in, 1-2. A lot of people remember, if you're a big MLB fan, you remember Aaron Hicks from that game in Minnesota last year. He was the hero, offensively and defensively, that home run in the 9th, and one of the better catches in the bigs last year. So foul one off, stays 1-2. Speaking of those catches, anyone in the Twitch chat, comment, what's the best Major League catch you've watched live? And hopefully I'll remember that catch as well, whether I've seen it as a highlight. What's the best MLB catch you've watched live, either on television or if you're at the stadium? So I would like to know that. Of course, I think Rick Ankiel has some big catches for St. Louis. Jim Edmonds, of course, that amazing catch. So there's a lot to choose from as up in the zone. But Hicks out in front on a curveball. So 5th strikeout for Warner, 2nd this inning. Working through the Yankee order quite nicely, but not without the Yankees putting him to some work, upping his pitch count. 2 down. And Hicks versus the Twins, of course. Hicks versus the Twins. That was a fantastic catch, of course. Just mentioning that, and it hit Aaron Hicks, that just full extension. And you would assume that ball hit by Max Kepler if Hicks was unable to catch it. There was 2 outs, so the runners were going no matter what. They weren't going to tag. So you would assume 3 runs, the bases would have been cleared, and the Twins would have won 15-14. Man, that would have been crazy. Would have been crazy. Of course, that game in Minnesota, and Hicks making his return there. Speaking of making returns, Luke Voigt making his return to St. Louis and making his name known. The solo blast back in the 2nd. And a man on here with 2 down, trying to make some more noise. 1-1 on the bottom half of the strike zone, 1-2 with a change. Warner 1 strike away from an efficient inning. 16th pitch of the inning. Started the inning with 59. As Voigt swings and flies one out toward left field. Back goes O'Neill, but he didn't get it all this time. As O'Neill will track that down and end the inning. Here's Sanchez with a 1-out single, but nothing doing for New York. Through 3.5 in Busch Stadium. 1-0 New York.
Leading off for the Cardinals, the first base.
Big hitter coming up for St. Louis. 0 for 1 with a strikeout in the first. Surprising strikeout. Good cutter from Paxton. Take a look. Going back to those catches. EB. Kevin Pillar, of course. A ton of great catches now with division rival Boston. So a little bit of an interesting scenario there. As we'll get to the action as Goldschmidt out toward deep right field. Judge back. Still back there toward the wall. And it's going to be off the wall. Fires it into second as Goldschmidt will jog in. His time is called. So Goldschmidt here with a leadoff double. We're 28 on the year, and the hitting streak continues to double digits with 10. So the Cardinals still looking to get that first run across. And you take a look at the pitch location, sort of middle in, and this is why Paul Goldschmidt has done so well all year. The ability to use all fields, and that's middle in, and that inside-out swing, and then the pure strength to hit it off the right field wall. Great piece of hitting. As DeYoung steps in, the cleanup hitter, and EB, getting back to your point, Kevin Pillar, I mean, that guy's like Spider-Man out there, and he made a multitude of great catches, and you say, I remember watching on, I think it was a highlight tape, him robbing Tim Beckham in 2015 as DeYoung. That's going to be down the way 2-0. But Kevin Pillar, one of the better defensive guys, of course, known for that. Absolutely crazy. That was back in 2015. Some of the other, I know Jackie Bradley Jr., of course, being a Yankee fan, watching the Red Sox when they play, he's a very good center fielder. Mookie Betts is actually pretty good out there as well. I remember Torrey Hunter wasn't too bad. Of course, Mike Trout, one of the better defensive outfielders. And Harrison Bader, not too bad out there in center. Does have some speed, as does Edman, but not to the caliber of the guys we just mentioned. It's going to be chopped, grabbed by Paxton quickly over to first. One down as Goldschmidt will advance to third. So, guess you could say job done for DeYoung. Hit it sort of toward the right side. Now the tying run, 90 feet away with Molina. Popped out back in the second. That surely won't get the job done. Actually popped out on the first pitch. And Ramon Laureano. Yes, of course. How can I... You know, what I remember about Ramon Laureano is Molina takes a strike. That throw, those long throws, I think that long throw for the double player and Yoenis Cespedes' throw to the plate to throw or the mount, that literally defied physics in my eye. I have no idea how they did that. No idea. 0-1 coming to Molina, slashes that down the right field line, but foul. Paxton could really use a big strikeout here to get the second out of the inning, preventing any sac flies from happening. But like I mentioned, some talented arms out in the Yankee outfield. 0-2 coming to Molina, and call strike 3. A knuckle curve, a little bit of a backdoor action. 6 strikeout for the lefty. And like I said, just what he needed. 2 down. Bringing it up, and you're not sure what Molina was looking for right there. Last chance to score a run in this inning. Tyler O'Neill with 2 down. Goldschmidt off third. As he'll foul that one off. A fastball, 0-1. I got real excited, of course. EB, you said, of course, Canada. Yes, 2 guys from Canada battling each other. And O'Neill was actually involved in the Marco Gonzalez trade with Seattle, one of those soft-throwing lefties, but quite effective, and that's towards shallow right. Judge, though, plenty of time, and we'll put it away. So Paxton gets around the leadoff double from Goldschmidt. Through 4 to the 5th we go. 8-9-1 for New York. Coming to bat. As I mentioned, 8-9-1, and you got Genesis Cabrera, Ryan Helsley warming up. Cabrera around 30 games. Helsley's pitched quite a lot. Urshela 1 for 1 with a single. Back-to-back hits after that Void home run earlier back in the second. Last 4 games, Urshela, he's been heating up. 6 RBIs, and I remember a few weeks ago when I was doing Yankees-Orioles and Yankees-Blue Jays, Urshela started to hit, but his average really wasn't up there, and he's really doing better of late, of course, after that fantastic breakout years. Take a look at the Cardinals bullpen. Got the lefty in Cabrera, but the righty in Helsley. I would assume Helsley would be the guy in a high-leverage situation because there are so many righties, and Warner's a lefty, and he's been doing okay, but you don't have the Yankees' lineup very right-handed dominant. Urshela down 1-2, looking to go 2 for 2 on the day so far. Warner's pitch count up there, and with a young guy, you wonder how much longer of a leash he'll have. It's 2-2 now. 2-2 delivery is hit on the ground toward the left side, foul. Phil Nevin, the Yankees' third base coach. Now, people in the Twitch chat, Phil Nevin, the Yankees' third base coach, is Urshela 2-2 and cracks that out toward left field, but right at Tyler O'Neill. So the Cardinals catch a break. Right there is Urshela now 1 for 2. Both hard hit balls, but no dice in the second AB, 1 away. And what I was saying about Phil Nevin, what pick was he in the MLB draft? I'm not going to say what year, but what pick was he in the MLB draft? Let me know. Let me know. It's a pretty easy question if you know it. Don't look it up. Don't look it up. But pretty easy question is Paxton. He'll continue in the bottom of the 5th. And actually, we were saying James Paxton's, we're as good as hitter as James Paxton. He has a 0 average, but he has a 7-year hitting streak with Seattle and New York. So maybe we're not as good as hitters as James Paxton. He has hits. We don't. So what are we saying? And speaking of which, he's ahead 2-0 against Warner right here, so we'll see what he can do. Good count to hit in, but if I'm Paxton, maybe I just take, see what happens, but he won't, and he'll twist a fastball down the line. Foul, left field line, 2-1. As that's going to go down the left field line, might drop in, and O'Neill going over to get it, and it will. So a base hit for James Paxton, his first of the year, going the other way. His first major league hit, actually, for James Paxton. That's confusing, because it said he had a 7-year hitting streak with Seattle and the Yankees. But now, it says it's his first major league hit. So maybe I read something wrong, but congrats to James Paxton, and that's going to do it for Austin Warner. So not going to qualify for the win. Didn't even get through 5 innings if the Cardinals took the lead, and it's not too happy, and it looks like they'll go toward the right-hander, Ryan Helsley, who's performed in quite a few games.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention please. Now pitching for the Cardinals.
It's not going to be Helsley. It's actually going to be the long man, Daniel Ponce de Leon, 3-5 with a 4.17 ERA. 4-pitch guy, so he's a long man. He has made a few starts this year. 4-pitch guy, 89 strikeouts, and Evie, you're right, it just said 7-year career. So, yeah, back-to-back days with Yankees pitchers getting their first MLB hit. Fascinating right there. Never know. Maybe they should put them in the lineup every now and then, but how potent the Yankees lineup is, I don't think we'll do that. But think about it. James Paxton is 1 for 2 today, while DJ LeMahieu's 0 for 2. Guess no one would have guessed that, I don't think, but baseball is an unpredictable sport, and that's the beauty of it. LeMahieu ahead 0-1 on the outside corner, 1-1. I love that name, Daniel Ponce de Leon. Like, just sounds like a prince, kind of. I'm not sure. I don't know where I'm going with that, but as LeMahieu laces one foul, 1-2. Of course, the Cardinals trading away, I mentioned in the pregame, Andrew Miller and Giovanni Gallegos, their effective closer to Arizona, and the bullpen's been one of their big problems. I mean, Brebbia is their closer, and he's been one of their better guys, as has Tyler Webb, but everyone else really with an ERA above 4. And Cody Whitley, he's only pitched a few games, 3 games, so you can't really say he's a really good bullpen pitcher. LeMahieu pops one up on the infield. Bader coming in, but it's going to be DeYoung on the back end of the infield, 2 away.
Now batting. The shortstop.
LeMahieu struggling here, and this is the 2-2 pitch, and take a look at the pitch tracks. The pitch infield might have clipped the top of the strike zone, but that's a tough pitch to barrel up, especially 95 going at the top of the strike zone. That's what it's intended to get you to do, either swing and miss or pop it up. Gleyber Torres steps in, looking to not do what LeMahieu did. He's 0 for 3, and Torres is 0 for 2. This takes a strike. Actually, 24 home runs. That's second on the Yankees. Torres is actually a big power guy. I would think Judge and Stanton would be 1-2, but Stanton's actually 1. Torres is 2. 0-1 coming to Torres. Yankees would love to tack on another for James Paxton, and that one's a nice block by Molina. Snap throw to first, but I don't think James Paxton's going to go anywhere. The jacket over there. I love the jacket. I mean, got to warm those arms up. Got to make sure you're ready for next inning. 1-1. Torres will foul off a cutter, 1-2. Safe to say, the Cardinals fought yesterday, but they're hanging in here. They're hanging in here in this one as well. So you got to give them credit. Came back a few times yesterday and then winning it in extra innings as Torres continues to battle. Just the bats haven't come around, but plenty of time. Ponce de Leon looking to finish off what Warner started here in the 5th. The 1-2 delivery. In the dirt, another nice block by Molina, but again, Paxton, that 24 speed, no threat to run. Two this time, coming to Torres, breaking ball inside, 3-2 out. So Paxton with the jacket over at first, that will release him. Judge over on deck. You would assume even a gapper might not even score Paxton. Only that fast of a runner, but we'll find out if Torres does so. Payoff coming to the Yankees shortstop outside, ball 4. So he tried to sell the walk in his first AB. This time he gets it here in his third at-bat. So now 0 for 2 with a walk in the day. Now you got a big slugger in Aaron Judge with a chance to extend the lead with 2 men on and 2 down. Judge walked back in the first. Does have an RBI in the series, 2 for 7, but none of those hits coming tonight. Really a high-leverage situation here. Judge has a chance to really, if he puts a big swing on one, to really crack the game open, especially with how effective James Paxton's been all game. He's been very effective with runners in scoring position as well. You take a look at that average at .301. As Judge on the ground, but right at second. Long will go the short way to DeYoung, and that will do it. So Ponce de Leon gets into and out of trouble after Warner is pulled. Halfway through in St. Louis, Yankees still up 1-0 on bat ball. Heidi Watney again, reminding you, donate to Meals on Wheels. Of course, give people meals. They need it. Especially during this COVID-19 crisis. Anything you can do. Pennies, nickels, dimes, quarters, $1 bills, $2 bills as we were talking about earlier, $5 bills, $100 bills, and there was a $500 bill, I'd say that, but there's not. So, bottom half of the 5th. Any home run predictions? We've already seen Luke Voigt hit a home run. So in the Twitch chat, if there was someone to hit a home run for the rest of the game, who's it going to be? Who's it going to be? Just a fun little game we like to play. I wouldn't predict it to be this guy, because hasn't been hitting well all season. Kolten Wong, not a big home run guy either. 0 for 1 with a strikeout back in the second. One of Paxton's 6 victims, I believe. Might have 7. Could be wrong, but a great pitch count. Look at that pitch count. 50 through 4 innings, and he's starting the 5th, but he'll start off outside the strike zone. Wong does have a couple singles last few games, but pretty sure-handed defensively. We saw him make that nice play to end the inning, even though Judge hit it hard on the ground. Ahead 2-0 here against Paxton. Down 3-0, so quite surprising to see is Ponce de Leon. He is their long man, and he has started games, so he does have some hitting experience. But you wonder maybe if he'll lay down a bunt if Wong gets the free pass, but might not right there, as that's in there for a strike. 3-1. Cardinals do have some guys on the bench, but you wonder if they'll use him. Lane Thomas is really their main go-to guy. He's young, promising outfielder, but you got Fowler, Justin Turner, Matt Wieters, a long-time Oriole on the bench, and the Cardinals do get the leadoff man on it. Base on balls for Kolten Wong. Good start, and we'll see if Ponce de Leon does hit, and he will not. So I just mentioned Lane Thomas, even though Ponce de Leon, we still have a shot at him on deck. It'll be Lane Thomas coming up to bat. I believe EB, of course, if you're still listening, I believe this kid was in the Blue Jays system, if I'm correct, and he's promising. He got a few assists last year. I think he homered in his first major league at-bat. 262, 6 homers, 18 ribbies, 4 doubles, and not many games played. So he's done quite a nice job, and you wonder, is he going to step in one of those starting outfield spots? You never know. I think he's been better than Harrison Bader, so why not start him? 0-2, though, behind quickly to Paxton, and can't retire him as he's upstairs. And yes, Thomas was a Blue Jays draft pick, traded for international bonus money. Well, it depends on what the Blue Jays use that bonus money on, but right now I'd say it's working out pretty well for the Cardinals, but you never know. He's still a young kid. A lot of potential, and you never know. Sometimes, will he work out, will he not? But done fairly well so far. Could be an everyday big leaguer. And outside, good discipline there, 2-2. Wong off first, some pretty good speed. Bader already stole a base today, and that's going to be outside. So 0-2 to 3-2. Wonder if Wong will go on this one. Bader, who I just mentioned has a stolen base, awaits on deck. He has a hit. 1 for 1. Big pitch right here. You could have runners on first and second, nobody out, but the Cardinals haven't really gotten hits. I mean, it's been walks from Kolten Wong, and we'll see if the pinch hitter Lane Thomas can get the job done here in the 8th spot. The payoff from Paxton. Swung on and ripped down the left field line, foul. And Evie, you're right. Why waste Ponce de Leon? All right, he's your long man. After last night's marathon, that's a very good point. Getting back to the action, another payoff. Thomas out toward right center field. That's trouble. That's going to be a base hit and go all the way to the wall. Wong with speed. Is he going to round third? He will. Kolten Wong scores. It's a ribby double for the pinch hitter Lane Thomas. The success continues for the young kid. And the Redbirds tie this one up at 1.
Harrison Bader.
So maybe you wonder why the Cardinals used Ponce de Leon, but the pinch hitter worked out nevertheless. It's now tied, and the Cardinals with a man in scoring position, nobody out, and a chance to take the lead here in the bottom half of the 5th. And Harrison Bader already 1 for 1 in this one. Wonder if they might try a double switch and keep Thomas in the game. You never know. I would say Bader's a little bit of a better defender, but Thomas a good arm. Edman awaits on deck. Paxton really needs an out here. His pitch count again was at 50 coming into this inning, pitching magnificently. But really getting worked here and allowing a run, and the Yankees offense unusually really hasn't produced for him. That's why a lot of these Yankee pitchers have a lot of wins, but getting right back into the strike zone is Paxton ahead of Bader 0-2. Bader snuck one through the left side last time. 0-2 pitch, and Paxton again goes in the lower half, this time with a heater, 1-2. Bader, it'll be tough to see. I mean, you try and go to the right side. Bader's more of a pull guy just to get Thomas toward third, and he does go to the right side. That's going to be toward right field and drop for a hit. Thomas heads toward third. Bader's 2 for 2 on the day, and Paxton getting into more trouble. Will he Houdini out of this one? We're not sure. The pitching coach, Matt Blake's going to come out and talk to James Paxton. Top of the order coming up. Certainly doable for a guy like Paxton to get out of this one, but going to be tough without surrendering the lead. As again, Tommy Edman 0 for 2 on the day with a chance to put the home team in front. First pitch swinging a fastball up in the zone, 0-1. Getting a career high in stolen bases for Edman with 10. Some nice speed on the base pass. Thomas can certainly score on a sac fly, and Bader, we've already seen him swipe a bag, so you get a gap, or maybe it's 3-1 Cardinals. You never know. And Edman, good speed at the plate as well. Carpenter's look certainly overmatched in this one, but you would assume Paul Goldschmidt, barring a double play right here, would get up in this inning, which is a bright spot for St. Louis, and Edman, another one foul, 1-2. Ideally here, he could get a double play from Edman, maybe let a run in, or then strike out Carpenter and trust your offense, but we'll see what happens, and that one's going to be popped up right side and caught by Voigt for the first out, so that's tough for Tommy Edman. Really tough for Tommy Edman. One away, because you hit it to the right side, great, but a pop-up or a strikeout's the last thing you want, and now Matt Carpenter comes to the plate 0 for 2 with 2 strikeouts. Paxton really looking for the double play to get out of runners on the corners, nobody out. See if he can do so. Colton Wong, of course, that leadoff walk coming back to haunt Paxton because Thomas got an RBI double. Pinch hitting out toward right center field, and that's where the Cardinals have done a lot of their damage, and Carpenter takes outside 1-0. Talked about Carpenter struggling, but a chance to redeem himself and ahead in the count 2-0. Last thing you would want is to walk the bases loaded with arguably the hottest hitter in baseball, Paul Goldschmidt, coming to the plate. Doubled last time off the right field wall. Was about to say it was over the wall, but caught myself as Carpenter will foul it back, 2-1. Yankees pretty sure-handed defensively around the infield. Carpenter, a guy who could certainly double up. Never know, maybe pitch outer half, hit it the third, maybe go around the horn. As Carpenter, that's going to be toward the left side, popped up. Urshela runs over toward the foul line and makes the catch. So Paxton, really effective against the top 2 hitters in the order. Both Edman and Carpenter 0 for 3 and have a chance to take the lead, but they pop it up. But if you want one guy to give you the lead, it's going to be this guy at the plate now. Paul Goldschmidt, again, struck out in a nasty cutter from Paxton in the first, but doubled off the right field walls. Bottom of the 5th here, if you're just joining us, 1-1. Yankees scoring their only run, on a home run by Luke Voigt. Well, the Cardinals have scored the run in this inning, an RBI double by pinch hitter Lane Thomas. Runners were on the corners with nobody out, but now 2 down for Paxton, and Goldschmidt quickly down 0-2. As Paxton, be really remarkable to see if he can get out of this jam with only 1 run allowed. 1 strike away from doing just that in the 0-2 pitch. Good location, nice little waist pitch, knuckle curve down and in, but Goldschmidt, again, we talked about that discipline. Best OBP. 421 coming into this game. I mean, ridiculous. 42% of the time on base. Will that other 58% come through? Guess we'll find out. A 1-2 pitch, swing and a miss. Good block by Sanchez. He'll get around the throw to first in time, and that will do it. So Paxton gets into and out of trouble, but not before Lane Thomas ties the game with an RBI double out toward right center field, scoring Colton Wong. 5 through in St. Louis. It's 1-1 on Bop Ball.
Your attention, please. Now pitching.
Ponce de Leon got pinch hit for, so it will be the lefty Genesis Cabrera. Love that name, Genesis Cabrera. 30 games, 3-1. Hasn't gotten any save opportunities, but 41 in the third inning, 43 in the third innings, excuse me. You see Helsley and Cody Whitley warming up, but a 5.4 ERA, so not too hot. You bring in another lefty. Ponce de Leon was effective getting out of the fifth, but the Yankees haven't seen this guy much, but he could definitely be a guy they're licking their chops with. As we take a look at Helsley and Whitley warming up, two righties. And the Yankees have seen that lefty look all game, so maybe Cabrera hasn't done that well, but maybe they kind of want the same look. You never know. 4-5-6 again in the Yankees order. Stanton's led off quite a few innings so far. 1-1 coming, so it'll be Stanton, Sanchez, and Hicks. A little bit of a tongue twister there. And I will say maybe the lefty look keeps the same, but a velocity difference certain, but Stanton cracks that way out toward left field. That's why they were licking their chops, because they could do just that. Giancarlo Stanton continues his home run ways. Another blast. 427. Another over 100 miles per hour on the exit below. 2-1 New York. Number 34 on the year for Giancarlo Stanton. And looks like Cabrera tried to go with a fastball in the inner half of the plate. That's what you get in the scouting report. You know it's going to be on the inner half. You use those quick hands. And Stanton got all of it out to left. That's what the Yankees do. They bash home runs. It's big for Paxton to get out of that jam. And all of a sudden, in the snap of a finger, the Yankees retake the lead. Sanchez first pitch swing. That's out toward left field. And it'll drop in front of O'Neill for a base hit. So 2 straight pitches, and Cabrera clearly struggling to start the top half of the sixth. And this one is another fastball, and that's over the heart of the plate. Sanchez gets those quick hands ready and just rips it out toward left field. Hicks coming to the plate looking for another hit, although he's over 2. Hicks again. He'll swing first pitch, but foul it back. A little bit of a better location there. Kept it more down in the zone. Sanchez now 2 consecutive hits. His hot hitting continues. 1 out to right field. That's where he's at his best, when he can go to all fields, and then slashing 1 out to left. So good for him. Hicks 1-1 here. Would be big if the Yankees can get a big inning, especially after the Cardinals tied it. And Hicks fouls that one off, 1-2. One-two coming toward Hicks, and that's going to be inside. 2-2. Maybe go toward the right side. Hicks kind of a tough guy to double up. You never know. That's going to be toward the right side and through. Sanchez skipping over it. Edman quickly in, but Sanchez snips towards second. So 3 straight hits, 3 consecutive hits to start the inning for the Yankees here in the 6th after the Cardinals tied it up. Exactly the response you would want. And now a guy who's already hit a home run in this one with another opportunity. And let's take a look back at that home run. In the 2nd inning, Luke Voigt. Luke, as the Yankee fans would say. A long home run, longer than Giancarlo Stanton's that we just saw. Over the bullpen right there. Chance to do some more damage. 2 on, nobody out. I'm a big fan of the bunt here, but when you got a guy like Luke Voigt up, why do it? If you got a guy like Brett Gardner up, I do bunt. A lot of swinging at the first pitch for the Yankees. Sanchez, Hicks, and Voigt have all done that. Last 10 games does have 4 home runs, so that power number is certainly up. Questionable decision now, because EB, you mentioned it, as Voigt swings at 1. That's out toward left center field. Going to get it as Bader, so that's going to be an out. Sanchez will not tag. But you look at the decision, you bring in your long man. Ponce de Leon gets the job done. You pinch hit with Thomas, right? And you get the run in. But now what happens if all of a sudden you bring in Genesis Cabrera? You could have brought in another bullpen pitcher and then brought Ponce de Leon in the 6th. But you could have brought in another bullpen pitcher that's not your long man in the 5th. Still pinch hit with Thomas and then brought Ponce de Leon in here. So that is a questionable decision. And it could come back to haunt them, and especially if the Yankees continue to tack on some runs, as Gio Urshela already has a hit today. He's 1 for 2. Ahead in the count, 1-0 against Cabrera. And he'll lace one, and that's going to be foul down the left field line. Just foul. But again, a trend you're noticing, the Yankees have been very ready to go on that fastball. That's the scouting report. He throws hard above 95, but ooh, tough call right there. That's going to be 95 at the bottom of the zone. 1-2 on Urshela. Boone not too happy, and it's been inconsistent strike zone to say the least. We've seen Aaron Judge get the benefit of the doubt on a few calls that certainly looked like strikes, and not just because he had a bigger strike zone. And now Urshela, that's a tough call right there. That's on the ground toward third. Carpenter to second for one. Back to first. Double play. Around the horn, 5-4-3. Carpenter to Wong. Over to Goldschmidt. For the Yankees, retake the lead. You take a look at the double play, but not before. Giancarlo, no si può stopparlo, as John Sterling would say. Yankees back in front, 2-1. Here on Bop Ball.
Leading off for St. Louis, the shortstop.
James Paxton, 6 in there for the bottom of the 6. 4, 5, 6 coming up, and usually say that's the heart of the order. That's the dangerous part of the order. Well, it's the Cardinals, and there's that part of the order really hasn't been hitting too well. But Paul DeYoung's been a hot hitter lately. 1 for 2, singled in his last at-bat. Some guys warming up in the bullpen finally for the Yankees. It'll be 2 righties, Chad Green, Adam Ottavino. 2 reliable guys. Green, Ottavino a little bit more reliable than Green, but he wasn't too good in the playoffs last season. 1-0 to DeYoung, swings, and that's foul down the left field line. 1-1 outside, 2-1. You notice Paxton really was fortunate to work out of that jam and induced a couple pop-ups. And it was rare to see Paul Goldschmidt swinging a pitch in the dirt with how good his plate discipline's been. All those walks that he gets. I talked about the OBP. It was 421 coming into this game, but maybe it's just the stuff of James Paxton, the angle that he throws at. You never know. Is DeYoung down the left field line, foul. 2-2 coming. Paxton, 82 pitches through 5. And a little less than 82, but that was the 5th pitch of the at-bat as DeYoung fights. My game yesterday, the Pirates, it would always be a 3-2 count, and it was the battling Buccos indeed, even when the Nationals pulled that one out. But, and as I say that, another foul ball on a 2-2 count this time. DeYoung fouls it back. 2-2 pitch coming to Paul DeYoung. That's outside with a fastball. Paxton tried to clip the black, unable to do so. Full count. Molina is on deck. Don't want to let the leadoff man on like last time, but he will. A leadoff walk to Colton Wong in the 5th. Now a leadoff walk to Paul DeYoung in the 6th. Will that be it for Paxton? It doesn't look like it will be. Yadier Molina will come up, a big double play candidate. We'll see. Going back to your trivia question, the answer, I believe, was Albert Pujols and Stan Musial. I think Michael Mevis answered that one correctly. Here's Molina. And like I said, a double play candidate, but runner was going. So the throw to first is in time. So a hit and run was on right there. I was about to say that was a tailor-made double play. But all of a sudden, DeYoung was going. So Torres didn't have a play at second, so threw over to first. So not a bad idea for the Cardinals, because now you have a man in scoring position with one man down as O'Neill will step into the batter's box. And he swings at the first pitch, and that's in the left field for a hit. Fielding it is Stanton. The throw home. Torres cuts it off. The throw is in time. Stanton throws out to Young at the plate. A beautiful throw. I thought Torres was going to cut that off, but let it go all the way. And a huge play. Stanton's not out there often. He usually DHs, but fields it, gets that hop step, and a beautiful one-hop throw to Gary Sanchez. Give credit to him for reaching across on the tag as they test the big man's arm, and it doesn't pay off. A huge out for Paxton as O'Neill, with his first hit of the day, is there's now a man on first with only 2 outs. And announcing Bob Ball, that's actually the first assist I've seen a person thrown out at home. I've seen a person, Judge, throw someone out at second. I believe that was Dwight Smith of the Orioles. But Wong led off the 5th with a leadoff walk and was about to come back to bite the Yankees again. A leadoff walk this time to DeYoung, but the throw out from Stanton. In the Yankee defense, it's not just the offense that gets it done. And Stanton, of course, having a great offensive year as well. And maybe he's hitting a little bit better because he has that DH time, and he's going to get tested again, likely shallow left field, and they'll come in. Actually, it'll be Torres going out towards shallow left and making a catch. The Cardinals looking like they're going to tie it up, but not before the assist from Giancarlo Stanton. 2-1 for the Yankees after 6 on Bat Ball. Looks like may have a double switch here. We'll see what that is. It'll be Ryan Helsley coming in. Talked about him warming up in the pen. Not a great ERA. He's pitched a lot. 54 games more than anyone else in the Cardinals pen. 4.92 ERA and 48 Ks, 22 walks. So not a bad strike to walk ratio. And that'll be it for Paxton. You're going to see Mike Tauchman come up and pinch hit now. The sock man. There's another Yankee Twitter video of Mike Tauchman getting all those socks. So was really one of those guys last year, Tauchman, that was one of those unsung heroes with all those Yankee injuries and came up huge for them, on both sides of the ball. Really kind of had that power surge, of course, with that short right field porch in Yankee Stadium, and was great all year. I remember him robbing a home run in Baltimore. And the Yankee outfield, I mentioned this in previous games I did for them, it's just so stacked. And Mike Tauchman is just one of those guys kind of stuck in a logjam along with Clint Frazier. Getting to the pitcher on the mound, Helsley, like I said, he's been in more games than any other Cardinal bullpen pitcher, 54. Does have 9 holds, so he's had some success, and look out. Scary play right there, and Mike Tauchman looks to be hitting his wrist, and looks like his wrist does have some mobility, but a lot of pain right there, and that's going to be tough because now you're going to need to use another person off your bench to pinch run. You're likely not going to pitch with them, so really kind of 2 pitch hitters in one, and a tough break for the Yankees, who have been so free of injuries this season, especially compared to last season, which has been such a blessing, and they're going to use Chad Green as the pinch runner. Wow, how about that? And so you would assume Chad Green would come in next inning. So the Yankees elect not to use 2 guys off their bench. LeMahieu looking to join the hit party. 0 for 3, popped out back in the 5th. So not much speed in the base path. Green not the heavy, so to say, so should be able to bust it around if LeMahieu were to split the outfielders. Takes a strike. Now Helsley, one of the better things I know about him, he's actually a member of the Cherokee tribe and speaks the language. He's a native of Oklahoma.
1-1.
That's one of the cooler things. LeMahieu 1-1 here. Green off first. Molina's done a nice job framing all game. This one's tailor-made, and Wong actually bobbles it. No on at second. They go to first and get the out. Surely looked like a 4-6-3 double play, but we'll see how they rule that. It should be a fielder's choice. It was a ground ball straight to second. And that's actually the double switch. So Brad Miller comes in. Brad Miller is now in at second instead of Colton Wong. So there's your double switch right there. As Green goes to second. And I don't know if Green running to second, the ball didn't hit him, but maybe that blocked Brad Miller's view and wasn't able to turn the double play. And who knows, maybe if you had Colton Wong there, you could have turned too. And I would assume they bring in Brad Miller now, maybe because he had the lefty Paxton out of the game. As that one's going to get by Molina. Speeding toward third is Chad Green. How often do you see that? A pitcher with a jacket on, ball gets away barely from Molina, and Green takes off toward third. I don't know if that's unrealistic to say the least, but how about that gutsy play by a pitcher? I think Yankee staff was holding their breath right there, but now a sac fly from Torres could extend the Yankee lead, and 2-0, that's going to be chopped toward the third baseline, but Carpenter will go and touch it foul, 2-1. Green off third, 2-1 to Torres, and fouls another one off. LeMahieu 0 for 4 on the day, and Torres 0 for 3. And unusual right here, but the pitching of James Paxton has helped the Yankees hold on. 6 innings of 1-run ball, likely done. Well, he is done in this one. As Torres, that's on the ground toward short, fielded by DeYoung, and a laser over to first in time. to get Torres. Green doesn't go anywhere. It's been the story kind of for both teams. Yankees with 2 solo blasts courtesy of Luke Voigt and Giancarlo Stanton, while the Cardinals an RBI double from Lane Thomas, but Wong was off first. So the Yankees and Cardinals both do not have any runs scored with hits with runners in scoring position today. Torres had a chance to do that. And now Judge does as well with Green off third, but he takes a strike, 0-1. Still flabbergasted by the decision by Chad Green to take off for third. I mean, I don't think you'd ever see him do that in real life. But Bop Ball, it's amazing like that, right? Inside to Judge, 1-1. You'd assume, because Green pinch ran, he would be the go-to guy in the 7th inning. But Chapman, of course, blowing the save yesterday. You wonder who Boone will go to. He's got Ottavino, Britton, Chapman, Canely. A lot of different guys, and the Yankees bullpen a little bit shaky, but it was certainly better through that 11-game win streak before the All-Star break. Looking to bounce back today, however. 2-1 count here on Judge. Good count to Hinnon. Helsley hasn't been too great this season and misses outside, 3-1. Awaiting on deck is Mr. Stanton, who homered in his last AB. Judge probably sitting dead red in the fastball, looking to blast it, barrel it up. We'll see what Helsley gives him, and the pitch right down Broadway with a fastball. 100 miles an hour, though, so Helsley, one of the harder throwers. 3-2, big payoff pitch coming. Big velocity, big power coming. Strike 3 call. Fastball at the bottom of the zone, and that will do it. So Helsley, Houdini's out of that one. Time to stretch in St. Louis. Yankees still holding on. They lead 2-1 on Bop Ball.
Your attention, please. Now pitching for New York.
And he pinch ran last inning, and we guessed correctly. Chad Green, 7-0, but a 5.58 ERA. That's just give credit to the Yankee offense, and it's Brad Miller now for the Cardinals. Came in at second base and thought it was going to turn 2 on that ground ball by LeMahieu, but it wasn't able to, kind of bobbled it. Had to get the out at first as Miller first pitch swinging and will pop up into the shift. That'll be LeMahieu in short right. 1 pitch, 1 out for Green to start the bottom half of the 7th. Again, if you're tuning in, Dane Richardson going solo. Thanks for joining me in the broadcast today here on Twitch or Twitter or wherever you may be. Some interleague matchup to start your Saturday afternoon. Yankees-Cardinals. Yankees looking to get back on the winning track after losing in 13 yesterday. A thriller. Went all the way to 3 a.m. That was our nightcap on Bop Ball. So back-to-back games showed on Bop Ball have actually been Yankee-Cardinals. Look at that. Here's Bader. He does have a stolen base. He's actually 2 for 2 on the day. The bottom of the order. That double switch allowed Miller to hit in the 8th spot. It'll be an 0-2 to Bader. Green, one of the better fastballs, especially up in the zone. Has that high spin rate. Got that 1 pitch, 1 out. Looking to work very efficiently here, and will go up again with that fastball, 1-2. Talked about earlier, Green's had his struggles, but he's been put in high leverage situations before, and he's been able to get the job done. The Yankees got him in a trade with Detroit, I believe with Justin Wilson, the left-hander who was good with the Yankees for about a year. Actually was good with Pittsburgh, then was good with Detroit a little bit when the Yankees sent him over, but was good with the Yankees for a year as well, but never had great years with him in pinstripes. Is 0-2 to 3-2 here. Excuse me, that's going to be low, 2-2 actually. For the slider, Green, you rarely see him use that. And if you're Bader, you're probably sitting on a fastball. But Green really has to locate it well if he's going to get the job done here against a good hitter like Bader today, and goes right down the center. 97, strike 3 call. Good pitch from Green. 2 hitters, 2 away.
Number 19, Tommy Edman.
Talked about how the Yankees' top of the order hasn't done well so far today. LeMahieu and Torres both 0 for 4. Well, Edman's 0 for 3, and Carpenter hasn't gotten a hit either. So Edman and Carpenter are 0 for 3. So the 1-2 hitters in both orders, not too hot today, just to say the least. Yankees would love an efficient inning here from Green, only 8 pitches. He probably won't come up next inning, and I would assume the Yankees wouldn't use him again. Edman slices that down the left field line, foul, 1-1. Low-scoring game here on Ball. Next game coming up, I think you got some AL West action. Big game for Houston. Houston Astros and the Oakland Athletics. Oakland sitting atop that American League West. It'll be Jordan Smith and P. Mr. 3 at 2 p.m. Eastern Time. So we should be on schedule here. It's 1:32 Eastern Time. Here in the bottom half of the 7th, the 1-2 to Edmund. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Bada bing, bada boom. Chad Green, a 1-2-3 inning to go along with 2 strikeouts. We head to the 8th in the Midwest. St. Louis losing by 1 to the Yankees on Ball.
Your attention, please. Now pitching for the Cardinals.
Another new arm.
71.
It's time for St. Louis. It'll be Cody Whitley. Only 3 games this season. 3 innings, 2 strikeouts, 2 walks. Has given up 5 hits. Big frame. 6'4", 220. Gets the guy with another big frame. Giancarlo Stanton, who turned around a hard fastball from Genesis Cabrera. Certainly sitting on that one. His last at-bat and homer. Whitley will go upstairs 1-0. Attendance 39,154. I mean, Saturday night against the Yankees, of course, a lot of fans are going to go out. And I talked about it a little bit before. The Cardinals, one of the better fan bases in the Bigs. Very loyal. They love their baseball here in the Midwest. You couldn't ask for more if you're the Redbirds franchise, as Stanton will go down the left field line foul. One coming to Stanton. He's made, you think about, if I had to pick a player of the game, even though Stanton's 1 for 3, I would pick him right now if the game ended up at this score, because not only does he have the go-ahead home run, but he threw out Paul DeJong at the plate to prevent the game from being tied 2-2, which was huge. Huge. So doing it on both sides of the ball and trying to get his second home run of the game with that big swing and a miss, 2-2. Of course, Whitley being called up. I mean, Gallegos getting traded away, Miller, so he's getting a chance now in the bigs. His first chance in the bigs. Sanchez awaits on deck. He has 2 hits today, so it's a tough part of the order, especially for a young guy like Whitley. They're saying, hey, we need you to hold this because we still have a couple innings to hit and a chance to win this. You never know. Chapman blew the save yesterday. You never know what will happen today. 3-2 coming to Stanton, and that's going to be hit hard, but down the left field line again, foul. We'll do it again. Seventh pitch of the at-bat coming to Mr. Stanton, the 3-2. Inside ball 4, not the start you wanted for the top half of the 8th. Yankees definitely looking for some insurance, and one of the hottest, if not the hottest hitter in the lineup, Gary Sanchez, will step in. If I'm correct, no one else warming up in the Cardinals bullpen, so Whitley, they're saying, hey man, it's up to you. Hold the lead for us. Don't give the Yankees some more breathing room. Sanchez smacked one out toward left for a base hit last time on a first pitch fastball, then actually went the other way. Confused him with Aaron Hicks a little bit in his first hit of the game. Whitley ready for the 1-0 pitch, and Sanchez, big swing and a miss, 1-1. Sanchez, a guy you can definitely double up, but especially Gary Sanchez, it's enlightening for the Yankees organization to see him hitting this well right now, because he's had those bad years and the plate discipline's been tough. He's been chasing outside with those sliders. He's had his defensive problems. A lot of Yankee fans have given him a lot of hate, but he's one of those guys with a lot of raw talent, and when he's hitting well, he's the best hitting catcher in the big leagues. Absolute, not even close. And we'll hit one out toward deep left field. Back goes O'Neill toward the track, near the wall, leaping, and that ball's going to be off the top of the wall. Stanton will head toward third. Sanchez continues his hot hitting ways. His 3rd hit of the ball game, a double for him, and the Yankees have runners on 3rd and 2nd with nobody out. That one, a sky-high fly ball, and Sanchez, he got under that one, but enough strength to muster that out toward left field. Aaron Hicks with a chance, and you would assume it would have to take a lot for a young pitcher like Whitley to even get out of this without at least 2 runs scoring, especially with this part of the order coming up. Hicks is 1 for 3. Voigt's on deck, has a home run. Urshela also has a hit. So the next 3 guys in the order all have had hits today. You got a young pitcher coming in. The odds certainly in favor of the Yankees. Coming up, Hicks behind 0-1. Whitley ready. Fires, and Hicks will loft that out toward left field. O'Neill going over to get it. Still back. Going over to get it, and he'll make the catch. Stanton tags. Will score. Sanchez will tag and go to third as the throw is offline. It's a sac fly for Aaron Hicks as the Yankees get an insurance run. It's 3-1 New York. O'Neill, unfortunately, couldn't jump and get that one. Nice job there, but because he was going away from the ball, really couldn't get momentum into the throw. So obviously Stanton easily scores, but Sanchez a smart decision tagging even though he doesn't have good speed because, like I said, O'Neill really couldn't set his feet, kind of just threw it off his back foot there. And Sanchez was able to go to third, so another run 90 feet away. You could see maybe 2 consecutive sac flies coming up. Voigt's 1 for 3. Sanchez 2 runs today. Stanton 2 runs today. Home run, and then had a walk and scored, of course, on Hicks' sac fly right there. Cardinals really need to get it going. Next inning, you would assume Chad Green would likely be done, especially he's Voigt. That's down the left field line, foul. The pitcher spot is in the hole for the Yankees, and that would be interesting to see who they'd go with. Maybe a Clint Frazier. You never know. You'd like to see him get into the game. 1-2 coming to Luke Voigt, and that's hit out toward left field. Fairly deep. O'Neill back, but he's going to have some room and make the catch. Is that deep enough to score Sanchez? He tags. The throw to the plate is offline. So 2 straight sac flies for the Yankees. 1 from Hicks, 1 from Voigt. 1 scores Stanton, 1 scores Sanchez. But nevertheless, the Yankees get 2 more runs, and it's a 4-1 New York lead. So Whitley now no runners on can relax a little bit, but those 2 earned runs are going to go to him. Walk to Sanchez. Those leadoff walks always come back to hurt you. A walk to Stanton, then the double by Sanchez. And maybe, honestly, you would think maybe now it'd be tough to think the player of the game. Of course, a comeback still viable from the Cardinals. Is it going to go to Gary Sanchez, who has 3 hits? You would think maybe him. Or it could go to Giancarlo Stanton, who, again, is 1 for 3, but does have 2 runs scored in that big assist out from left field, thrown to the plate. But give credit to Gary Sanchez. He also made a nice tag. So we'll have to see if the score continues. And Urshela, a little late on the fastball, swing and a miss, and that will finish the top half of the 8th. The Yankees sneak through 2 more. 6 outs to go for the Bronx Bombers. 4-1, New York on Bop Ball.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention please.
New pitcher will be the very talkative Tommy Kahnle. 3-1, 2.78 ERA. He's been very good in his last few appearances. 12 for 15 in save opportunities. A little bit better against righties than lefties, but done fairly well against both of them. Chapman, who blew the save yesterday along with Zach Britton's warming up. You wonder maybe a 4-out save for Chapman, or you could bring in Britton if Kahnle gets into some trouble. But Aaron Boone with some options, and again, the 3-run lead now gives him that cushion to have those options. It's Kahnle. Again, we mentioned that one of the best changeups in the game. We'll miss low with it, 1-0. Carpenter 0 for 3. Goldschmidt on deck. He's also 1 for 3, but his last at-bat, Paul Goldschmidt, a huge strikeout with runners on the corners. Carpenter also failed to convert, popped up in foul territory to Urshela, but with a huge strikeout. And yes, Carpenter went around on that changeup 1-1. Goldschmidt, a huge strikeout against Paxton, and that ended the inning and kept the Cardinals at bay. Kept the score 1-1. I believe that was back in the 5th. 1-1 pitch inside to Carpenter, 2-1. You take a look at Chapman and Britton, but one of the things about Kahnle, we mentioned he's got that great changeup. 3-2, you know he's likely going to use it. Sometimes it'll clip the bottom of the strike zone for a strike. But whenever you think, okay, he'll finally throw the fastball, this guy is not afraid to throw like 6 changeups in a row. I've seen it with my own eyes. And that one's going to be at the bottom of the strike zone, 2-2, another questionable call, but not afraid to throw 5-6 changeups in a row. Well, he's thrown 4 in a row to start off the at-bat. Let's see what he goes with here. And call, strike 3. There he breaks out the fastball. Bottom of the strike zone. Pretty pitch from the right-hander, one down. Questionable call there, kind of at the knees, but think about that pitch sequence. You go 4 straight changeups. You see it down in the zone. Okay, you see it slow. and then you dot 97 at the bottom of the strike zone, and there's a fastball in for a strike to Goldschmidt. But you go mid-80s and then you go 97. That 97 probably looks like 101 to Carpenter. So I love the call from Gary Sanchez right there as an 0-1 pitch is fouled back. So 3 straight fastballs now from Kahnle after I said there was a lot of changeup. So 0-2 on the slugger. Green with an efficient 7th inning. Kahnle on the right track to do the same here in the 8th. But there's the changeup. Goldschmidt holds off 1-2. Another 1-2 coming to the Cardinals' first baseman, looking to get them back in it, but swinging a miss, strike 3. This time a rare slider, and Goldschmidt clearly upset, throwing the bat. And a rare slider, but a hanging slider, and I see why Goldschmidt's upset, because this one's up in the zone and just out in front. It must have been the velocity of the fastball that got him off on that one. So Kahnle gets away with that one, and 2 strikeouts to start the 8th, and here's DeYoung. Singled back in the 2nd. Also got on last time, of course, and had that leadoff walk and was thrown out by Giancarlo Stanton at the plate. Questionable decision, but Stanton actually hopped into a nice momentum right there. It looked like he was going to throw a little off balance, but was able to gather himself to put together quite a nice throw. 2 outs here in the 8th for Tommy Kahnle. Yankees lead 4-1 here on Bop Ball as they'll deal outside. 2 strikeouts to start the inning. Green also had 2 strikeouts in the 7th, struck out 2nd and 3rd batter. Of course, Bader and Edman. 2-1, DeYoung, a changeup on the ground, 2-2. Kahnle a chance to strike out the side. We mentioned his ERA has dropped under 3. So, very successful lately. Looking to continue that. A 2-2 to DeYoung is inside with a fastball as Molina on deck. Full count, first full count of the inning. Yankees tacked on 2 in the 8th, so Kahnle with some breathing room. Not much pressure here. Still looking to get the job done. Full count pitch coming to DeYoung. Laced foul down the left field line. What with the fastball? Wouldn't be surprised to see a changeup coming next. Another payoff. Looking to finish the 8th inning with a bang, and does go with the changeup, but DeYoung gets a piece. Again, coming up next, you got the Houston Astros and the Oakland Athletics. An important American League West matchup to kick off the second half with Jordan Smith and P. Mr. 3 as ball 4 upstairs. So DeYoung, 2nd consecutive walk for him. We'll get on. Yadier Molina steps in, and the Cardinals, it's 1 at a time. The Yankees again put up 2 in the 8th to take that 4-1 lead, Clearly missed right there by Kahnle. So 1 at a time, maybe get some hits, get the tying run to the plate, and you never know what could happen. We talked about the comeback yesterday, and Chapman's blown save. Britton and Chapman warming up, so you wonder, Kahnle 17 pitches. If Molina gets a hit, is this his last batter? You do have 2 good lefties still warming up, and we shall see. But Kahnle continues to attack the strike zone, 0-1. DeYoung, decent speed off first, so a gapper should get him around, but at the same time, if you're down 3 runs, you don't want to take any risks with 2 outs, especially like a 1st to 3rd situation or a gapper 1st to home, especially with those arms in the Yankee outfield. 1-1-2 Molina is clearly inside, 2-1. I believe we are going to still stream games throughout the season as if the regular season were to go along. As Molina, that's going to be in front of the plate. Sanchez is going to grab it foul. Molina was hustling. So 2-2. I believe we are still going to stream games, even though the 60-game season will start. 2-2 to Molina is low, 3-2. So 2nd straight full count given by Kahnle. That will release DeYoung from first. 3-2, 2 outs. Kahnle, the payoff pitch. Swung on and hit out toward left field. Stanton coming in, dives, and he's unable to make the play. DeYoung was going, rounds 3rd. The throw to the plate is not in time. The hustling DeYoung sneaks in there this time. We'll see how they rule that. It should be a hit for Molina. With the Cardinals inch a little bit closer, it's now a 4-2 game.
Your attention, please.
And like I mentioned, if he maybe gave him a hit here, that was going to be it for him. And now it's Aroldis Chapman. Of course, had that herniated disc a little bit before, came back first game of the second half. Blew the save yesterday, his first blown save of the year. 3 ERA, good strikeout to walk ratio, 26-9. A little bit better against lefties than righties. Lefties hitting 200 while righties hitting 250. Molina, a little bit of a bloop, and that's frustrating if you're Tommy Kahnle. Now the tying run comes to the plate in Tyler O'Neill, and Chapman 1-0-2, so clearly well rested. Going right down the center on the first pitch. One swing of the game could tie, one swing of the bat could tie this one up in the blink of an eye. 0-1-2 O'Neill is inside 1-1. Take a look at those insurance runs by the Yankees. The sac flies by Hicks and Voit. And Voit could also win player of the game if the Yankees win it. He does have 2 ribbies as well. So how important those look now, because the Cardinals could have tied it, or how important that throw by Stanton looks, the throw out the Young earlier in the game. So a lot of turning points that you never know what will turn out more important than the other, as another 100-plus fastball, chopped foul by O'Neill. Chapman 1 strike away from getting out of it. Another 2-2 pitch, and this one's hit on the ground toward the right side, and that's going to be through for a base hit. Throw towards second. Molina slides in there safely. So the Cardinals continue to hit against Aroldis Chapman. You take a look on the bench, you got Wieters, you got Fowler, and you got Justin Turner.
Your attention, please.
But the trouble continues, and it's going to be Justin Turner, I believe, pinch hitting. And this would be the game-winning run for the Cardinals coming up to the plate. And he's a lefty. That confuses me. Wieters and Fowler are both switch hitters. They could hit from the right side, but they go with the lefty, and Chapman's been better against lefties. So I'm a little skeptical on that decision, to say the least. And he's pinch hitting 175 this year, but if you want an opportunity to prove yourself, this is it. A chance to tie this up or take the lead with 1 swing of the bat against arguably one of the best closers the game's seen in Aroldis Chapman. And he'll take upstairs 1-1. Dorner's played in 32 games. It's his first shot in the bigs this year. Does have 3 doubles. All in the outside corner, strike 2, and that's one of the harder pitches to hit. I mean, you can just clip the outside corner lefty on lefty, just filthy. Quickly moving Chapman, the 1-2, swing and a miss, strike 3. So Turner can't get the job done. 1-0-2, got it by him. The Cardinals inch a little closer. Yadi Molina with an RBI single. We head to the 9th. Bronx Bombers up by 2 on Bop Ball.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention, please. Now,
Another new one. This time it's the righty Alex Reyes. One of those top prospects in the Cardinals system. They moved him to the pen. Really, he was actually brought up as a starter in the prospect system. You're going to see a pinch hitter now for the Yankees in the 9 hole, and it'll be the do-can-do, the helicopter swing, Miguel Andujar, coming up. And like I mentioned, Reyes got suspended for marijuana in 2016, tore his UCL in 2017, has electric stuff, but he's just never really worked out. He's looking to get a hold here. The Cardinals hold that lead. You would likely see Chapman starting the 9th, but Britton's an option you could go to if Chapman does have some trouble. Andujar swings the second pitch. That's down the right field line and fair into the corner. Andujar heads towards second. Some nice 63 speed, and he'll get in there with a leadoff double. So a good start for the Yankees as they look to tack on and make it a little easier on their pitcher in the 9th. Back to the top half of the order, LeMahieu, and he's been so good with runners in scoring position so far in his career with the Yankees. His 2nd year, of course, in the Bronx. But him and Torres, 0 for 4 today. Grounded out back in the 7th. It would be okay if LeMahieu went 0 for 5 as long as he kind of hit it toward the right side, give the Yankees a chance to have another run 90 feet away with only 1 out. But again, quickly down 0-2, and we mentioned how good he's been with runners in scoring position. 373 with runners in scoring position. He was one of the best in the bigs last year. It's almost like you knew he was going to get a hit with runners in scoring position when he came up. 0-2 coming. Reyes, a hard thrower, does have sort of that wipeout kind of curveball slash slider. His location hasn't been too good. His control's been tough. Tough spot here, and Andujar, great job pinch hitting, and it's been tough to see. Andujar's had problems defensively, but he's a guy that I've always loved his swing. When he makes contact, a little bit of unorthodox swing, but he's a pure hitter. He's a guy that will make contact and get some hits for you, and swing and a miss, strike 3. One of the worst days of the season so far to date for DJ LeMahieu, 0 for 5 today. No golden sombrero, but a couple strikeouts indeed, 0 for 5, and hopefully Gleyber Torres doesn't do the same. Well, he's hoping that. Did have 3 hits yesterday, but nothing today. Grounded out back in the 5th. He's 0 for 3. Yankees looking for a base hit here. Of course, Torres and Andujar both really brought up in the 2018 season and really made an impact. You wonder how they were going to do in the playoffs, but of course, being knocked out by the world champion Red Sox in 5 games in the ALDS. Andujar, of course, having that torn labrum last year, and that was a tough impact, and that really allowed Gio Urshela to break out. And it's really a good problem to have if you're the Yankees, because you have a lot of most of your guys on your bench are guys that could be big league starters. Think about Andujar, think about Tauchman, think about Frazier. Of course, the Yankees picking up in ball trades. Chris Heine, I think, went down to the minors. The Yankees picked up Jacob Stallings in exchange for hard-throwing righty Jonathan Loaiza. Johnny Lasagna, as the Yankees would say. Judge on deck as Torres a good count to hit in. Would love to get an RBI to salvage his day here. 1 for 5 instead of 0 for 5. Andujar off second in the 3-1 pitch, fouled away, 3-2. Like I said, would likely see Chapman in the ninth, but maybe Britton, you never know. After Chapman blew the save yesterday. 3-2 pitch down in the zone, ball 4. So I guess you could say not the worst decision, because now the double play is in order with Judge, but it's Aaron Judge. Anything can happen. One swing could make it 7-2. You never know. First and second. One man down for Judge, and takes up and in. And I said the double play was in order, and he has grounded into 12 double plays. Cardinals would love that number to go up to 13 to hold the Yankees at bay to only 4 runs today. Upstairs 2-0, and you would think great count to hit in for Judge, but if you were to give a free pass to Judge and load the bases, Mr. Stanton coming up. I've said Mr. Stanton. I don't know. Giancarlo Stanton coming up with the bases loaded. Look out, man. Look out. I mean, you couldn't get the double play, but Stanton's been huge all game for the Yankees. 2 runs scored and a big swing and a miss on a 2-0 pitch. Fastball over the heart of the plate, 2-1. Big 2-1 coming, and that's going to miss in the inside. You know, I didn't finish my sentence there because Judge has had like 4 pitches that I was sure they were going to be called strikes, and they've been called balls. I'm not sure. Usually Aaron Judge doesn't get the benefit of the doubt because of how big he is. 3-1 fouls that off, 3-2. The Yankees probably won't go here because there's only 1 out. Andujar off second, Torres off first. Decent speed on the base pass. Big 3-2 pitch coming. Do not want to walk Judge, but he'll do just that. Misses upstairs. 2 straight walks handed out by Alex Reyes. And Giancarlo Stanton, a gigantic chance to break this one open with the bases loaded, 1 man out. Already has a solo home run earlier in this game, and that's going to do it for Alex Reyes. All 3 runners on base are his responsibility. And John Gant, another right-hander in the Cardinals' pen, 4.47 ERA. Known for his unorthodox delivery, and his best pitch really is that Vulcan change. And much better against righties than lefties. Lefties, he's had his trouble. Lefties hitting 278, while righties 196. You take a look back in the 6th inning. Right after the Cardinals had tied at 1-1, Stanton says, yeah, not for long we're going to be tied. Deep out to left and way out of here, giving the Yankees a 2-1 lead. And then later with a leadoff walk, scoring on a sac fly by Aaron Hicks. Moved to third on a high sky double by Gary Sanchez. And Sanchez has 3 hits. He's on deck, so not a good part of the order for the Cardinals. I would assume the Yankees could at least get 1 through here. Inside from Gant, another hard thrower. The Cardinals have a whole slew of hard throwers in their bullpen, as do a lot of bullpens, but other than Gallegos, who of course they traded away to the Diamondbacks, they have not been, their bullpen has not been good, and that's been a big part of it. Like, and you look at their starting pitching. Their starting pitching hasn't been great either. Warner was actually pretty decent today, in my opinion. But Adam Wainwright, who's a veteran, he hasn't really found anything. And did he go? Yes, he did. Inside corner. A big pitch from Gann. A strikeout would be ginormous for him. Looking for a double play, though, however. 1-2 coming to Stanton, and that's going to take low, 2-2. It'll be Andujar off third, Torres off second, Judge off first. Dangerous hitter at the plate and a dangerous hitter on deck. All notable names on the base pass for the Yankees and at the plate. And Giancarlo Stanton, 2-2 pitch coming from Gant. Call, strike three, top of the strike zone. Pretty pitch. Another nice frame from Molina. He liked it. 97, and that's tough for Stanton. And ooh, it's been inconsistent all day at the strike zone. And that looked at the top of the strike zone. Molina brings it down quite nicely. And Stanton thinks that was a ball. You saw him mouth the words, "That's a ball," and I thought so too. But the Yankees still have another chance to score, and a guy that's 3 for 4, their hottest hitter in the lineup. Gary Sanchez, a double, 2 singles, and a run scored. Ahead in the count early, 1-0. Might be a little behind schedule. Coming up, our next game scheduled for 2 p.m. Swing and a miss right there. The Cardinals have used almost every one of their bullpen today. They've used Ponce de Leon, they use Whitley, they use Cabrera, they use Reyes, they use Helsley, they use Gann. If they use Tyler Webb, all they have is John Brepia left. I mean, certainly a whole slew of arms today is Sanchez. That's on the ground towards short. Fielded by DeYoung in a low throw. Scooped out by Goldschmidt, and that'll do it. So the Yankees load the bases, but unable to add some insurance. Cardinals, last licks coming up, down by 2 at home. And it will not be Chapman. After he blew the save yesterday, he gives up a hit to O'Neill today, and then strikes out Justin Turner, the pinch hitter. They go with Zach Britton to lock it down. And it'll be Brad Miller in his second at-bat. He came in on a double switch, popped out. The first pitch he saw back in the 7th. I believe that was against Chad Green. Britton will take outside, of course, known for his great years with the Orioles and that big sinker ball guy. Interesting decision from Aaron Boone. Ottavino is still an arm that you haven't used in the pen because, of course, you use Green, you use Canely, and you've already used Chapman. Nope. That's inside 2-0. Last thing you want to do is put the leadoff man on. Britton, a lefty, not really known for his pickoff move, so interesting to see. Really needs to throw a strike here. 2-0 delivery from Britton is swing and a miss. 2-1. Yankees would love to get back on the winning track. And how about the Cardinals? The win yesterday, that must have been a huge confidence booster. But if they can come back 2 days in a row, Miller swings and misses again, 2-2. What can that do for that team? I don't think they're a playoff team. They're 41-57. But starting off the second half with a bang against a team like the Yankees, you win 2 in a row, 2 comeback wins. I mean, what does that do for your team moving forward? That's huge for this team. They would love to get the leadoff man on and have a chance to do it. Full count, 3-2 on Brad Miller, lefty on lefty. Britton deals, and that's hit sky high, shallow center. Torres back on the shift will call off Hicks, and Britton gets the hard-fought first out.
Now batting, center fielder, Harrison.
One more reminder, I've said this about 3 times this game. Donate to Meals on Wheels, anything you can do before we go. Harrison Bader, 2 for 3 with 2 singles, did get out in his last at-bat, but he's a guy you would want on, decent speed, and not one of those go-to hitters, but does have a couple hits today. It goes after the first pitch sinker, fouls it off. Britton, of course, not usually the closer. It was actually Canely who was usually the closer when Chapman was hurt. And we mentioned that other arm the Yankees have in the pen. It's Adam Ottavino, and he's warming up just in case Britton's appearance goes haywire, gets into some trouble. 1-1 coming to Bader is swung on and fouled off 1-2. You would assume he'd go with the sinker, although Bader has some speed. Britton always good at inducing those ground balls, and sometimes he'll have problems. That sinker will stay up, or it'll start up and then dive down in the middle of the zone, and that'll be very easy for hitters to hit. And there's a 1-2. Misses outside, 2-2. Last at bat was 3-2. A little bit of a splitter action there. Excuse me, that was actually a slider. 2-2. And just gets a piece of that sinker, stays 2-2. Back to the top of the order, up next in Tommy Edman. Again, the Cardinals' offense hasn't, with the exception of Paul Goldschmidt, really hasn't been good all year. So you wouldn't expect them to have this huge comeback, so to say. But another 3-2 count. Britton, a little bit stressful if you're a Yankee fan watching this, working at full. Maybe allowing a runner on, you never know. Because if they put a runner on, tying run comes to the plate. And the payoff to Bader is a slider, misses down and in. Or excuse me, a splitter. So the tying run will come to the plate in Tommy Edman. Bader with decent speed off first. Edman clearly not hitting well today. 0 for 4 with a strikeout back in the 7th. And the Cardinals came back yesterday, a chance to do it again. We said Edman really hasn't been the go-to guy in the leadoff spot, especially look at his average, but former 6th-rounder, California kid, Stanford Cardinal, looking to come up clutch here, and he'll take inside to start the AB. You don't think Bader would go because you're down 2. If you were down 1, it's a different story. But Edman, not a big power guy, only has 4 home runs on the year, 18 doubles, 5 triples, so can really get those wheels going if he finds the gap. 1 away and another splitter. We've seen Britton throw that quite a bit. Not really one of his go-to pitches. Did miss with that on the 3-2 to Bader. Looking for a ground ball. The 1-1 to Edman. Hit on the ground toward third, but that's going to slice foul. 1-2. If you're the Cardinals, the top of the order, well, really no one in the order other than kind of Bader, who's gotten on 3 times today, is produced. And O'Neill actually, I think, has a couple hits. But you really would just want to get this to Goldschmidt and have him get a chance to maybe try and put you in the lead or tie it up, and that's outside 2-2. Britton has had trouble getting rid of a lot of hitters today, tonight, so far in his first 3 hitters. See if we'll go back to that sinker, and maybe Edman will be a little late on it. The 2-2 pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3. Instead he goes, he does go sinker, but it looks like Edman was way out in front of that. So now the Cardinals down to their final out, and a nice lefty-on-lefty matchup coming for Britton. And ooh, that was a 93-mile-per-hour sinker, and Edman looked like he was swinging at like 102. And explain this to me. You bring in Adam Ottavino instead of Zach Britton, and you go righty-on-lefty instead of lefty-on-lefty, when Ottavino is letting left-handers hit 315 against him and right-handers hit 174. I don't understand that. Maybe if Paul Goldschmidt gets up, you put in Ottavino, but this decision is, in my opinion, senseless from Aaron Boone. I don't know where he's going with this. Ottavino will take up to Carpenter. They might get out of it, but not the smartest, in my opinion. Another bullpen pitcher used by the Yankees. Used a lot of them yesterday. In the 13-inning game, the Cardinals snuck out with a 6-5 victory. Strike at the bottom of the strike zone. With the way Carpenter's been struggling, you would assume Ottavino probably won't be able to get the job done, but again, lefty's very successful off him. Yankees 2 strikes away from getting back on the winning track, and the 1-1 from Ottavino. Slider sweeping in. It's that Frisbee sort of backdoor, and the Yankees 1 strike away. Bader off first. Good lead. The 1-2 from Ottavino. Another slider. This one breaks well inside, down and in, 2-2. And coming up next, you got the Astros and the A's in an important AL West matchup, but we're not finished with this one here just yet. Yankees lead 4-2, 1 strike away. Looking to force a rubber game in this 3-game set. The 2-2 pitch. Upstairs, 3-2. That will release Bader from first. You would assume a gapper would get him home, and on deck would be the game-winning run in Paul Goldschmidt, who walked it off with a home run yesterday. Bader off first. The 3-2. There goes Bader. The 3-2 pitch. Swung on and grounded into right field for a base hit. Bader will stop at second as Carpenter continues the game for the Cardinals. And now Paul Goldschmidt with a chance to walk it off with a home run for the second night in a row. Two guys warming up in the pen for the Yankees, Holder and Otero. Goldschmidt 1 for 4 whack with a double in the fourth. He'll take a strike, 0-1. And I'm going to go back to this. Why did you bring in Ottavino to face Carpenter? Why did you not stick with Britton? It'd be one thing if Britton gave up the hit to Carpenter, you brought in Ottavino now, but again, I have no idea what Aaron Boone was thinking. 0-1 to Goldschmidt. On the inside corner, painting the black. Nice pitch from Ottavino. 0-2. And I will say Ottavino probably a better matchup against Goldschmidt. Yankees again 1 strike away. Bader off second, Carpenter off first. The game-winning run at the plate. Yankees lead 4-2. The 0-2 pitch in the dirt, and that's going to get by Sanchez. A huge play as Bader goes to third, Carpenter to second. It's going to be ruled a wild pitch. And now a base hit could tie the game. Wow, this just got a lot more interesting. Yankees still 1 strike away from a victory, however. 1-2 from Ottavino. Swung and popped up shallow right. LeMahieu to get it. There and makes the catch, and Yankees fans can exhale. Back in the win column, the Yankees force a rubber game to this 3-game set, holding on for a 4-2 victory. Giancarlo Stanton with a solo blast, Luke Voit with a solo blast, and Gary Sanchez with 3 for 5 on the day. Did score a run. Aaron Hicks, Luke Voit also a sac fly, so Voit comes up with a couple RBIs. The Cardinals, tough right there again. They really thought they put some pressure on the Yankees in the 9th inning, used a lot of bullpen arms, and Ottavino coming through with a save. Tommy Kahnle did give up a run. Chapman came in, Britton came in. The Yankees hold on. You look at the hit column, 9-9, but it was the power of the Yankees. The Cardinals unable to hit the ball out of the ballpark. Paxton will get the win. Genesis Cabrera with the loss. Not a bad start from the young lefty Austin Warner for the Cardinals, and Cabrera was teed off on. Ottavino comes in with the save, and we'll take a look at the highlights. Starting off, Luke Voit making his return to the hometown Midwest, getting through with the first run of the game, an absolute bomb out toward left field, 440 feet. A solo blast in the top of the second. Starting off the scoring. Then the Cardinals would tie it up. Pinch hitting for Austin Warner. He would come out here in the bottom of the 5th. Lane Thomas, actually a pinch hit for Daniel Ponce de Leon, toward right center field. That scored the speedy Colton Wong, a leadoff walk. And then, I believe, James Paxton, runners on the corners, no be out, was able to get out of that with no further damage. And then, top half of the 6th, Stanton leads off and blasts one out toward left field, 427 feet. This was the guy who took the loss that threw that. Genesis Cabrera. It was his 31st game of the year. Yankees took a 2-1 lead. Then, when it looked like the Cardinals were going to tie the game, some Canada-on-Canada action. Tyler O'Neill into left field for a base hit, but Stanton comes up big again, this time on the defensive side of the ball, throwing Paul DeJong out at home plate. Nice tag from Gary Sanchez that kept the Yankee lead at 2-1. Then, you would head later as you take a look at the good throw from Stanton again. You would take a look later. Judge called out on strikes looking from a fastball. Right there, that was a tough loss right there. The Yankees could have gotten in some more runs. Then, Giancarlo Stanton leads off the inning with a walk. Gary Sanchez with a double, and Aaron Hicks pretty deep out to left field. Nice catch by Tyler O'Neill, but certainly deep enough to get Stanton in. He would score his 2nd run of the game. Sanchez would tag and go to third, and that would be important as we take a look at the next play. It was 3-1 Yankees at that point. And then Luke Voit out toward left field. O'Neill, 2nd consecutive sac fly out toward left field. This time Sanchez would tag and score. Again, Sanchez 3 for 5 on the day as he would hustle in. That was deep enough to get the catcher and throw. Was pretty offline. That would give the Yankees a 4-1 lead, but the Cardinals inch a little bit closer in the bottom half of the inning. 3-2, a high fastball. Bloop, bloop, bloop. Can Stanton make another great play? No, he can, and it was 3-2, 2 outs. So DeJong was going. He would round third, and Stanton this time was unable to throw out the Cardinals shortstop. Then, to finish the bottom of the 8th, Justin Turner, the pinch hitter with 2 on. Aroldis Chapman blows the save yesterday, but redeems himself, getting out of the jam in the 8th. Then Zach Britton was pulled, and Goldschmidt with a couple on, unable to work the magic like he had yesterday with a walk-off homer. Pops out to short right where LeMahieu made the catch to end it. The Yankees' 61st win on the year continue to win, and the player of the game is actually no hitter for the Yankees. Not Gary Sanchez, not Stanton, not Boyd. It's James Paxton. 6 innings, 6 hits, 7 strikeouts, and earned a run and 2 walks, including working out of a big jam in the 5th inning. I mentioned coming up next, you have a big AL West matchup coming up between the Houston Astros and the Oakland Athletics. The Yankees continuing their winning ways, but Oakland atop of the AL West. How important is this series? I know this is the second game, but how important is this series, Jordan?
It's very, very important. Obviously, these two teams, the Astros and the Athletics, atop the AL West. The Astros continuing a little bit of magic here, especially with yesterday's result and some late inning dramatics with their 5-3 victory against the A's in Game 1 of the series. This will be a very interesting series for this one and any future series going forward between these two, because more than likely, I see the winner of the AL West coming out of either the Athletics or the Astros, but also something very important too. When you take a look at the American League standings, you got 3 teams in the AL Central that basically control anything from the division lead to both wildcard spots. So more than likely, unless one of those teams fall off, the only way to get in, if you're the AL East or the AL West, you got to win your division.
It's a great point, Jordan. And looking at the top of the Athletics lineup, you see a new guy at the top of that lineup, relatively new, Jonathan VR. So tell me a little bit about him. How does he really impact? He was shipped over across the country from Miami. How does he impact Oakland?
Oh, it's such a huge pickup for Oakland. It immediately bolsters your infield. A really good defensive player. He started out with the Houston Astros, actually, for a few years before being traded away, but to get more pieces. But Jonathan VR, a really good defensive player, one of my favorite defensive players from the past few years in the Astros system. And then, of course, you know, you take a look at his bat, and whenever he's able to get his swing going, he's going to be really consistent, and he's going to be really good for whatever team he's on. And we've seen that time in and time again, especially the last few years. He's been really good for the multiple teams. He's been on Miami, of course. The Athletics, he's going to more than likely be the same on as well. He was an average bat at best, or not at best, but an average bat with Houston. He was just starting, trying to learn the major league flow. But once he got that, I mean, you see what Jonathan VR is. Such a huge asset. It's such a huge pickup for Oakland.
We'll see how he does today. We'll send you out west. Jordan Smith, B-Mister 3, the Houston Astros at the Oakland A's. Some AL West action. Guys, take it away.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. So glad y'all can make it out here with an AL West matchup with some very important implications. Glad y'all can make it. Jordan Smith here, B-Mister 3 alongside me. And I tell you what, I mean, Dane said it best. We got a very, very interesting matchup here with these two AL West rivals.
Yeah, definitely. Basically, 1 through 5 in the AL West is still kind of close to Seattle, only being about 13, 14 off. So, really, this is a very important series, especially if Houston could take a couple games here. They could really set themselves up for a nice contest down into September.
Houston getting Game 1 of the series yesterday. 5-3, the final score. Oakland made it dramatic in the 9th inning. They loaded the bases, and then Osuna able to get the 3 outs, the final out coming on a dramatic 5-4-3 double play to end the ball game and secure the victory for the Houston Astros. HOU OAK steps up to the plate as we get things ready for some baseball here in Oakland. First pitch swung on. That's going to go into center field and fall for a base hit. First pitch, first swing. That is textbook Jose Altuve. He's on base with a single.
Yeah, definitely. And again, just a good piece of hitting. A little bit of a pull in there, but able to find the gap out in left center to get down for a hit.
They got Michael Brantley up to the plate with a runner on and nobody out to start the ball game. First pitch to him is in the zone for strike one. Take a look, 55-43, first place in the American League West. And this is a team last year that I think surprised a few people with how they played and getting themselves into the wildcard game.
Yeah, definitely. Oakland's always been one of those teams that if they can put the team together and the numbers come through for them, they can really shock some people and make a deep playoff run.
The 0-2 to Brantley, a big swing and a miss in the dirt. First out of the ball game, Altuve at bay at first. And I tell you what, 2 straight pitches looked like the same spot and the same pitch there for Brantley, and it just fooled him twice.
Yeah, definitely, and that could be, he might have been looking for like a breaker high and tight, that fastball running in on his hands rather than same spot, same location.
First pitch in the zone of the bottom half to Alex Bregman, strike 1. Take a look, 4th in the American League with that .342 batting average. And I tell you what, him and the cleanup hitter right behind him, and Yordan Alvarez, has really become a dangerous 1-2 punch in the American League. That one gets into right field as they throw down to first base for whatever reason, and now Altuve in a scoring position.
Yeah, ill-advised throw there from the catcher. Runner was easily staying on first, so the only thing that could have happened there was that ball go wide, give up a second.
1-1 the count. You see the list of the umpires here for this matchup. You see Altuve at second base. A 2-1 swung on. Hit down the line on the third base side, but will trail into the seats. And I tell you what, about 20 more feet to the right or so, there's a 2-run homer to start the ballgame.
Yeah, definitely. And with Oakland Coliseum here having probably the biggest foul territory in the game.
That one, they ground out, a hard ground out off the pitcher. Luzardo
The designated hitter.
walking it off, looks to be okay.
Alvarez.
Now you got Yordan Alvarez coming up to the plate with 2 outs here in the top of the first.
Yeah, 35 homers on the ARI. Already set a new career high with about 2 months left in the season here. So he's looking for 40, maybe 50 home runs on the year. But yeah, with Oakland having the most foul ground territory in the majors, a lot of those balls that just creep foul could be caught for outs.
Mark Canha out in left field, followed by Robbie Grossman in center. Stephen Piscotty, on right. Followed by Matt Chapman at third, Marcus Semien at short. VR, the newly acquired Athletic, at second base. Matt Olson at first. Austin Allen behind the plate. And Jesus Luzardo on the mound as that one will be swinging a miss down the pipe. 1-2 the pitch. Fouled away. High fastball, you see the upper velocity of 95 miles an hour. Just barely able to get some lumber on it was Alvarez. 1-2, good eye on that one as it misses outside. And that's got to be a very, very complicated thing to see there. If you are that left-handed pitcher, obviously the same thing for righty on righty. You got the pitch coming from behind you as that one is in there. Watched it go by for strike 3. We head to the bottom of the first with the Astros stranding a runner. No score here in Oakland. Verlander on the mound for today's start. I believe originally was supposed to start yesterday, but with changes to the Astros starting rotation, and we'll get to here in just a bit, was pushed to today. What more do you have on him?
Verlander, always a reliable arm, really was one of the big keys to the Astros 2017 World Series championship as far as when they brought him in and at the right time where they just really needed that one extra arm out in the bullpen to get them through the playoff run.
Nope, that's the ball.
Outside for ball 1. You see 51-45, getting to 6 games above 500. I believe their highest mark above that 500 mark this season. It's been a very interesting year for the Astros, to say the least, with how they've really just now started to really find their own team identity. It just seemed like they struggled for a lot longer than usual to really find that, but now that they found it, and they've climbed all the way back from just under 10 games out of first place of Oakland, and at least 6 games under 500, now they're sitting 6 games above.
Yeah, to the opposite effect almost. It seems like Oakland's kind of fallen off the wagon a little bit. Came out extremely hot in April and May and a little bit into June, but for some reason the fire hose got to them and they have really cooled off here and brought Houston back into contention.
Wind up in the 2-2. And it looks like they're going to give him first base. Thought it was a check swing, but they'll go ahead and give him first base on a hit by pitch.
Yeah, it looked like it punked him on the waist there. I guess the umpire saying he didn't turn into it or lean into it, so he gave him the base.
Now Marcus Semien will head to the plate with a runner on and nobody out here in the bottom of the first inning. You see there, 284 batting average and does really well against righties. First pitch misses low for ball 1.
Yeah, and Semien a little bit has Verlander's number, hitting about 350 off him, so expect him to at least pick up 1 hit today with those types of numbers.
Fouled off for a 1-1 count. On the stretch, Verlander looks at first, now delivers. That 12-6 curveball just falling into that top inside corner. Fouled away, 1-2. Check the runner at first for VR. And that's something you got to watch for, too, if you're the Astros or anybody. When VR's on base, he is a base threat. He is a threat to go and take a base or two if he wants.
Yeah, definitely, especially at this early in the game. The last thing you want to do is start having the guys get the feeling that they can steal on you at any time.
One-two, swung on, fouled away. Good battle here brewing between these two batters. The last 4 pitches have been fouled off by Semien. That one a grounder to Correa on a second for 1. To first in time. 6-4-3 double play. Clears a base pass and gives them 2 outs in the inning.
Yep, and that's one way to work yourself out of a jam. Hit the pitcher and then next thing comes up with the double play ground ball. So good job by Verlander to work out of it and has a chance here to get out of here with virtually no damage.
To go against Chris Davis, who had a 2-run homer to center field in yesterday's game in the bottom of the first inning. That gave him the early 2-0 lead to start off this contest. And for a while, it seemed like the Athletics just had complete control of this game as that one misses outside for ball 1. And then later on, it just kind of seemed to unravel a bit as you see the shift to the left side of the infield.
Yeah, and if Chris Davis can hit against the shift here, it gives him a real chance to make second, if not third, if it gets all the way to the wall.
A 2-0 delivery. That one high for ball 3. Brantley in left, Springer in center, Reddick in right, followed by Alex Bregman at third, Carlos Correa at short, Jose Altuve at second, Yuli Gurriel at first. Behind the plate, Martin Maldonado. And on the mound, Justin Verlander. As that one is in there for a strike.
Yeah, Verlander not having the best stuff today, but being able to get the out so far, so I hope he can sharpen it up a little bit as we get towards the back half, and it's just first inning jitters.
There's a walk as the 12-6 seems to get away just a bit. Just in the opposite batter's box. So now that'll bring up Matt Olson, the cleanup hitter for the Athletics.
With 24 home runs on the year, he is liable to put this one over the wall here, so Verlander's got to be very careful where he puts his pitches. Notice a lot of his breaking stuff sitting a bit high today.
Definitely something to watch for, as that was what got Chris Davis that home run, a hanging motion pitch from Zach Greinke yesterday. Sent it over the wall in center. And that's what got him that early 2-0 lead in that bottom of the first inning yesterday. The 0-1. Outside, 1-1 the count. Checks the runner again at first, now delivers. Big swing and a miss. That one falling out of the zone on that changeup. 1-2 the count. 1-2, got him on the outside edge, strike 3. And Verlander gets out of the inning with stranding 1 for the Athletics. We head to the second. No score here in the first.
Leading off for the Astros, the shortstop.
Carlos Correa will head to the plate. Get things started here in the second inning. 5, 6, 7 due up. And as you see there, 15 for 39 in his last bit of games here for the Astros. I'll tell you what, that is a great mark to see for Correa, especially with how he struggled in the beginning of the season, as that one's in there for strike 1. The 0-1, low and in the dirt for ball 1.
Yeah, if there's any time you want to get hot, it's right now in July and August, and Carlos Correa is doing that right now. Because now's the time when you set yourself up for the September playoff runs. These next 30, 60 games are vital to keeping your season alive.
1-2 in the dirt. 2-2 the count now. No score, top of the second. 2-2 from Luzardo. Is a big swing and a miss outside. Out of the chase at 1. Here's out number 1 of the inning. Third strikeout of the game for Luzardo.
Yeah, just a good four-seamer place just outside the zone, making Correa reach out and try to make some contact with the end of the bat there.
Now that'll bring up Yuli Gurriel to the plate. 1 out, nobody on here in the second inning. That one outside for ball 1. 265 batting average. Not as much power as we've seen from him in the past few years, but when Gurriel gets a hold of one, pretty much anytime he hits a home run, you know that one is out of here. He can really get a hold of some pitches and just send them out with no doubt.
Yeah, when he makes solid contact, you're not looking for if it's getting out, you're looking for how far it's going to go on that hit.
Seen it in the postseason, time in and time again. Got a bit of a clutch factor when it comes to hitting in big situations. More times than not, it will come through in a big situation. Right now, a 2-2 count to him. That one chopped foul. Pitch number 6 of the at-bat coming up here to Gurriel. 2-2 swung on, fouled away. Will continue. That one swung on and missed. Luzardo getting the win in that battle. Second strikeout of the inning, and now 2 away here in the top of the second.
Yeah, and he's using all his pitches that are either hitting the strike zone or just outside to set up these Houston batters for that one way out that they have to go fish at.
Shot foul by George Springer. And like we talked about, Correa having a hot hand, Springer has still yet to really find that hot hand, just hitting 239 on the year. At one point, really in the past few years, he's been the leadoff hitter for the Astros. But now it just seems like he's struggled to really find himself this entire year. And it's really not a good situation either when you consider this is a contract year for him. The 0-2 outside, ball 1. Swung on and fouled away. We'll keep it at a 1-2 count. Good battle here by Springer as he gets that one to chop foul. Still 1-2. Swung on, hit towards second base, half an range to his right. Making the grab and the throw is VR. You see the defensive play there from the newly acquired Athletic to end the inning. We head to the bottom half of the second. No score here in this one.
Athletics. The
Now
third
Chapman
baseman,
will start things off here.
Chapman.
The Athletics, bottom of the second, 5, 6, 7, 2 up for them. As the first pitch falls in, a dangerous motion pitch on that one. For strike one, you see there, Verlander has the upper hand overall on Chapman.
No, that's down.
Missing low, ball one. Jordan Smith here alongside me, P-Mister, on this broadcast of ML Bot Ball on Twitch.tv. You can also find us on Twitter and on YouTube as well, as that one's in the zone for a 1-2 count. Going on and fouled away.
Yeah, did not miss that one by much. Although it did hook foul, that had enough power easily to get out of here, at least into the gap.
Just want to chop her up the middle, so he'll get a base hit either way as that falls into center field. Definitely would love to have those extra base hits, but Chapman on base, I think he'll be pretty pleased.
The left fielder.
Yeah, especially against the likes of Justin Verlander, even a single can be a success. And if you're able to string 2 or 3 together, you're going to put him in a real bind very quickly.
Mark Canna will head to the plate. 253 hitter on the year, but don't let that average fool you. Canna is a very, very big bat when it's needed the most. He's had a few walk-offs himself this season, and he's been a great batter when it comes to late game situations. You see there, he has the upper hand on Verlander too. Right back up the middle, base hit. 2 straight hits by the A's. And 2 on with nobody out here in the bottom of the second inning.
And Verlander's got to be really careful now. He's up around 30 pitches. He definitely doesn't want this to get out of hand, because that run total could stack up quickly and he can be out of this game very quickly.
Now Steven Piscotty up to the plate. With 2 on and no one out. Here in the bottom of the second inning. Still a tie ball game. I mentioned earlier, Verlander adjusting when his start would be. Was expected to start yesterday. Ended up starting today after a change made by the Astros management. They bring up Forrest Whitley and add him to the rotation and option down James. And so now Forrest Whitley will make his Major League debut this upcoming Tuesday against the Rangers.
Yeah, and especially right after the All-Star break, this is the time where you want to make some roster moves, bring up those guys in AAA that you think might be able to contribute at the Major League level this year, and just do some shuffling of your lineup to try to give yourself a little spark.
And it's an interesting move, too. When you take a look at the Astros starting rotation of the bullpen, they have a pretty good set of arms. May potentially look to add an arm in that bullpen potentially, depending on how Forrest Whitley does. They want to get a starter and slide him into the bullpen. We'll see how it goes, as that one will be a walk. And now load the bases, and all of a sudden the Athletics are putting a lot of pressure on the veteran in Verlander.
Yeah, and this is one of the double-edged swords of Justin Verlander. He is a strikeout king, but when that ball's not hitting the zone, he gets into a lot of jams like this.
See if he can get out of this one as Grossman will watch one go by for ball 1.
Yeah, Verlander.
The former Astro, drafted by the Astros, made his Major League debut with the Astros, played left field for them more times than not. Seems like he's had a pretty good career with Houston and since Houston.
Yeah, definitely. But Verlander right here, he just needs to worry about getting strikes. Doesn't need to get fancy with any corner pitches or nasty breaking balls. Just needs to worry about getting strikes and trying to get out of this jam unharmed.
1-1 falls in the zone. Grossman watches it go by for strike 2. Just chopped foul. 1-2 the count again. big swing and a miss. Got him on the four-seamer up high. An enticing pitch for any batter. Now the first out of the inning.
Yeah, again, that was just a straight-up challenge pitch there. See, telling Grossman, try to hit this if you can, more or less, and Grossman wasn't able to.
Now the number 9 hitter in Austin Allen. Watch him go by, 4-1, and if I'm Verlander, I'm trying to get him to ground out into a double play so I don't have to face Jonathan VR with runners on base.
Yeah, definitely keep the ball low here. You don't leave anything high and tight or else he might turn on it.
This one a pop-up, shallow left field, just past the infield a bit. Caught by Correa for out number 2. And if you can't get the double play, that is best case scenario right there if you're the Astros defense.
Yeah, ideally that's the case. If you can't get a ground ball double play, at least get a pop fly or a single out like that. Because now it's 2 outs, so they have to get a hit here in order to get on base or score the run, excuse me.
Now you face the top of the order in Jonathan VR. Got on base with a hit by pitch. First time up to the plate to start the ball game. And that one is low for ball 1. Here the Athletics fans on their feet, cheering on their team, hoping to get some runs across the plate. And that one just misses outside for ball 2. That one swung on, going into right center, and will fall for a base hit. 1 run will score, a second one comes around. A 2 RBI double for the newly acquired Jonathan VR, his 16th on the year, and a 2-0 lead for the Athletics.
Well, that investment's already paying dividends here. Puts a great charge into it, out into right center, and comes up with a 2 RBI double here. And now keeps the pressure on Verlander with runners on second and third here.
There's another early 2-run inning in this series. Like I mentioned earlier, they got one in the bottom of the first yesterday. Today, they do it in the bottom of the second. See how Verlander responds as that one inside on Simeon. Look out. 1-1 the count.
That one looked like it slipped up, but that could have been very dangerous to load up the bases again there.
Now we're missing the zone outside. Ball 2. Just missing high, and not a great at-bat for Verlander. Like you mentioned, he just does not seem to have his stuff.
Yeah, it definitely stuff is a little off, but he's definitely not getting any help from the umpires. That last one looked like it caught the upper part of the strike zone there, but you have to play with it, and oh, this is going to be trouble.
There's another one outside, ball 4, and there it is. The situation you said they cannot put themselves in by loading the bases, and who else but Chris Davis up to the plate.
Yeah, and here's a chance for Oakland to really bury Houston today. Bases loaded. If he puts this one over the wall, this game's about as good as dead already.
First pitch, big swing and a miss. That one for strike 1.
Oh, he was trying to put that one in the bay around here with that swing.
Trying to send it over Mount Davis out there in straightaway center as that one is inside for ball 1.
Yeah, definitely Mount Al Davis, the expansion they put onto the Oakland Coliseum here for the Raiders mainly. There used to be a nice view of the vistas out here in Oakland before they put that up, and now it's just a giant glass and steel structure.
Of course, it was mentioned yesterday in the broadcast. There's a bunch of back and forth limbo of what's going to happen with new stadium plans, things getting rejected, new locations, old locations, what's happening with Rickey Henderson Field, a whole bunch of stuff. They're planning on trying to move out into a new ballpark. As that one is in there for strike 3, got him on the 12-6. We'll get to the stadium talk here in just a bit. But that ends the second inning. We head to the third, bases loaded, but a 2-run lead for Oakland.
Yeah, Verlander that last inning getting out of an absolutely terrible situation there with only 2 runs. Had to load up the bases twice and only give up 2 runs. That's a huge break for him.
Absolutely. As we bring it back here to Rickey Henderson Field in Oakland. So glad you can make it here for this broadcast. Just a quick reminder, don't forget to donate to Meals on Wheels. That is our donation organization for the week. You can either type in exclamation donate in the chat, or you can click the PayPal button right underneath this stream and donate that way as well. A great cause for sure to donate to. So if you're able to, any proceeds from this stream will go straight to that. Right now a 1-1 count to Reddick to start things here in the top of the third inning. Now 2-1 as it misses inside. But just missing. That bottom inside corner may have clipped it just a bit. 3-1 the count. In there, full count now. And swung on, chopped down the first base line, but will stay foul. That one outside, ball 4. A good job by Reddick, the former Athletic, to get on base and work his way to a walk.
A good job just keeping the bat on the shoulder there and working the walk. But going back to the stadium talk, I think the latest update that I heard was that they did get approved for a stadium downtown, but they just kind of, the city and the county have to figure out who's doing what as far as local improvements, road structures, all that fun jazz.
It's definitely, like we said, an interesting situation. Of course, that is a good sign towards a new start for potentially a new stadium for the Oakland Athletics. We'll have to see how that develops. 1-1 count to Martin Maldonado, who we haven't seen in quite a bit in this lineup. Astros haven't faced many left-handers as of recently. So good to see Maldonado once again. Right now he faces a 2-1 count. Swung on and hit hard foul. And you mentioned foul territory. Obviously the biggest foul territory in all the major leagues. And that more than not is due to, obviously, like you mentioned, the Oakland Raiders, formerly known now the Las Vegas Raiders, used to play in this stadium. So, of course, that foul territory was used for the football field, as that one's a swing and a miss. The first out of the inning.
Yeah, definitely. This is one of the last multi-purpose stadiums left. If you think about it, back during the 60s and 70s, there were a lot of cities that had this type of stadium. It's basically a giant concrete donut that both the local football team and baseball team would try to share, and it just didn't work for both. But with Oakland, with the Golden State Warriors leaving Oracle just across the way here, the A's are the last team left in this little sports park. So they definitely have to try to find something soon, because I think we've seen some of the photos and pictures that this place is almost falling apart, it seems.
Yeah, it basically is, as that one is a hard hit in the left field. Single by Altuve, now 2 for 2 in the game. With 2 singles, Altuve doing what he usually does, once again going early on in the count. Now we see Brantley. They're going to miss for strike 1. Right down the pipe. 0 for 1, he struck out. Struck out looking, I believe. Yes, he did. Or swinging, excuse me. In his first at bat. of the ball game. That coming in the first inning. That one swung on and fouled away. 0-2 the count now. Brings it one in the dirt, it looks like. No drop, third strike as everybody stays put. 6th strikeout of the game for Luzardo. Now twice. Brantley 0 for 2 with 2 strikeouts.
Yeah, Luzardo's been absolutely cooking so far. Really hasn't given up too much either way. Just a couple hits so far. Hasn't come back to bite him yet, but 6 strikeouts so far. Very impressive start for him.
Bregman up to the plate. He'll hit one into right center field. Looks like the hit that got some runs for the A's. We see it here for the Astros. Rounding third, heading home is Altuve. No throw to the plate. And just like VR hit a 2 RBI double,
Now batting.
Bregman, it's a 2 RBI double to tie up the ball game. It's 37th on the year.
Well, Bregman's basically saying anything you can do, I can do better. Again, a very similar line to the 2 RBI double that Oakland got last half. Bregman comes up and pokes it through here, and now we got a tie ball game.
Basically at 0-0 now. With this tie, as that one is in there for strike 1. Struck out the first time up. Alvarez caught looking. Right now is a runner in scoring position. The go-ahead run in Bregman as that one is hard hit down the line at first. But that one fouled away.
One ball.
Low for a 1-2 count. Check swing doesn't matter. Was on the bottom edge of the zone. Second strikeout of the game for Alvarez. Strands 1. We head to the bottom of the third. It's a new ball game. Tied up at 2 here in Oakland. Jordan Smith here, P. Mr. 3 alongside me. Coming up after this one, Eddie McCarthy and EB from Toronto bring you Rays versus Orioles, an AL East matchup. Now one out in Baltimore at Camden Yards. Be sure to tune in for that one right here on ML Ball on Twitch.tv.
Yeah, again, Rays trying to run the AL East here and catch up to the Yankees a little bit, so maybe has a chance coming up here against the Orioles, who are basically the bottom dwellers in the American League right now.
Be an interesting matchup for sure to watch for. Like you said, mainly the Rays situation as they try to catch up to the top of the AL East. 1-0 from Verlander. Now goes to 1-1 as he pumps that one inside for a 96-mile-an-hour four-seamer. This one swung on. Hit into the shift, still carrying. And that one in a wide open gap in left hits off the wall. Probably the easiest double that Olsen will ever hit.
The easiest double and about a foot from getting out of here to confirm the ground rule double there down left, but maybe he would have caught the little wall extension there and left.
Example of beating the shift now puts the go-ahead run in the scoring position. There's Chapman. Heads to the plate with a big swing and a miss to start the at-bat. 1 for 1. Got a single so far. Came around and scored as one of the 2 runs hit. 2 RBI double. Now low for 1-1. In the zone, catches the bottom inside corner. 1-2 the count, still nobody out. Verlander looking to get his first of the inning here. Does so as he gets in to chase the slider. breaks away, and that takes care of out number one of the inning.
Left fielder.
Again, Verlander kind of lives and dies by his breaking stuff and finding the locations, and mainly getting the hitters to swing like there.
Mark Canha will head to the plate. A single for him as well. That one outside for ball one. That one swung on, hit towards Bregman. Throw to first. In time for out number two. Olsen will stay put at second base.
Now batting. The right
Yep,
fielder.
and that's a good one right there for Verlander. Just a little grounded in the infield, freezes the runner at second, and basically gives himself a chance to get out of here with no additional damage.
And they're right down the pipe. Strike one on the first pitch.
Yep, and it looks like potentially breaking across the wire here. Toronto just got word from the Canadian government they cannot play their games in Toronto for the upcoming MLB restart. So they're going to have to try to scramble to find a solution here.
That is huge. Wow.
Yeah, I believe they have a couple exhibition games coming up early next week in Boston, so they may just ask them to play their games there, or depending if they can get approval, Buffalo, which is only about 2 or 3 hours from New York. That's where the AAA team is located. I'm pretty sure that field's open with the minor league season getting canceled.
That would be a good option. That would be, especially if they're trying to keep close, as that one will be foul for a 1-2 count. Here's another option. Go to your Canadian neighbors. Go to Tampa Bay.
Yes. Very true. Tampa Bay always looking for a team or someplace to host it. It could also be a potential good opportunity if Major League Baseball is looking to expand somewhere to test the market for a little bit.
Absolutely. That'll be something to watch for, to hear what their option is going to be. But, oh, man, that's huge.
That's 60 road games for Tampa Bay. I mean, for Toronto, for the record. You really only see that in minor leagues when their stadium isn't completed. So it's going to be interesting to see how a Major League team handles it.
Fouled away to keep it 2-2. It'll be interesting to see, too. Obviously, no fans at the stadium. So it'll be interesting to see how that aspect of it, especially come the postseason, affects how games go, as that one is a ground out to Gurriel at first to end the third inning. Still tied at 2. Runner stranded at second for Oakland. Head to the fourth. Got an interesting one on our hands, folks. An AL West matchup. Heidi Watney reminding you to donate to Meals on Wheels. A great cause. Absolutely, for sure. Be sure, like I said earlier, either type !donate in the chat. Go to the PayPal button right below the stream. Click that, and you can donate that way as well. Any and all proceeds from any of our streams go to the organizations that we designate every week, a different one every week to donate. So be sure, if you can, donate whatever it is you want to donate.
Count 1-0.
First pitch low for ball one, taking you through play-by-play now for the 4 through 6 innings. Here's P-Mister.
Thanks, Jordan, and Luzardo here. As that's going to be a charge out on the left. Left field is right there, though, so that's going to be the first out here. So Luzardo sent around 60 pitches here as he goes 3 1/3 so far. How far do you think he might be able to go with that pitch count, Jordan?
I'm thinking the way that it's gone so far, and the way the last inning went, it really depends on this 4th inning. If it goes much the same as it did the last inning, I don't see him getting past the 5th, maybe 6th inning. If he's able to lock down and get these hitters out, like he did with Correa, and now like he's doing early on with Gurriel, to maybe get to the 7th.
Yeah, definitely is able to work Gurriel to an 0-2 count here. Tries to get him to fish at 1 down the dirt. It's going to hold 1 and 2 here. Again, bounces 1 down to the dirt there. Change up this time. 2-2 count. If you're Luzardo here, you don't want to let Gurriel go, because that's the last thing you want to have a base runner on right now. As Gurriel puts a charge into that one, still going to rope foul. It actually gets down in field down there in left field. But again, with the wide foul ball zone, not surprised. Count will be 2 and 2 here. Puts this one foul down the first base line. Count will still hold. Again, Luzardo just trying not to get tagged with that one. Throws the breaking ball down at the shoes. Count will be full here. George Springer sitting on deck here for Houston. That's going to be fouled off here. Count will still hold.
Seemed like Gurriel just kind of reaching out of that one. Anything close, obviously, you're swinging at here with a 32.
Exactly, but not close enough there as he's going to take the ball for a walk there. And Luzardo lets him off the hook there after having a 0-2.
9 pitches in that at-bat. A good fight between the two, between Luzardo and Gurriel. Of course, like you said, don't want to put Gurriel on base. Now you got George Springer. Only 1 out here. The go-ahead run sitting on first.
Yeah, definitely. As first pitch soon is going to be incoming. Fastball right down the middle practically. 0-1 count. And if you're Springer, you're looking just to make contact, drive something into the outfield, try to move the runner up to second as a minimum, let alone anything additional, like a home run maybe. The 0-1 pitch is a curveball that'll get in there. 0-2 the count now.
1 ball, 2 strikes.
Again, trying to get Springer to fish there. No vice on the 2-seamer, 1 and 2.
And the graphic that popped up just a bit ago, 11 ground balls that Springer has hit into this season. Looking to avoid that here as a ground or double play would end the inning.
Yeah, end the inning outright and really kill any momentum Houston had built up to this point. Instead, he's just going to swing and miss a 4-seamer there. 2 out here. And that's Luzardo's 8th strikeout in the day so far.
The right fielder.
And I tell you what, you take a look at what Luzardo has done so far. You take away the pitch count, he's had a pretty good game. He's let a couple hits go by. He's walked a few guys. Other than that, though, he's had a pretty efficient day so far if you take away the pitch count.
Yeah, definitely approaching Chris Sale numbers here. Strikeouts at 10 or more basically by the 5th inning. As that one runs inside there on Josh Reddick. 1-1 count. The 1-1 gets in there on a 4-seamer. 1-2 count now to Reddick. Chance to get out of the inning relatively unscathed. Instead has a curveball hang a little too much and it's going to be fouled off here. Count will hold at 1-2. 1-2 is roped out into right field. That's going to get down for a hit. Right fielder seemingly in a little bit of a jog, like he didn't have a chance at it there, although he got very close to it and practically sat under it for a second there. Nonetheless, that's going to be a hit here and runs on first and second now.
I mean, you couldn't have said it any better. I thought at first it was just an easy pop-up to the right. Then it fell, and like you said, the right fielder really just in a bit of a jog and didn't seem too much in a hurry to get there. Definitely one he could have gotten to end the inning.
Yeah, the manager's definitely going to chew him out for that once he gets back to the dugout. As we're going to see Martin Maldonado's stepping in here, 9-hole for Houston.
Ball 1.
As that one's going to be a 4-seamer that misses just high, 1-1. Well, did I not know for clutch? Only .074 with runs in scoring position. It looks like he's just going to ground into one there. First baseman has a little trouble with it, though. Still flips it over to Luzardo to get the out. That was a lot closer than it could have been. But Oakland gets out of the jam there. We're heading to the bottom of the 4th, still 2-2. back here in Oakland. Robbie Grossman stepping in here to try to get the Oakland ball in the fourth off to a good start here. Struck out his last time up. He puts a charge into that one down the first baseline. Appreciating it a little bit too much, maybe, and that's going to hook foul. And then swings over the top of a changeup, 0-2 count here.
And that's what happens when you appreciate it a little too much. Pitcher comes out and gives you a breaking ball, especially one like that. I'll tell you what, his 12-6 curveball, very, very dangerous. You mentioned it earlier, Verlander relies on his breaking ball. Life or death, basically, and right there, a nasty pitch right there. He looks like he does it again.
Yeah, throws a slider this time and gets Grossman trying to hit it with a 3-iron there, as that's going to be the first out here.
I appreciate the golf reference.
Yeah, definitely see that a lot in ball. As guys, for some reason, want to try to hit the links a bit early this year and take out a club to try to take a hack at a baseball. As Verlander is going to get the slider in there for a strike, 0-1 the count.
I need to get back out to the golf course, honestly. I haven't been in a while.
If you can get a tee time, it's very nice. I know a lot of states, at least in the Northeast, have like very interesting restrictions as far as what tee times are available and whatnot. But that's a whole separate fight. As Austin Allen's in here now, 0-2 count against Verlander. And again, Oakland might be trying to hit the course early, as that's maybe a 5-wood that time, but that's still a strikeout. Justin Verlander, 6 strikeouts on the day.
I'll tell you what, just overpowered him inside with that four-seamer. Usually you see that on a 2-strike approach, you see it up high. You see him try to challenge the batter, as that one's almost a definite. Going inside this time, fooling him a bit. Looked like he was expecting the high heat, just didn't expect the location.
Yeah, definitely. As Jonathan VR is stepping in now to try to get something going off Verlander here. Verlander already at 80 pitches, so I can't imagine him going much past the 5th here. He's looking to be slapped over the third baseman. Flipped over the first here, and that's going to be the third out. So, Verlander getting out of the jam. Well, pretty much cruising through this inning. We're heading to the top of the 5th, still 2-2. Jose Altuve stepping in, 2 for 2 on the day so far. And as you saw with the graphic there, A's have a couple guys up in the bullpen, as Luzardo's already at 80 pitches so far in the game.
Yeah, and that's something that, you take a look back at the bullpen, Bassett and Blackburn, that's something that you don't really like to see whenever your guy can't go more than 5-6 innings, and now you got to rely on your bullpen. Usually using at least 2 pitchers, if not 3 sometimes or more. Something you don't really like to see, and now all of a sudden it's going to have to be a bullpen management game from here on out, more than likely for both teams.
Yeah, that's a great diving stop there, just limit the single there, as that could have been real trouble down the left field corner. And that's going to be rolled a base hit by the official score today, as that was going to be a tough play either way.
Yeah, absolutely, and a good call there by the official score. A hard play to make defensively, of course. Being able to at least put a stop on it was Chapman. Otherwise, he would have been on second base for sure. So now 3 singles for Altuve today.
Yep, as Michael Brantley stepping in. 128 homers in his career over 11 seasons. So definitely more a contact guy rather than pure power. And you have to think with Luzardo, if you can't get a ground ball double play here, he might get the hook fairly soon. So that's going to be a pitch out. Try to keep the runner at first there. Luzardo missing low with the 4-seamer, 2-1 count now. Runner's going to take off. It's going to prevent the double play, but just a little grounder over the second for the second out here. Or excuse me, first out. Jonathan VR playing out at second today.
Yeah, and of course, doing the job with the hit and run there, putting the ball in play for Brantley. and just getting the runner in a scoring position with 1 out. Obviously, you like to be skinning off first here, Brantley, but if you can at least get Altuve in the scoring position, you got to feel a lot better, especially since he's the go-ahead run.
Yeah, especially with Alex Bregman right behind you. 327 average with runners in scoring position this season, so definitely has that little bit of clutch factor to him when runs are on. That's going to be driven out to left field. That might get down. That's going to get down for a hit as it crashes up against the wall. Looks like a little bit of a slow jump there by Altuve. He's only going to scoot over the third. And that's going to put a little trouble on the Oakland pitching here, and that might be due for a pitching change now.
Absolutely. Great piece of hitting right there. Chased it 1 down. I think Altuve was waiting to see whether or not that was going to bounce out or not, or at least get out of here. But now you've got the guy. Well, never mind.
Yeah, definitely the guy you want up in Yordan Alvarez, but Oakland's going to walk in to load the bases here as they have the open base, so why not? And Luzardo's staying in. I'm a little bit shocked at this point, especially with Carlos Correa coming up with really a chance for Houston to try to take the lead here after Oakland got off to the quick start.
I will tell you this, I would have rather pitched to Alvarez if I was Oakland. We talked about it earlier in the broadcast. Correa, obviously having a great last 10 or so games, 10, 12 games. Obviously today he's not done as well, but if I'm Oakland, I'd rather face Alvarez and try to get him to ground out than I would Correa.
Yeah, Correa coming into the series very hot, but in this series only 1 for 6 so far, so maybe some advanced metric numbers there from the Oakland coaching staff, and thinking Correa is probably a better chance in this specific series, in this specific situation. Instead, he's going to rope that the other way. That's going to get down the right field. Runs are going to advance 90 feet here, and that's going to give Houston the lead here.
Now batting, the first baseman,
just a good piece of hitting there from Correa. You see it right there. Would not be surprised if Luzardo gets taken out. And it looks like that's what's happening right here.
Yeah, again, just kind of load up the bases. Pitch count was running a little high. Has about 9 or 10 strikeouts on the day, though, so he had a good outing. Just kind of stuff was starting to fall apart here towards the back half of the inning here. So here comes the fresh time out of the bullpen. Chris Bassett, 33rd appearance on the year, has an ERA sitting at 3.82, and lefties and righties are hitting both exactly 252 off them. That's something you don't see every once in a while.
Absolutely, and that's something that, that's something you'll have to watch for here, obviously. Like you said, something you don't see very often with both sides hitting the same, basically. Zallen's fouled away for strike 1, but right now just trying to induce the ground ball and try to get out of the inning before more damage is done. Right now the Astros in a very good situation here, putting pressure on Bassett.
Yeah, and Bassett here basically thrown to the wolves as the bases are loaded here with only 1 out to work with. Gets a pop-up, though. Catcher's moving about 2 inches, and that's going to be a second out here. That's a big pop-up there, and it puts Houston in a real bind to add any additional runs here.
Yeah, like you said, literally did not have to go that far. All he had to do was just turn around, really, and make the catch. And now that's big here as you get Springer, who's really struggled, this entire season. Like we mentioned earlier, he has a 2 for 5 average this series. He went 2 for 3 yesterday, but we're going to try to up that.
And instead, grounds it to second base. Flip over the first here for the third out. So Bassett comes in, and in about 5 pitches, gets the 2 outs they needed. We're through 4.5, 3-2 Houston. As Marcus Semien step again back here in Oakland at the O.Co Coliseum, I believe is the current name of the place now, at Rickey Henderson Field. As the first pitch could be in there for a strike. Houston has a couple guys up in the bullpen. Austin Pruitt and Framber Valdez getting stretched out here. As Verlander also probably coming out either this inning or the next inning, sitting at 80 pitches already on the day.
Yeah, I would assume that if Verlander can't get a quick 3 outs, which is what he's going to try to do, and what Dusty Baker, the manager for the Astros, is going to try to let him do, to finish the 5th inning. Either way, he won't get a decision more than likely here in this one. Only going through 5 innings, so we'll have to see how that goes. Could get the win. Right now, I guess he would technically be set up for the win. But we'll have to see what happens here with how they manage the bullpen and how they manage the rest of the game.
I believe if he finishes out the inning, he is eligible for the win. Right now, I don't think he is, just because the way wins are determined is he gets the first strikeout there. 7th one of the day so far.
Good job challenging him up high right there. And, we've seen it already a couple times, just saying, here, come and get this one. Simeon couldn't do it. One out here in the inning.
Trust me, very few batters can ever touch Justin Verlander's stuff on a challenge pitch like that. But Chris Davis is going to try to do that here. 0 for 1 on the day with a walk earlier on. So that one's going to get lifted out in the left center. Heading back to the track, it's going to be George Springer, and that's going to be the second out here. So a loud second out there. He only cracked up against the wall, but about 10 feet short of that.
Very loud. Out number 2 there on that one from Davis. To be honest, whenever he hit that, whenever that started lifting, I'm thinking, uh-oh, this may have just tied the ball game, but obviously getting that out there into deep left center. That's something you got to watch for. Davis with a good amount of pop on his bat.
Yeah, definitely. And another gentleman with a good amount of pop on his bat, Matt Olson, about 120 home runs over his 4-season career so far. So definitely liable to put that ball over the wall here. And Verlander up at about 90 pitches is probably might leave 1 or 2 chance balls out there. The 1-2 pitch to Olson's incoming. Ooh, probably slipped out in the slider there as that backs up Olson a little bit. Count will run 2-2.
I'd be surprised if Verlander tried something high with some heat again.
Catch is calling for it. Runs way high, though. Count will run full here. Matt Chapman sitting on deck here.
And obviously for Verlander, this more than likely would be his final batter. He wants to get him out.
He said he's going to walk him as that slider runs outside. So Oakland gets a runner on base here. And at 92 pitches, you have to think Verlander might be done right now.
We'll see what happens here. Chapman up to the plate right now. I haven't seen Dusty Baker come out yet, and it looks like he's going to let Verlander try to finish the inning.
Yeah, definitely. With 2 outs, really a couple good pitches might just do it for him. So Baker just trying to get Verlander, the experienced ace of the, I believe, the Chicago White Sox formerly. No, Detroit Tigers, excuse me. Now out down in Houston, trying to get the job done here in the 5th.
Count 1-0.
I don't know why, but I keep getting Verlander and Chris Sale mixed up, and it's real annoying sometimes. I don't know why.
They're both tall. They got good speed. Can sometimes be it can be understandable.
They both have absolutely nasty breaking stuff. That one breaks down to the dirt. Nearly gets away from the catcher there, but he's able to corral it, and the runner will just hold it first there.
Good block there by Maldonado. Otherwise, you got Olson out there at second base.
Yes, that one's going to be a beautiful slider down low. 2-1 count now. Four-seamer is going to be ripped fouled over to the first base side. 2-2 count here. So he catches calling for something low here. Low and tight. Instead, it's going to sit over the middle, and that's just going to be a ground ball to second there. So we're through 5 here in Oakland. Houston still able to maintain the lead here. And to the top of the 6th, 3-2 Houston. As we head to the top of the 6th here, Josh Roy stepping in. 1 for 1 on the day so far with the single. Came around the score later on. 3 for 4 in the series so far with 2 ribbies, so he's definitely swinging a hot bat here in Oakland this weekend. As the first pitch from Bassett's going to be way outside. 1-0 the count. Again, curveball breaking just inside. 2-0 count now.
Three balls, no strike.
3-0 pitch is going to miss low and outside here. And just like that, Bassett's in a little bit of a trouble here. Might walk the first batter he faces here in the 6th. Rio in there for a strike, and that's, you just had to throw it somewhere close to strike zone. It didn't matter where really. Is Reicher's probably keeping the bat on his shoulder the entire way.
Yeah, more than likely, batters are not going to get that 3-0 green light. Very rarely will you see that, so obviously you see, like you said, reason why no swing from Reddick.
If instead Reddick's just going to ground into one, Bassett's going to make the hustle over the first for the first out here.
Now batting.
And gets himself out of a little bit of a jam there, going down 3-0.
Good job by Bassett, just putting in a spot where he knows that Reddick will ground out. First time he hasn't reached base today. So for Bassett, that's a win.
Definitely is Martin Maldonado stepping in 0 for 2 on the day so far. Oh, that was a big hanging curveball there. Maldonado not able to do much with it, and the count will go 0-1.
That one should have been halfway up the bleachers and right.
Yeah, it's a big looper. That one definitely getting some help from the umpire and the sinker there. 0-2 count now. And Maldonado pulls this one over to the Oakland bullpen, and count will hold here at 0-2.
And you mentioned that second strike, definitely getting some help. Looked at least a good few inches off that bottom inside corner.
Yep, again, heads up in the Oakland bullpen as that one gets ripped. Bullpens down here in Oakland, not really protected by any walls or anything. They're just kind of out in foul territory there, so just gotta keep your head on a swivel at all times when warming up.
And that's something, obviously, with the design of the stadium, you know, especially once they put, you know, the football field in here for the formerly Oakland Raiders.
Now batting.
You expect it really didn't have any room for the bullpen. I'm pretty sure when it was originally built, it was that same way. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong here, but I think that's how it was originally built too, and that's something you don't see as much anymore nowadays.
Yeah, it definitely is. People are worried about pitchers getting hit with balls and all that. I think the only other place that has an exposed bullpen like this, I believe Tampa Bay, and someone can correct me if I'm wrong down in Twitch chat, but I believe Tampa Bay is the only other one that has an exposed bullpen like that. As Jose Altuve is just going to fly out to right here to get Bassett out of the inning. So 16 pitches for Bassett through 1 2/3 innings here. We're going to head to the bottom of the 6th. Houston still up 3-2.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention please.
Again, Verlander's day is going to be done here. As Austin Pruitt's going to step onto the mound here in the 6th. 40th appearance on the year, 49 innings run. ERA sitting just below 5, and lefties and righties hitting about 250 off him so far this year. As Mark Cannon is going to be his first one to in here to take a crack.
The left fielder, Mark Cannon.
First pitch is going to be down the dirt 1-0. Houston still has a couple arms up in the bullpen, though. Joe Smith and Chris Davinsky up in the pen warming up, 2 righties. Is it just me, or is Joe Smith the most generic name ever? Like they couldn't get the licensing names. Is that one's going to be lifted out into left? Well, that's going to be the first out here, as that was a very long, high fly ball that might have inadvertently struck a bird on the way. I'm not sure, though.
Licensing deals.
Yeah.
I'd say, you know, you take a look at my name. It's right there for everybody to see. I have that same argument.
Yeah, Stephen Piscotty is in there now, trying to get some work. First pitch is going to be a strike to him, though. As that one's going to run outside 1-1. Yeah, I feel like there's a similar situation back in like when EA made baseball games. That's going to go 1-2. Where Barry Bonds, for some reason, wasn't part of like the PA or something, and didn't license his name to the game, so they had to fill it with like some random generic guy. I'll see if I can find that real quick, because that's going to get down for a hit out in the center.
Listen, that's interesting. I've never actually heard that before, so that's something that we'll have to definitely see if we can find, because if so, that's an interesting thing right there to note. I actually have a story, though, about the whole name thing. When I was actually out broadcasting for my college that I'm at right now, St. Houston State, I was broadcasting out on the road for a tournament out at Minute Maid, actually. It was for the Shriners Hospital for Children College Classic back in 2018, if I remember correctly. Yeah, 2018. And, I got there to Minute Maid Park, and we're broadcasting there and everything, right? And, I meet some of the other broadcasters, and I tell them my name. One of the guys goes, I believe it's for the opponent, one of the opponents we were facing that day. He goes, "Is that your actual name? Or is that like your mic name?" I'm like, nope, that's my original name. So that's not the first time I've been asked that either. So it's definitely, like you said, a licensing name.
Yes, Robbie Grossman's going to work the walk here off of Pruitt, and Austin Allen's going to step in here.
Your attention,
Oh,
please.
scratch that, apparently. Framber Valdez is going to step in here after what seems like a very short hook there. I'm not sure if that was just a couple batters there to try to get him out and it didn't work out or something, but it just seems like a really quick hook there.
Yeah, Pruitt usually, will have short type outings. Usually only face 3 or 4 batters at a time. With the way that Dusty Baker has managed the team so far this year, we'll see Framber Valdez more than likely in the rest of the 6th, and then for a little bit of the 7th to try to stretch it out a bit so he can get Joe Smith maybe to either come in during the 8th or even come in during the 7th at some point.
Yeah, definitely. That one's going to roll in 1 and 2. And I do have the story here. If anyone goes back to MVP Baseball 05, there's a gentleman in there by John Dowd who has very similar numbers to Barry Bonds. Barry Bonds pulled out of the MLB Players Association licensing agreement a couple years prior. So therefore, they cannot use his name in the game for semi-obvious legal reasons. That's going to be a strike 3 on a 9-iron attempt there. And so, yeah, if you're looking for Barry Bonds in those games, you might as well keep looking because you're not going to find him.
That's insane to me. And that's pretty funny, too, because I'm pretty sure I have MVP Baseball 2005 for my Xbox. The original Xbox, need I imagine. So, I mean, that is insane. I've never heard that. Thank you for that. That's pretty interesting.
Yeah, definitely one of the low-known baseball video game facts. Now that the show has basically taken over the whole scene over the past 10, 15, 20 years practically, it seems like. That one's going to run side 1 and 1. And you kind of see attempts on like other systems, like I believe the MLB actually does their own game now, which honestly from some of the reviews I've heard is kind of trash, but that's a whole separate issue.
Yeah, definitely. Obviously trying to expand any way you can. Obviously, part of that is marketing the sport as well. And it's something too, because you think baseball does look like that one a line drive.
Yeah, that's going to be a line drive down the first, easily collected by the first baseman, and we're going to be done with the 6th here after Oakland was getting a little steam rolling. Houston just quenches that very quickly. So we're going to head to the top of the 7th, and Jordan, you want to take it the rest of the way?
Yeah, we'll go ahead and take it the rest of the way, and we'll continue our conversation here with Michael Brantley heading to the plate. But, it's interesting because you take a look at baseball. The marketing could be a little bit better, in regards to how well they're able to market the players, the marketability of the players and things like that. Yet they make the 2nd highest out of any sport in the entire world, out of any sports league in the entire world. Right behind the NFL by a couple billion, which obviously in that margin is not as big. But you take a look at, the common man like us and you think, well, where can I find that?
Yeah, exactly. Where can I find $3 billion hanging around? But yeah, I think Major League Baseball is one of the few sporting events that does over 100 games a season, and it's a lot of teams try to do it on the per game numbers. In baseball, if you're making, let's just say 100,000 for simplicity's sake, 100,000 a game, 82 home games is 8.2 million in profit. So again, they're not looking, to use a baseball term, they're not looking for the grand slams every night. They're just looking for singles and doubles, and then maybe they hit a couple homers throughout the year.
That one swing in and miss. Route number 1, and Brantley continues his struggles on the day. They're now the third strikeout swinging in the game so far.
Yeah, definitely. EB chiming in. Kevin Moore apparently had a similar situation, and he substituted with a player named Anthony Freese. Or Freese, F-R-I-E-S-E, however you want to pronounce that.
I still go back to when he played that honorary game in the minors. I believe it was AAA or AA, one of the two, just a few years ago. And in I believe his only at bat, smacked a home run to left field into the bullpen. That was a great moment.
Yeah, and that's how it is, though. Guys are out of the game 10, 15 years. They can still swing the stick like no problem.
That's the thing about baseball too. It's weird. You don't expect that from anybody who's been out of the game 10, 15 years. But baseball is really that only sport where you could just be like, yeah, this, in the end, it makes sense somewhat.
Right.
It's obviously very unrealistic, but it somewhat makes sense with the sport of baseball.
Yeah, especially if they're able to keep on top of their physical fitness and stuff, because if you just square one up, it's going a mile, even if you're 55 or 25. Exactly.
As Alvarez watches one go by for ball 1. Now one inside for a 1-1 count. He's 0 for 2 in the game. He's gotten on base, though, with an intentional walk his last time up. So that one's inside for 2-1. Top of the 7th. Astros still lead at 3-2. Nobody on base with 2 outs. Bassett with the 2-1. Outside ball 3. There Carlos Correa on deck. Alvarez will try to force the walk. More likely we'll see something close to the zone if not in it.
No, ball 4.
Very close there, but outside. Good no swing by Alvarez, as he's usually keen on swinging on those inside pitches. He's gotten better with that in the past month or so. And he gets on base with a walk.
Yeah, and a real good job by the catcher spotting that up, making the umpire think on it for a second, but umpire's not going to bite on that one.
Now Correa will head to the plate, run around first, and 2 outs here in the top of the 7th. He'll hit one on a line to third base. Chapman are at second in time. That takes care of the top of the 7th. We head to the bottom half of the inning. 3-2 the score here in Oakland.
Your attention, please. Now pitching for the Astros.
Now there is Mr. Non-Licensing Agreement, Joe Smith, on the mound. What more can you tell us about him?
Not much,
Shortstop.
to be completely honest. Stats looked about average. We should see from his first pitch here what his game plan is, as it's going to be a sidearm today, so that's going to be interesting, as that's just a plain old slider.
Easy first pitch, first swing, first out as it's a fly out to right field with Reddick getting under it.
Designated hitter.
Joe Smith. Joe Smith is interesting. He's a mix between a mid reliever and can sometimes go for more than 2. Sometimes going to go 3, 4 innings. So it's kind of like a mix of a mid and a long reliever for the Astros. So they kind of have 1.5 long relievers. Of course, the only other long reliever on the roster being Brad Peacock, but which more than likely we won't see today. But Joe Smith is interesting. He can go for an inning or 2 like his regular outings and be just fine. But then sometimes he can extend it to go 3, 4 innings and really help the bullpen situation for the Astros when they need it.
Well, he has a chance to do that today here, coming in the bottom of the 7th here. With the potential to go 3 innings here. If he's able to keep his stuff together, that's going to miss low for a ball. You think he might have a chance here to shut this one down, but again, with how tight this game is right now, I highly doubt he's going to go all three.
With the way yesterday went, we'll see, because remember, Osuna came in the ninth, loaded the bases up with nobody out, and struck out for the first out of the inning, and then was somehow able to get one of the luckiest and one of the coolest plays of the day yesterday with the cool 5-4-3 double play started by Alex Bregman there on the hot corner to end the game in a bases loaded situation. That one catches the edge for strike three. A great placement on the slider. 2 away now in the inning.
Yeah, Chris Davis not happy with the call there, and honestly, I don't blame him. That one just clipping the side there. So he definitely had a nice chat with the umpire about maybe going the other way next time.
Now the cleanup hitter in Olsen up to the plate. 2 outs and nobody on. First pitch looked to be inside the zone, so maybe a gimme back on that call. 1-0 the count. Olsen 1 for 2 in the game. Got on base twice though. Walked his last time up. His only hit coming via a double. Final numbers for Justin Verlander. Looks like this: 5 innings pitched, 4 hits, 2 runs, both earned. Struck out 7 and walked 4 for a game ERA of 3.60.
Yeah, and that's about what you expect from Verlander here. If he's not on his 8 games, he's going to give up 2 or 3 runs and only be able to go about 5-6 innings.
Ready now with the 2-1. Low ball 3. Chapman on deck. We're now tying run at the plate for the Athletics. Tight race between these two as that one catches that outside corner for strike 2. A tight race between these two for first in the American League West. A very tight division. And in fact, what I would pretty much just go ahead and call the tightest division race in all of baseball, really, for most of the past 3, 4, 5 years.
It's been the most interesting one, yeah. Yes, as it seems like the AOS is kind of a shootout every year.
That one is a ground out. Fielded by Bregman on the shift. Going to first for out number 3. We head to the 8th. 6, 7, 8 hitters due up for the Stros as they lead it by 1.
Leading off for Houston, the first baseman,
Uriel up to the plate to get things started here in the 8th. 3-2 the score. Houston leads it by 1 as the first pitch. High and in the zone. For strike 1, Bassett back out there on the bump for the A's.
Yeah, Bassett probably just trying to work through the 8th here, and then Oakland's going to bring out their shutdown guy for the 9th to try to at least give themselves a chance here without giving up too many more runs. Hopefully that attendance number was slightly off there. It definitely doesn't look like 42,000 in attendance today.
In there for strike 3. Got him looking on the corner. 1 away in the inning. And yeah, yesterday they pulled 44,000 for the crowd as well. Obviously a good majority of the upper level, except for about 2 or 3 sections right behind home plate, are tarped off. They don't use them, but it seems like that the fan support right now is at least up just a bit now that their team is still continuing to lead that AOS. But you mentioned it earlier, they've really fallen off from what they were at to start the season, and that's a hard grounder up the middle for Springer. Gets away from the center fielder and Grossman, and now Springer will advance on an error by Grossman. He'll get credited with a single and extend his 7-game hitting streak.
Yeah, and that could prove to be very costly here, as we're still in a very tight game, so any run you give up here could be fatal.
Reddick swung on down the third base line, will fall fair. Springer will round third, head home, and another run courtesy of a RBI double from Josh Reddick, the former Athletic, his 15th on the season. The Astros lead it by 2.
But again, just good piece of hitting to smack it the opposite way, and that could be the run that kills them today. Is now it's a 2-run difference, and Oakland's really going to be up creek right now without a paddle.
Outside, that's the ball.
Maldonado watches one outside for ball 1. 0 for 3 in the game. 238 batting average now with this 0 for 3 today. Looking to bring in Reddick to add more insurance. 1-0, fly ball, left field. Still carrying back, but now standing underneath it is Canna. Makes the catch. Reddick will stay at second. That will be out number 2.
That's going to be a big second out here. As Houston basically has to get a hit now in order to get to the basket. A little bit frustrated with himself, giving up the couple hits on the run so far.
And here's the man who was talked about on social media just a few days ago as being regarded as potentially one of the better, if not one of the best, offensive second basemen to play the game. And Jose Altuve, 3 for 4 with 3 singles today. Right now, 1-0 count to him, and he fouls it off for a 1-1 count.
Yeah, definitely as of late, one of the better offensive ones. But at the same time, people are going to bring up the elephant in the room and that magical trash can down the tunnelway into the clubhouse there. So he's going to have a little bit of struggle to fight over that. So maybe over the next couple of years, he can reestablish himself as that offensive second baseman.
2-1 outside, 3-1. He actually, from what I remember from the investigation, even though he did use it, he used it very, very few times. Only about, I want to say 20 or so times during the entire 2017 season. So that entire year, for all but about 20 hits, was pretty legitimate, and still he was able to do a high clip even without those 20 hits, as that one is fouled away for a 3-2 count now.
Yeah, but supposedly, as those people would say, if you get caught once, it's gonna, how many times have you actually done it? So he may have only been caught 20 times actually on camera, but it could be a lot more, is what they're gonna argue. And honestly, it's a little bit unfair for him because he is trying to do his best, and obviously size isn't really helping him right now.
Swing and a miss will end the inning. Josh Reddick getting it done with the roper down the third base line. 4-2 now. The Astros adding insurance here in Oakland.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention please. Now pitching for the Astros, number 66.
Here comes Brian Abreu. Interesting move here by Dusty Baker to use now his fourth reliever, excuse me, here in the second game of the series.
Yes, hopefully Dusty realizes this isn't a National League game anymore. You don't have to sub out the pitcher every time he comes to bat at this point.
But yeah, obviously he has a storied history out in the National League, does Dusty Baker. So obviously a little bit different managerial situation with, like you said, the pitcher not batting in the American League, as that one is outside for 2-0 to Chapman. 1 for 3 in the game. Grounded out the last time he was up. Yeah, he's down by 2 right now. Big swing and a miss. Makes it a 2-1 count. In the bottom of the 8th. Now with a 2-run lead, more than likely, this will be the only inning we see of Abreu. Is more than likely we will see Osuna in the 9th.
Yeah, barring anything weird in how Baker's held his bullpen today, probably going to see a pitching change for the 9th just to try to lock this down if he gets the chance.
Outside, 3-1 the count now. And of course, we mentioned it early on in the broadcast. We mentioned it before the game even started and throughout. These two teams, more than likely, one of them will come out as the winner of the West and the only representative of the West in the postseason, the way the American League is shaping up. And that one is outside for ball 4.
Yeah, again, the AL Central is an absolute bloodbath right now for the top 3 spots in the division, basically get the playoff slot. Second and third in the AL Central get the 2 wild cards, and then the division winner, obviously. So if you're in the East or West, you basically have to win your division outright in order to get a chance at it.
First pitch, they're going to say in the zone on the check swing. So Canna will have one go by for strike 1. Oh, 1 breaking ball falls in. 0-2 the count now off the 12-6 curveball at 86.
Yeah, the 12-6 ball, if you're able to time it up, especially that one, which kind of hung a little bit, you can easily drive that one out of the park if you're able to put enough power on it.
Well, it would tie the ball game, too. In a very late game situation, that would be a huge, huge home run to have if you're Canna, as he'll foul the high heat away for strike 2.
Yeah, definitely something you don't want to do there also is a high heater. You want to try keeping the ball low unless you know he's going to swing over the top or hold it on his shoulder.
0-2 swung on. Fly ball left field. Still backing up on it. At the warning track is Brantley. Makes the catch. Trap number 1.
Whoa.
Chapman will back up to first, and that one getting a little away, but Altuve able to keep it in front of him. Otherwise, we got a runner on second base at least, maybe third.
Yeah, definitely. That throw was really iffy back to the cutoff man there. I'm not sure if he was trying to throw straight to second or he just really missed the cutoff man by that much, but new point at this point is Sky stepping in.
Scotty to the plate, 1 for 2 in the game as he watches one go by, 4-1. Singled his last time up, got on base as well with the walk back in his first at bat. 1-0 inside, 2-0 the count. So Scotty representing the tying run here in the bottom of the 8th.
Ball, catching.
3-0 now. Bobby Grossman on deck, who had the fielding error out there in center field. That allowed Springer to get to second base.
Nope. Ball 4.
That one, a walk. 4 straight pitches, and now runners at first and second. All of a sudden, Robbie Grossman, the go-ahead run, is still looking for his first hit up to the plate.
And Grossman, a little bit more power numbers rather than contact here, so might want to play the outfielders back a little bit as he might try to drive it over the wall here.
I mentioned it earlier, not a great clip with runners in scoring position, but looking to change it here, just hitting 208 on the season. Now on a big swing and a miss on the breaker. 0-2 the count now to Grossman. From the stretch, he delivers.
That's a ball.
Outside ball 1, try to get him to chase.
Ball.
1-2 outside, evens up the count
I got the count.
at 2 apiece. Gotta think some high heat right here on a 2-2 count. Try to get one to blow by him. Instead goes the breaking ball, fouls it away to keep the at-bat alive. That one low and in the dirt. Does not get past Maldonado. In fact, just stays in front of him. Another good block, and a very important block at that one. As if that gets past him, that's 2 runners in scoring position with only 1 out.
Yeah, and then at that point, a double would drive both of them in and tie this game up. Grossman's got to be very selective here, as he is running a full count here. So if the ball does get by, he's got to take it.
If you're here for Rays versus Orioles, we will get to that one after the conclusion of this ball game. 4-2 the score right now. Glad you could be joining us for this one. As that one finds that bottom inside corner. Grossman does not like the call. Strike 3, 2 outs in the inning.
And Bobby Abreu gets a huge second out here as Oakland's trying to mount the comeback, and that's going to bury it unless they can get a hit here.
In there for strike one. Catches the outside edge. Austin Allen, the number 9 hitter, out to the plate. Right now, the Athletics are thinking just get him on base somehow and let VR do the magic. Big swing and a miss. 0-2 the count now with 2 outs. One more strike and Abreu gets out of a jam here with the tying run on base. Big swing and a miss. Buckled him inside on the slider. Allen not happy with himself. But the Astros get out of the jam. The Athletics strand the tying run. We head to the 9th. A 2-run lead for the Astros.
Your attention, please. Now pitching for the A's, number 35, Defense.
Beekman on the mound now for the Athletics here in the 9th inning. Trying to limit the Astros and not allow them to score any runs to keep it a 2-run ball game. As Brantley heads to the plate to start things off here in the top of the 9th. Strike one. Brantley has not had a good day so far. 0 for 4 with 3 swinging strikeouts. 0-2 now as he swings at that one. Jordan Smith here alongside me, Pink Mr. 3. Coming up, Eddie McCarthy and Evie from Toronto for Rays versus Orioles. Following the conclusion of this ball game, right here on ML Bop Ball, as that one's outside for ball one.
Yeah, just in case anyone's joined us for that game, a little note about Toronto for real-life Major League is that they have been denied their application to play in Toronto for the Major League restart, so they're going to have to try to scramble to find a new home for the 60-game season upcoming.
The third baseman, number 2.
Big strikeout swinging once again. Now the 4th time today. Brantley's just not had a good day at all at the plate. He's now 0 for 5 with 4 of them being swinging strikeouts.
So somebody get the golden sombrero up and down to the Houston dugout there and hand it off if you don't mind.
The sinker at 95 miles an hour to Alex Bregman for ball one as it misses outside.
And fun fact, apparently there's such a thing called the titanium sombrero that was created. And that's for 6 strikeouts in a game. It's only happened once. And it was during the longest professional game of the in recorded history.
Interesting. I did not know the titanium sombrero was a thing.
Yes, only one person's gotten it, and I think he went 0 for 7 in the game with 6 strikeouts or something stupid like that.
Jeez Louise, that is insane.
Well, I mean, when the game goes 33, 34 innings, you're going to get that many cracks at it?
I'm sorry, what?
Yes, the longest professional baseball game. It is between the Pawtucket Red Sox and, I believe, Rochester. I'll have to look it up real quick, but it went about 33, 34 innings.
Alvarez.
My goodness gracious. That is insane as Alex Bregman gets on base with a walk. Now brings up the cleanup hitter in Yordan Alvarez. We'll see if he gives him an intentional walk again. Does not look like he's going to. So they're going to pitch to Alvarez this time, who's gotten on base with 2 walks, that being in his last 2 at-bats.
Yes, and on the longest game, it was between the Pawtucket Red Sox and the Rochester Red Wings. 33 innings with a game time of 8 hours and 25 minutes. And 2 Hall of Famers actually played in that game. Cal Ripken out in Rochester, and then Wade Boggs. That one's driven.
That one swung on. High fly ball, deep to center field. And Yordan Alvarez showcasing why he is a candidate for the American League MVP. A 2-run homer to basically ice it.
Yeah, and that just might put the final dagger in Oakland today, as that one is way out of here.
430 feet.
Practically the dead center.
Right out there to Mount Davis. So that one looked like the field level seats, we'll call them, even though they're not. They're basically second deck. But
by taking out the glass windows there behind him. Hopefully those things are shatterproof, or else that might be a very expensive home run.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, I can only imagine how much those painted glass cost, being 10 feet by 8 feet wide.
Oh, that's in.
My old bedroom growing up was only 2 feet wider than that entire window. Think about that for a second.
Yes, welcome to what happens when you have a lot of money to throw around.
I got check 1 and 2.
1 and 2 the count, as that one's a swing and a miss. Correa at the plate, 1 for 4 in the game. Only hit coming from a single. Right now the Astros lead 6-2, courtesy of the home run, and look out. Correa gets on base with a hit by pitch.
The first baseman.
Well, that's one way to get on. It's the most painful way to get on, but nonetheless, it's a way to get on.
Swung on, fouled away. And I got a trivia question for you.
Oh, boy.
Who is... What? Okay. For right-handed hitters, what player in Major League history has had the most hit by pitches by a righty?
Gonna take a stab and say Kevin Euclid.
No.
Dang it. That's
Craig
my
Biggio.
That's my one and only guess, basically.
Craig Biggio, actually.
Oh, Biggio.
Yeah,
Wow.
Biggio. He was hit over 300 times or 400 times, I want to say, in his career.
Yeesh.
Yeah. It was either get a double, his trademark double, slap one for a home run to the Crawford boxes every once in a while, or get, hit by a pitch, as that one will be a fielder's choice for Gurriel. He'll get on base. Now 2 outs here in the inning as they get the lead runner, Correa, at second.
At that point, you might as well just bring full-on NFL pads up the plate and just hope for the best at that point. Try to save yourself a little bit.
Now Springer up to the plate. Fouls one away. Strike one. He got a hit in his last at bat. That single right up the middle, all the way to second base off the error from Robbie Grossman. 1-1 as that misses inside on him.
Speaking of NFL padding, apparently they're making shirts now, and I know a lot of cornerbacks and wideouts wear them, where it has built-in padding on the shirt, in the rib cage area. So I wouldn't be surprised if some of the baseball players start trying to use that to protect themselves from those high inside fastballs.
It would be interesting to see, because that's then something that you have to think about, right? You have to think about, how much is that going to restrict my swing? For a pitcher who may use it, how much is that going to restrict my throwing motion? Because that's going to be an interesting one. Obviously, it would be good for player safety. And a swing and a miss for Springer. Ends the top of the ninth. Yordan Alvarez getting the deep 2-run homer, 430 feet to dead center. The A's need a lot of magic. Otherwise, they're losing their second game of the series tonight.
Leading off for the A's, the second baseman,
Jonathan VR will get us started here in the bottom of the ninth, as Brian Abreu will return to the mound, more than likely because of the fact that Alvarez hit the 2-run homer. They figured they'll rest Osuna, especially after what happened last night. Give him another night to kind of recoup a bit. As Abreu now on 26 pitches so far, as that pitch number 26 is in there for strike one.
Yeah, definitely probably trying to save the bullpen a little bit. They still have the arms up and warming just in case, though. But if it gets to 2 outs, they might just plant their butts on the seats and let Abreu work this out.
They'll throw on a first on a laser and get the ground out for out number 1 quickly here to start the bottom of the ninth inning. Now Marcus Semien to the plate, looking for his first hit. He's 0 for 3. Flew out his last time up. He has been on base, though, with the walk. That coming in his second at-bat of the game.
Low
Low for ball 1. Take a look there. The Astros only 3 games behind the A's for first place in the West. Another win today would bring them to 2 games behind the Oakland Athletics. And you have to think, the run that they have been on since for about the past month or so has been something pretty cool to see. Usually, they will get on this kind of run late May, early June, as that one is a foul ball, hard foul ball. Bregman tried to grab it, but won't. 2-1 the count. Took them an extra month to really find their groove, really find the identity of the team. And they went all the way from about 9.5, 10 or so games out, maybe even a little bit more, of first place in the West and sitting 4th, to now just 2 outs away from being second, or 2 games behind the A's, as that one's a base hit.
And again, Houston's been starting to get it rolling now. And if there's any time to get rolling, it's right now. Be able to build a 10, 11 game lead in your division heading into September. You can kind of rest your key arms for a little bit. Give them an extra couple days off. Especially with the 40-man call-ups, you do have the arms to do that.
And of course, a big series coming up early on Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday against not only the AL West rivals, but their geographical rival, and really just their rival, period. Pure hatred in the Texas Rangers. That coming up early on next week, who I believe sit 3rd or 4th, I think 3rd place in the West. I could be wrong on that one. But that will be a key series as well to try to get some separation and get closer to the A's in the West, as that one is a 1-1 count. In there, strike 2 as that finds the outside edge.
Yep, and Brian Abreu working really nicely here, 35, 36 pitches. Not giving up a lot of balls, not giving Oakland really a chance to get settled in here.
Rolling in the dirt. Gets away from Maldonado, but not too much. And that will keep Simeon over at first base. A double play would end it. Davis looking to get on base.
3 balls, 2 strikes.
Gets closer to that with now a full count as that one goes inside. Olsen on deck. Right now, runner on first, and that's it with 1 out here in the bottom of the 9th. Pop-up. Maldonado behind home plate. Only up to go just a little bit. As he ranges to his left and makes the catch. Now the Athletics down to their final out of the ball game.
The first baseman.
Yep, and Oakland almost dead and buried right here, but still have a little bit of life here as 4, 5, and 6 are going to be stepping up. So last chance to make a run at it.
I just saw the standings on the left side. Texas is 10 games behind the Athletics and sitting 4th place in the division. So it'll be a little bit more separation from that side for them, but also to try to space out a little bit from the Angels, who at any moment can really turn on the Jets and pass by you in a hurry.
Yeah, especially if Ohtani's able to come back and be an effective pitcher and hitter, which is one of the very rare things we see nowadays.
One and one to count. Check swing. They're going to say he did not go. 2-1 the count now. Chapman on deck, followed by Mark Canha. Simeon on first, as that one is in there for strike 2. A's down on their final strike. Olsen at the plate. Abreu trying to close it out. Two swung on and missed. Got him with the breaking ball outside. That will do it. A 12-6 curve ends it. And the Houston Astros now only 2 games behind the Athletics for first place in the AL West.
And again, just overall good performance by Houston today. Verlander able to come in and keep it relatively close after giving up the first 2 runs, and then Bats just woke up in the back half of the game and really put Oakland to bed.
Houston Astros get it done. 6-2 the final. 6 runs, 10 hits, no errors for Houston. 2 runs, 6 hits, 2 errors for the Athletics. The win goes to Verlander. Save goes to Abreu. Luzardo charged with the loss. And I tell you what, really besides that bottom of the second inning, you know, we mentioned Verlander not having his stuff. As you see Bregman there, the player of the game. You know, besides that, really, as you see the highlights here, starting off with VR doubling to get the 2 RBI double. Besides this hit, really, and a little bit of command issues for Verlander. Stellar.
Yeah, really solid outing for Verlander. Definitely didn't get the distance I think he was looking to go for today, but the bullpen was able to keep that momentum going that he brought in.
Of course, Bregman getting to double, basically copying VR to tie up the ball game. Get the strikeout from Springer. And like we mentioned throughout the game, has just really struggled throughout the year to really get back to his old self, as there's a grounder by Correa to right. It gave the lead for the Astros, their first lead of the game, that being in the top of the 5th. And there's another double, that one coming from Reddick. And it's always good to see from Reddick, especially, who's usually more known as a big defensive help for the Astros by this fan base and by the organization. It's always good to see him do well at the plate like he did today.
Yeah, it's always nice to see anyone in your 9 do well at the plate. And it's especially good when it's someone you expect more defensively out of, and it's just a nice little bonus on the side.
Of course, Alvarez with a towering 430-foot homer. A 2 RBI homer. Gave them the icing they need, the insurance, and then, of course, see out Abreu getting the win there with that one. Like we said, Verlander with the win, Luzardo with the loss, Abreu with the save. Bregman, the player of the game, 2 doubles, both of them bringing in at least an RBI, I believe, 2 for 4 in the game. Great performance from him, as well as for everybody else you see here. Alvarez, Reddick, Altuve. Alvarez's only hit was the home run, but it was huge in this one.
Yeah, definitely.
So now we are joined by Eddie McCarthy and EB from Toronto for the Rays versus the Orioles. Guys, how are we doing today?
Doing good, guys. Boy, this AL West just keeps getting more interesting by the day. Look at the Astros. 5 straight for them now, right?
I believe so, yeah. Now this is 7 games above 500, which I believe is their highest mark above 500 this entire season, which is very uncharacteristic, like, for the Houston Astros, and especially when you go back to these last few years or so. Take a look at some of the final stats for both of these teams here. It's definitely something that you don't really expect from the Astros to really struggle as much as they have this season. And of course, you know, like Mr. 3 mentioned, Oakland started out really hot to start the year, and then has really tailed off since. Has not been as successful as of late. And, you know, we got an interesting matchup between the Rays and the Orioles. Mr. mentioned it. The Rays really trying to capture some ground and try to get back a little bit, capture ground towards the Yankees for first place.
Yeah, the Rays are gonna have a tough time because they find themselves in a tough division, obviously, with the Yankees, who are 6 games up at the moment. And then, of course, with the war that is the AL Central, we got the Twins, the White Sox, and the Indians, who are all in playoff position at this point. The Rays are going to have to put together a big run, and even sitting at 12 games over, they could get short of the chance of the playoff spot.
And we mentioned it during the broadcast, you know, and this will be our final mark before we send it over your way. You take a look right there at the AL Central. 1 through 3 are only within a game and a half of each other. And right now, they all control anywhere from the division lead and potentially the best record in the American League to both spots in the wild card. And more than likely, it's going to stay that way for the rest of the season. So the only way really for anybody in the East and the West in the American League to get to the postseason is to win their division. Once again, the Astros win it 6-2. Houston now 2 games behind Oakland in the West. Should be a fun one to round it out for Mister and everybody else watching here. My name is Jordan Smith. We now turn it to Tampa Bay and Baltimore for an AL East matchup.
All right, well, thank you very much, Jordan. Mister, terrific job as always. Now we'll switch gears to the East Coast. Camden Yards is our scene. Eddie McCarthy alongside EB from Toronto. So we get set for an AL East showdown, a struggling Orioles team, and a Tampa Bay ball club, EB, that's been very good this year, but just finds himself in unfortunate circumstances with the Yankees as good as they are.
Indeed, and we saw the Yankees defeating the Cardinals in our first game of the day, so the Rays definitely need to keep ground and win some ball games. They lost last night to these Orioles. And you see the starter for today, Cole Stewart, not having a great year, so it's important for the Rays to get on the board quickly and get some momentum.
There you saw the numbers for Cole Stewart, who gets the call today, making his 20th start of the year, 2-11 on the season thus far. And Adames, first pitch swinging, lifts this one back to left. It is gone! Willie Adames, first pitch, home run, and you could not have asked for a better start if you're Tampa Bay. One pitch, EB, and they're on top 1-0.
Exactly, I was saying, you got to get on board early and often, and Willie Adames must have listened. First pitch swinging, good swing on it, puts the Rays on top 1-0.
That is Adames' 13th home run of the year. It is a horrific start for the Rays. First pitch came in at 4:08, and it was a home run. Now Brandon Lau will get into one to right field, but this is going to slice foul. So certainly not the start that Cole Stewart was looking for, EB. It'll be interesting to see how he responds.
See the Rays being very aggressive. 2 pitches and 2 swings. First one left the ballpark, second one foul.
This is right side, but foul, and it's 0-2. Well, that was Adames who just hit the home run. Up at bat now, Brandon Lau. He'll be followed up by Austin Meadows. Those 3 make up the top of the lineup. In the middle, it'll be Hunter Renfroe, Ji-Man Choi, and Yoshitomo Satsugo. And then rounding out things are Yandy Diaz, Kevin Kiermaier, and Mike Zunino. Yoshitomo Satsugo, the DH today for Tampa Bay. 1-2 is the count to Brandon Lau. That is a called strike 3. And the first out recorded of the day by Cole Stewart. A good bounce back after the leadoff home run.
Yeah, I don't think Lau was too pleased with the call. It looked like it might have been a bit high, but Stewart got the benefit of that call. So he's bounced back nicely.
1 out and the base is empty for the 3-hitter Austin Meadows, who takes a strike. Meadows, rough day yesterday, 0 for 5, 2 strikeouts. As the Orioles would put together a late rally, but would fall 6-5 here at Camden yesterday. We'll, I'm sure, get to more of that as we move along in our broadcast today, as now it's 0-2 as Meadows attacked on that one.
See if Stewart can continue to have success, get some quick outs.
The count is 1-2.
Misses on the 0-2. Fastball outside, 94. Now the count is 1-2, so Cole Stewart still probably reeling a little bit from that Adames leadoff shot. Got the strikeout to Lau, and now ahead 1-2 to Meadows. That is into left. Moving over is Santander, and he will take care of it. That's out number 2.
Batting fourth, the left fielder, number 11. Hunter.
With Lau and Meadows back-to-back retired by Cole Stewart, it's going to bring up Hunter Renfroe. And you see the numbers, EB, a lot better when facing left-handers than right-handers.
Yeah, he's obviously very powerful against lefties, and he doesn't have the advantage here, but we'll see what he does.
Takes a strike inside corner to start the at-bat, 0-1. When we talked about Cole Stewart, we know he's our pitcher today for Baltimore. He is throwing to Pedro Severino. That is the battery, as here's an 0-1 to Renfroe.
Outside, that's a ball.
Curveball misses outside. Renato Nunez plays third. Jose Iglesias is at short. Beside Iglesias up the middle is Hanser Alberto at second, and Rio Ruiz is at first. That's around the infield. 1-1 to Renfro. Chopped, foul, 1-2. Anthony Santander plays left. In center, it's Austin Hayes, and in right field, Dwight Smith Jr. is the defense for the Orioles. 1-2 to Renfro. High fly ball, right center field, chasing Smith back. He's at the wall, looking up. It is gone! Hunter Renfro with the solo shot, second home run of the inning for Tampa Bay. They lead by 2 here in the first.
Well, we said he's not so good against right-handed pitching, but that proves maybe you were wrong, or maybe you just wanted to show that he's not that terrible. And that getting that pitch helped him to get out of the ballpark. Nice swing.
Looked like a hanging curveball from Cole Stewart.
The first baseman.
That is
Joy.
the 18th home run of the year for Hunter Renfro. It gives his team a 2-0 lead. And now here is Ji-Man Choi, who is behind 0-1. Well, the Orioles would take a 4-0 lead in the first inning yesterday, and now it seems to be the Rays' turn to have a nice first inning. And before Blake Snell's even towed the rubber, he's already going to have a 2-0 lead at least, unless Ji-Man Choi has more to say about that, and he does. There is nobody on the left side, and Choi takes advantage of it. Cutting it off in the outfield, Santander, but back-to-back hits for Tampa Bay, and Choi is aboard with 2 out, and Satsugo coming up.
Yeah, I think anybody else might have made the second. Choi's not the fastest runner, so he stopped at first.
Satsugo is in a bit of a rut in his last 9 games, as you can see right there. It's only 3 for his last 30. So safe to say the rookie has hit a bit of a cold streak.
That's a ball.
As he takes
Count 1-0.
inside for ball 1.
Tsugo coming from Japan, signing with the Rays this offseason.
5-time NPB All-Star over in Japan. 28 years of age, old for a rookie. Here's a 1-1.
I got the count.
Check
1-2.
swing, he went around 1-2. And Cole Stewart just trying to get out of this first inning, because so far it has been rough for him. Here's a 1-2. A strikeout ends the inning as Satsugo goes down looking, but not before. Willie Adames, Hunter Renfro, dual solo shots here in the top of the first. Baltimore grabs the bats, already down by 2 here at Camden Yards.
We have Blake Snell making his 20th start today for Tampa Bay. See the record, 6-7. ERA 3.67, but a lot of strikeouts. 95 2/3 innings. He had 105 strikeouts. This Orioles team will strike out, so I can see him racking up some more today.
20th start of the year for Snell, just as you said. He beat Jose Iglesias. The former Detroit Tiger will lead it off for Baltimore. First pitch from Snell.
0-1.
Sweeping curveball, strike 1. It'll be Iglesias, Hanser Alberto, and Anthony Santander, who are the 3 due up this inning. They make up the top of the order.
1-1.
That's low, 1-1. Renato Nunez, Rio Ruiz, Austin Hayes, the 4-5-6 in the middle. And then Dwight Smith Jr., Ramon Urias, and Pedro Severino, the catcher, make up the 7, 8, and 9 for Baltimore, who's wearing their orange jerseys with Orioles in black across the front and white pants today. This is slowly hit to short for Adames. Good arm, 1 out.
Good start there for Snell. Gets a ground out, 6-3.
That'll bring up Hanser Alberto. Blake Snell throwing to Mike Zunino today. He's the catcher. Across the outfield from left to right, Hunter Renfro, Kevin Kiermaier, Austin Meadows. as another first pitch strike there from Blake Snell. Around the infield at third, it's Yandy Diaz. Willie Adames, Brandon Lau turn it up the middle. At first is G-Man Choi, and of course Blake Snell pitching to Zunino, as I just said. 0-1 to Alberto. Outside, 1-1.
Snell, former first-round draft pick, native of Seattle.
There's another curveball in there for a strike. Snell seems to be having the curveball work early. It's working for Iglesias. That's 2 now in this at-bat. Curveball again. They'll check on Adames again. Maybe pick on somebody else. 2 out.
Yeah, 2 outs and basically to the same spot.
The left fielder, Anthony.
Iglesias and Alberto both go the way of Willie Adames. That'll bring up Anthony Santander with 2 out and the bases clear. Santander, good day yesterday. 2 for 4, a home run and 2 driven in.
Sitting on the team in home runs, as we see there.
Another first pitch strike there from Snell.
Ball, that's off the plate.
Snell going back to that curveball continuously. Here in that first inning, that time missed inside, and it's 2-1.
I got the count. 2-2.
Again, it's the curveball, and Santander swinging right through it. Now it's 2-2.
Yeah, lots of off-speed stuff so far from Snell.
It's only taken Blake Snell 12 pitches to get this far. Here comes number 13. Hit hard, but it is foul, and we'll do the 2-2 again. Santander can continue. Renato Nunez on deck. The 2-2 again. What a start for Blake Snell. A 1-2-3 inning, 2 groundouts and a strikeout. And he is rolling quickly. That is the former Cy Young winner and the 27-year-old left-hander from Shoreline, Washington, as here come the Rays in the top of the second.
Leading off for Tampa Bay, the third baseman, Yandy Diaz.
Yandy Diaz leads it off. The Rays would send 6 men to the plate in that first inning, which saw them push across 2 runs, courtesy of home runs from Adames and Renfroe, 2 solo shots. It'll be 7, 8, and 9 this inning. That's Diaz, Kiermaier, and the catcher Zunino. 0-1 to Diaz. Inside, 1-1.
Stewart's going to look for a quick inning here. He has the bottom of the order. Try not to put the Orioles any further behind.
Diaz gets a piece, fouls it away, 1-2. Yandy Diaz 0 for 3 with a walk and a strikeout in yesterday's loss. 1-2. And that is a strikeout to start the second. Third of the afternoon so far from Cole Stewart, and that's out number 1.
Well, he's a third of a way there. For a quick inning, gets the first out on strikes.
Here is now Kevin Kiermaier, who has been colder than a block of ice as of late, as he takes inside for ball 1, fastball at 95. Nothing wrong with the glove of Kiermaier, but the bat has always been an issue. It has been his whole career. Once again, delivering subpar offensive numbers for Tampa Bay, hitting .212 on the year.
The score bug there showed us he was 0 for 3 yesterday. But he's a guy you play every day in center field because of that defense. Premier defender, Gold Glove Award winner.
Outstanding defensively, 3 Gold Gloves in his career. Back-to-back in 2015 and 16, and most recently last year in 2019. He can track them with the best of them. But now on a 2-2 count here to Stewart. Kiermaier lifts a fly ball into left. Santander for the second time today. And that's the second out of the inning, with Zunino, the catcher, coming up and 2 out.
The catcher, Mike Zunino.
Zanino trying to extend the inning so they can get it back to the top of the order and Willie Adames. That comes in for a strike. Fastball up in the zone, 93 miles an hour on the radar gun. 0-1-2 Zanino. Swung on and missed. Strike 2, and Cole Stewart is on the cusp of a 1-2-3 inning after a very rocky first.
Yeah, if you can get Zanino, it'll be a good step in the right direction for Stewart.
Right side, foul ball. Just to the east side of that first base foul line. And we'll do the 0-2 again from Stewart. That is hit into right, but right there is Smith. And it's a good job by Cole Stewart, who works a 1-2-3 top of the second. Nunez, Ruiz, and Hayes, coming up for Baltimore in bottom 2. A reminder that all proceeds from today's telecast will be going towards Meals on Wheels. Meals on Wheels supports more than 5,000 community-based programs dedicated to addressing senior isolation and hunger. This network serves virtually every community in America and enables America's seniors to live nourished lives with independence and dignity. We ask here at Major League Baseball that you please donate if you can. As putting that one away right there is G-Man Choi for out number 1. That was off the bat of Reynaldo Nunez. So here comes Rio Ruiz with 1 out.
Quick out when we were still talking about Meals on Wheels there.
Rio Ruiz 1 for 4 with a run scored yesterday. And takes a strike here from Blake Snell. And that's something that's been a constant so far, EB. Lots of first pitch strikes. And you know what they say, first pitch strikes win ball games.
It's exactly what you want to do if you're Snell. Be aggressive, don't walk guys. Be ahead. Although he does fall behind here.
Here's a guy, Blake Snell, who had an absolutely terrific 2018. He was the Cy Young winner, along with being the leader in wins in the American League, as well as the best ERA in baseball, as now he evened things up at 2-2. Also, of course, an all-star in 2018, but a rough go of it last year. Spent a lot of time on the IL, had an accident moving some furniture, which caused him to break a few toes. Arthroscopic elbow surgery, would only make 23 starts. He is off to an excellent start here today, as he gets his second strikeout right there to Rio Ruiz.
So far, 5 up, 5 down.
0-1.
Austin Hayes becomes batter number 6 for the Orioles. There you see the numbers, hitting .252 on the year, 8 home runs, 24 RBIs, as he looks to try and become the first Baltimore base runner this afternoon. Although now behind 1-2 to Blake Snell, who has been on fire thus far today. 1-2. Curveball misses outside. Beg your pardon, that was a changeup. EB mentioned it earlier in the game. Back in the first, I believe. Blake Snell relying a lot on the off-speed stuff, but so far it's been working. Here's a 2-2.
I got 3-2.
Try to get him to chase. He does not, and now for the first time it's a full count.
Good either from Hayes. Trying to get on base.
Dwight Smith Jr. waits on deck. To Hayes.
That pitch is up. Ball 4.
Is upstairs. And a good job by Austin Hayes, battling back from a 1-2 count, and he'll work the walk. First base runner of the night, first walk issued by Snell. Now Dwight Smith Jr. will come up with a man at first, 2 out.
Hayes has a little bit of speed over there at first base, so we'll see if he tries to take off for second or anything like that. Get something going here for the offense.
4 stolen base attempts on the year, only been caught once, has Austin Hayes. Not the worst time to run, trying to get yourself into scoring position with Dwight Smith Jr. at the plate, who was terrific yesterday, and Blake Snell is thinking right along with us, EB, checking up on Hayes.
Absolutely, gotta keep him close if you're Snell. But you also have to focus on the batter because you do have 2 outs.
This is flared into left center. Over is Renfroe, but he won't. Oh no, I'm sorry, he will get there. I had a little bit of screen lag. Hunter Renfroe tracks it down, and that'll do it for the second. Snell still pitching hitless as we move into the top of the third.
Leading off to the Rays.
Willie Adames leads things off
Willie
for Tampa Bay here in the top of the third as the lineup turns over for the first time. Adames saw 1 pitch his first time up, first pitch of the game, deposited into the left field seats. Excellent start from Tampa Bay. They've yet to look back. Here's a 1-0. Inside 2-0.
Well, maybe that's why Stewart is a little more careful now with Adames, not throwing him a first pitch or a second pitch strike.
He locates there, 2-1. Well, Cole Stewart's had a rough year. 2-11 record on the season, a 6.08 ERA. His last start was on July 7th before the All-Star break, where he actually pitched pretty well and would pick up his second win. He went 5 1/3, allowing 6 hits and 1 run, and struck out 3. And the Orioles would defeat the Mariners in Seattle. Adames fouls that one away, and 2-2 will do again.
Stewart was once a highly thought of prospect with the Twins. He pitched a little bit for the Twins last year.
Adames, the 2-2, takes outside, full count. Very highly touted prospect for the Twins, as well as a very highly touted football recruit at a scholarship to Texas A&M. But was signed with the 4th overall pick by the Twins in the draft back in 2013 as Adames fights off yet again. Three and 2 to Adames, who is making Stewart work. This is lifted into right, coming over, diving, and they can't get it, and that's disastrous. It rolls to the wall. Adames turns second, he's headed to third, and he will get there standing up.
Now batting.
Perhaps not the most advised move for the right fielder Smith, who went for it all, and Adames makes him pay. He's standing on third, and the Rays in great position, EB.
Yeah, that's not a good play by Dwight Smith Jr. there. You have to keep the ball in front of you and not let him take extra bases.
So now Adames with a home run and a triple on the day. You would say that he's knocked out the 2 most difficult pieces of the cycle, as that's in the dirt, but a good stop back there by Pedro Severino to keep this a 2-run game for now.
Yeah, they gotta block any pitches in the dirt like that.
Lau fouls off, and now it's 1-2. Cole Stewart has to be feeling a little bit snake bit here. Probably should have been just a single instead. Now he has to deal with the runner on third and nobody out. With the heart of this Rays lineup coming up, it'll be Lau, Meadows, and Renfroe. The 3 scheduled. Lau's up now, of course, and then Meadows and Renfroe scheduled to follow after the Adames leadoff triple. Two and 2, the count to Lau. This is hard hit right side, and that's going to get through for a base hit. Over the leaping Hanser Alberto, and it's now 3-0 Tampa Bay as Adames scores for the second time this afternoon.
Nice piece of hitting there. You need a productive out. Instead, he gets another base hit. That's always a good thing.
Back-to-back hits start the inning for the Rays. Now Austin Meadows looking to continue the hit parade. He flew out to left field his first time up. A 1-0 outside 2-0. Meadows at the plate. Lau at first. And now it's a 3-0 count. And if you're Brandon Hyde, the Orioles manager, you have to start worrying here long-term about Cole Stewart. Ran into trouble in the first, and he's in trouble yet again here in the third, although he locates right there, 3-1.
That was taking all the way. And yeah, if you're Brandon Hyde, you might think of, even though it's only the third inning, you might think about going to the bullpen already.
It'll depend a lot on how this inning goes. Could Stewart ever use a ground ball right now? He'll take a swing and a miss as well, and that makes the count 3-2. So he's done a nice job battling back. It was once 3-0. Now it is 3-2. The payoff delivery to Meadows. He struck him out. And a good job by Cole Stewart, who battles all the way back to strike out Austin Meadows. And now Hunter Renfroe with 1 out and a man on.
That's a good start, though. If he can get a double play, he'll still be in pretty good shape. Pitch count obviously running up there already, almost at 60 in the third inning.
Hunter Renfroe got him for a solo home run back in the first to right center field. And he takes a strike here. Hunter Renfroe came into today hitting .232 on the year. And that's another strike. Relying on the off-speed here in this, while facing the heart of this Rays order, is Cole Stewart. And he's ahead 0-2 here on Hunter Renfroe.
1 ball.
Tried to get him to chase, no dice. Still way ahead though, 1-2. Brandon Lau, not a huge base stealer. Probably not going anywhere. That one is fouled back, and we'll do the 1-2 again. Lau, seven stolen base attempts on the year. 3 times successful, 4 times caught.
2 balls.
That's outside. And now 2-2 to Hunter Renfroe, who came up with the San Diego Padres, but was traded before this year in exchange for Emilio Pagan, and now it's 3-2 EB.
Yeah, and he was Stewart was ahead 0-2, and now Renfroe's worked the count full. So as the struggles continue here, he's got to get a ground ball if he wants to continue to stay out there.
Full count to Renfroe. Fouled back, and we'll do it again. Hunter Renfroe doing a good job fighting here. I'd like to make a correction. Hunter Renfroe came over as part of the deal that sent Tommy Pham over to the Padres, excuse me. That is once again fouled away by Renfroe.
8 pitches in this at bat. Stewart can't seem to put him away at all.
Here's pitch number 9, and we're going to need a pitch number 10. That pitch count is an issue. Already over 60 in the third. 3-2 again. Is hit into center, falling fast, and that's down for a hit. What a job by Hunter Renfroe. 10 pitches, and it winds up in a base hit.
Up next for Tampa Bay.
And they're at first and second now for Ji-Man Choi. And that'll bring out a visit from the pitching coach, Doug Brocail.
Yeah, trying to just maybe give him a breather. He's really had to work hard, and he's having a lot of problems putting away these hitters.
Hunter Renfroe at first after that impressive at-bat, which would end in a single. Brandon Lau slid up to second. And Ji-Man Choi able to do some damage here if he can get his bat on the ball.
You noticed, Eddie, how it said that Renfroe didn't hit well against righties, and he's 2 for 2 already today.
Good point, EB. We did see that graphic at the start of the game. Average in the low 300s against left-handers, in the low 200s against right-handers for Renfroe. But he's had Cole Stewart's number thus far. Here's a 2-1 to Choi. That had all kinds of plate, and Choi just missed it.
Yeah, and he does have some power, so he probably wants that pitch back to make it 6-0 in a hurry.
Now it's 2-2. A strikeout to Choi, and that's huge. Second strikeout of the inning. And now Yoshitomo Satsugo will bat with 2 out.
Ball, that's too high.
Satsugo would strike out looking back in the first and takes up and away for ball 1. If he can continue, Yandy Diaz would be next. One to Satsugo. Strike 1. Changeup. Came in for a strike. Again, it's Lau at second. Hunter Renfroe is at first with Satsugo at the plate. And he hits one in the air to left. This is chasing Santander back, looking up. And he's got it in his glove. An awkward catch from Anthony Santander, but he makes it nonetheless. But Tampa Bay gets one more across, and it's 3-0 as we move into bottom 3.
Leading off for the Orioles, the designated
Ramon
hitter,
Urias starts things off for the Orioles here in the bottom of the third as they look to get something going against Blake Snell, who's been pretty lights out so far.
He's only given up the 1 walk to this point.
I got the count 0-2.
And now in good position here on Urias, ahead 0-2.
1 ball, 2 strikes to count.
That was inside. Lucky he didn't hit him. Went to the slider. What will he do here? 1-2. To the curveball, to the changeup that time. And now the count is even at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Two. A strikeout starts the third. Strikeout number 3 on the day for Blake Snell. And he's done marvelously, at least thus far, through the first time through this order.
Very nice. He's got a lead, 3-0 lead, so he's challenging the hitters.
This is on the ground left side, Diaz. Nice play, 2 out.
the batter number 11, shortstop, Iglesias.
Yeah, very nice play and a nice quick out for Snell on 1 pitch. That's back to the top of the order.
So hard to argue with what Blake Snell did the first time through. He fanned 8 out of 9, the only exception, an Austin Hayes walk. But the Orioles hitless their first time through. Outside to Iglesias, 1-1, who would ground to short his first time up. Iglesias on a 1-year contract with the Orioles with an option for 2021, should he want to stay. Came over from Cincinnati. 2-1. On the ground left side and foul. And Snell is knocking on the door of yet another easy inning. A 2-2 to Iglesias. Blake Snell has kept the Orioles hitless through the first 3. 2 strikeouts this inning. And his team is up by 3 as we head to the top of the 4th. Today's telecast is brought to you with help from the folks at Twitch, the world's leading streamer platform for gamers and the things that we love. As Yandy Diaz will lead it off here in the the top of the fourth. As you can see, Kevin Cash probably discussing with his staff how happy he is with the performance of Blake Snell so far, Evie.
Absolutely, he's got to be. Through the first 3 innings, he's been almost flawless, just that walk, but throwing strikes, getting strikeouts, exactly what you want to see from one of your top guys.
Count 1-0.
Now the Rays try to tack on a little bit more for him. Yandy Diaz, Kevin Kiermaier, Mike Zunino, 7, 8, and 9 will come to the plate this inning. Fourth inning of work for Cole Stewart, already over 70 pitches. So, unless something changes, and changes quickly, that is, the Orioles may be looking at a bullpen game. 2-1 to Diaz. Is hit high in the air to left field. Santander back at the wall, leaping, and it's gone! Yandy Diaz adds his name to the list of Rays who have gone deep today. 4-0 Tampa here at Camden Yards.
That's, wow, that pitch looked like it was a little bit outside. I think it's a little bit of plate, but he went and got it, pulled it to left field. You see that replay? Santander, I thought, might make the catch, but no. And that will do it for Cole Stewart.
Number 23.
Cole Stewart, a rough go of it, Evie. He lasts 3 innings and 1 batter, gives up 4 runs. Now Wade LeBlanc will come on here for Baltimore.
And he's going to have to give the Orioles some innings here.
LeBlanc did not work yesterday. The 35-year-old from Louisiana making his 14th appearance of the year. And he sure has Kevin Kiermaier pretty confused. 0-2 is he ahead of him.
That's a good start for LeBlanc.
It's a very good start for Wade LeBlanc as he makes easy work of Kevin Kiermaier for the first out of the inning. Well, there are the numbers. Cole Stewart, 3 innings, 7 hits allowed, 4 runs, 5 strikeouts, and no walks. And he leaves disappointed, knowing full well that the best he can do is a no decision. But EB, with the Orioles offense and the way they've been able to score runs this year, and believe me, they really have not been able to, not looking too great on the win front for Stewart, is it?
Yeah, it's going to be tough, especially the way Snell's been going so far. Of course, you never know in baseball. I've seen teams make 7-run comebacks and things like that, so it is possible. It won't be easy, though.
Mike Zunino, the catcher, will bat now for the second time. Fly out to right his first time up. 1-1 outside, 2-1. Zunino is a guy, EB, who the Mariners had really high hopes for. Was considered one of the best players coming out of college when he entered the draft in 2012. The Mariners would pick him 3rd overall, but he just really did not work out in Seattle. Would be traded to Tampa Bay before the start of last season. Signed a 1-year extension prior to this year.
Yeah, he had ample opportunities in Seattle to get things going. He was always a guy who could hit for power, but not for average. A lot of strikeouts. And really, I think in Tampa Bay, it's been most of the same, but everybody likes the work he does defensively.
He's in some elite company as far as college ball is concerned. Winner of both the Golden Spikes and Dick Hauser trophies, which are given annually to the best college baseball players in the country. Bryce Harper won the award I believe Chris Bryant did as well. Usually those guys are marked to do great things. Zunino having a rough go of it so far, but this'll help. Hit into right field, one hop off the wall, and Mike Zunino will have a one-out double here in the fourth as the hits just keep coming for Tampa Bay.
Indeed, and that was a nice piece of hitting going the other way for Zunino. Pick up the double. Ray's looking to continue adding on.
Well, you know it's a good day, EB, when you're only in the top of the fourth inning, and we're already seeing the leadoff hitter Willy Adames for the third time.
He's already 2 for 2, a home run and a triple, so he's having an excellent day so far. Going to try to continue that.
Cycle aspirations for Willy Adames. I think we said last time, right after he was up, he's knocked out the two most difficult parts, and this one's into right, but just foul. That had double written all over it.
Yeah, if that stays fair,
of course, been fair.
Yeah, absolutely.
1-1 to Adames is hit on the ground left side. 2 hops to the third baseman Nunez. Good arm, and that's the second out of the inning.
Number 8.
Nice play there.
So that'll mean Brandon Lau will come to the plate with 2 outs and a runner in scoring position. That's Zunino after the 1-out double. Lau 1 for 2 on the day, a strikeout back in the first, a base hit in the second.
Not the greatest numbers with runners in scoring position. He'd like to change that, driving in the runner from second.
1-0 the count to Lau.
1-1.
Swing and a miss on the changeup, 1-1. Well, Wade LeBlanc probably expected to provide some length here for the Orioles after the starter Cole Stewart only lasted 3 innings and 1 batter.
He's been a starter in the past, so I'm sure Brandon Hyde hopes he can give him a few innings at least.
2 balls, 2 strikes.
Now it is 2-2 here, the count to Brandon Lau. Austin Meadows waits on deck if he can keep it going. On the ground to third, Nunez will limit the damage to only a run, but Yandy Diaz will put one in the left field seats and knock Cole Stewart out of the game. It's 4-0 Rays as we head to the home half of the fourth inning.
Leading off for the Orioles.
And Sir Alberto will bat for the second time here to start the bottom of the fourth. The Orioles still looking for their first hit here against Blake Snell. Snell has had all kinds of command so far. He can go anywhere he wants. Fastball, changeup, curveball, any of the pitches he's been able to locate with pinpoint accuracy, and showing that again here to Alberto. 0-2. Inside, that's ball 1. Now 1 ball and 2 strikes.
You see the velocity, he got up to 97 with that fastball, and there's another one, 96.
Snell will sit mid to upper 90s. He's also got a lethal breaking ball. Oh, 3 consecutive fastballs right there. Now the count's 2-2. Alberto, Santander, and Nunez this inning for the Orioles. It's fighting off the breaking ball, Alberto, and we'll do the 2-2 again. Only 47 pitches for Blake Snell so far. Here comes number 48. And it's a good one, and it's another strikeout. Make that number 5 on the day for Blake Snell, who is pumping here in the fourth.
That's exactly what you want to see if you're Kevin Cash. Your pitcher
if Snell
has...
keeps going like this, EB, he's going to make Kevin Cash's job a lot easier.
Absolutely, yeah. He's got the 4-0 lead, and he's being aggressive in getting the outs that he needs. good pitch count so far. So to this point, everything's looking good for Blake Snell.
He's sat down the last 5 hitters that he's faced, and then the first 6 before that. The only exception right now, the Austin Hayes walk back in the second.
Big guy in the chat says the Orioles are swinging the bats like snails right now. Yeah, I could see that.
Well, they have been baffled by the work of the 27-year-old right-hander from Shoreline, Washington. That's foul back 2-2. Blake Snell, pretty big guy, 6'4", 215, and he's doing something right. 2-2 to Santander, and he's got another one. That is 3 consecutive strikeouts for Snell going back to last inning. He's got the first 2 men here in the 4th, EB.
Doing something right, you got that. Absolutely. 2 consecutive strikeouts in this inning and 3 going back to last.
Here's Renato Nunez, who takes up and away for ball 1. He would line out to first base. Back in the second. Well, one thing Blake Snell's been having issues with so far this year is going deep into games. This is his 20th start, but he's only thrown 95 innings on the year. That is hit hard. Yandy Diaz puts it away, and the threat is real. There is a no-hitter alert in Camden Yards. Blake Snell has kept the Orioles hitless through 4 as we move into the top of the 5th. Well, after another scoreless 1-2-3 inning from Blake Snell, it'll be the heart of the order and the big bats for the Rays this inning. That's Austin Meadows, Hunter Renfroe, G-Man Choi, 3, 4, and 5. As Wade LeBlanc will come back for the 5th inning and start Meadows off with a strike.
Don't want to annoy the big guy too much, but Austin Meadows obviously a part of a trade with the Pirates that the Pirates would probably like to forget. Chris Archer trade, and big guy's a Pirates fan, but it's worked out pretty well for the Rays.
It worked out pretty well for the Rays. And I thought that one was going to get through, but nice play by the veteran Iglesias. 1 out. Well, EB, you talk about some things that maybe the Rays could do better, because while they are 55-43, that's 12 over 500. They're still 6 back in the division from the Yankees, and 6 back of the second wild card spot from the Cleveland Indians. One area they could certainly stand to improve, that's when they're playing away from home. 34-18 at home, which is one of the best records in baseball. But 21-25 went away from Tropicana Field, as that's bounced into right by Renfroe for a base hit.
He's 3 for 3, now he's facing lefty, and we saw that he has good numbers against left-handed pitchers. Yeah, it's interesting that they're not doing so well on the road, because they're a pretty good team, they got good pitching, so you'd think that their road record would be better than that.
Well, these are certainly the games that they have to win there if they want to make a run at the playoffs. They want to make a run at the Yankees for the division, or if they want to talk about a wild card spot. These are the type of series that they have to win, and win going away. When they get to sweep up the Orioles or the Red Sox, the teams that make up the dregs of the AL East, they need to beat up on them where possible, and Choi beats up on this one. That is crushed, and that is gone. G-Man Choi. It is the 4th home run of the day hit by the Tampa Bay Rays, and they are in control. It is 6-0 here in Baltimore.
Yeah, you see that, 387 feet. Not a big ballpark here at Camden Yards, so you put a good swing on a pitch like that, very easy for it to go out, and he got a hanger, something he can handle, and he hits it right into the seats.
That is the 18th of the year for Ji-Man Choi. Now tied with Hunter Renfroe, who homered earlier today for the team lead. And that'll bring up Yoshitomo Satsugo, the rookie, with 1 out and the bases empty, thanks, of course, to Choi.
Ball 2.
And LeBlanc got out of that jam last inning, but he's struggling here, so don't know if the plan will work. Brandon Hyde might need to go back to the drawing board and try another reliever.
Well, they had to use a bunch of relievers yesterday, did the Orioles, as this is hit a mile high into right center. Smith will wait for it to come down. That's the second out of the inning. The Orioles got off to a great start yesterday, EB. They scored 4 in the bottom half of the first, and then they'd add another 2 in the 7th, but the Rays would give them a scare. They'd score 2 in the 7th and then 2 in the 8th to make it a 6-5 game, and Baltimore had to hold on for dear life, and they had to use quite a few bullpen arms.
Yeah, the Rays are, they're one of those teams, they're not going to go away quietly. They're going to make you earn every one of those 27 outs, and they did that last night. So Brandon Hyde used a lot of relievers yesterday, and it looks like today he might have to do the same thing.
Here's the 2-0 to Yandy Diaz. On the ground, left side. He grabbed at third by Nunez, but it's foul, and it's 2-1. Up the middle, nice play by Hanser Alberto, and the dig out by Ruiz ends the inning, but Ji-Man Choi tacks on 2 more. We go to the home half of the 5th, and now it's 6-0. In favor of the boys from Tampa Bay. Bottom of the 5th rolls in. Here in Camden Yards, it'll be 5, 6, and 7 for the Orioles. That's Rio Ruiz, Austin Hayes, Dwight Smith Jr. As they look for a hit against Blake Snell, who has kept them at bay so far. The only base runner came via a walk back in the 2nd. Tampa Bay, EB, they announced their presence early. First pitch of the game, Willie Adames would hit that home run into left. Hunter Renfroe would hit a solo shot that inning as well. The Rays would get 2 in the 1st, then 1 in the 3rd. Yandy Diaz would add a home run of his own in the 4th inning to make it 4-0. Then Ji-Man Choi with the 2-run shot last inning. That pretty much accounts for where we are right now.
Yeah, the fans, before they even had a chance to grab their seats today, there was a run on the board. Willie Adames on the first pitch.
I'll tell you, Willie Adames really came on. He made a lot of noise in that ALDS last year against the Astros. He hit .385. He's continued that in a big way this year. Hitting .298, he plays a terrific shortstop. They found a gem, did the Rays, in Willie Adames, only 24 years old. He'll be very good for them for years to come.
Yeah, he's one of the better players, pretty much a leader on this team, and he was acquired in the David Price trade from the Detroit Tigers.
1-2 to Rio Ruiz. Ooh. Just missed inside, says our home plate umpire. And now it's 2-2. Fought off. Changeup. And Ruiz is able to poke it away. So we'll do the 2-2 again.
We got 3-2.
My goodness, EB. Looks like Blake Snell is getting squeezed a little bit.
Yeah,
here
very
in the
small
bottom
strike
of the
zone.
fifth.
Yeah, very small strike zone from the umpire. A couple of pitches here I thought should have gone Snell's way.
Full count to Ruiz. On the ground, right side. Choi says, I'll take that. And that is the first out of the fifth inning.
Austin. Hey.
Nice battle there from Ruiz, and ends up making an out. Here's the only base runner the Orioles have had so far, Austin Hayes, with that walk.
And it was a hard-earned walk from Austin Hayes back in the second. As he'll now see Blake Snell in circumstances that are a little bit different. It was 3-0 and still a game back in the second. Now it's 6-0.
Yeah, if the Orioles want to get back in this game, they're going to have to start putting together good at-bats, getting on base. Well, getting a hit to begin, that'll help them.
Getting a hit will certainly help, as that's outside it. It's 2-1. Austin Hayes bounced up and down between the big league club and AAA Norfolk before this year. But this year, they have decided, Brandon Hyde has, that he deserves to be spending all his time with the big club in Baltimore. Not having a bad year. That is crushed into left. And the no-hitter bid is over. Austin Hayes with a solo shot, and he gets the Orioles on the board here in the fifth inning. It's 6-1.
Well, like I said, get a hit, and, it's a good start. First hit, he got on base, didn't stay on base too long, because he was circling the bases, but, he got a pitch right down the middle from Blake Snell, who can afford to be aggressive with the 6-run lead, not a 5-run lead. And 394 feet later, the Orioles are on the board.
Now batting, the right fielder. 1-1. Smith.
So EB, do we count?
So, Eddie, you're cutting out on me a little bit. I don't know if it's on my end or yours.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, no, you're cutting out for me a little bit too.
Nope, that's the ball.
I see a swinging strike there from Blake Snell. And, Eddie's having a bit of audio issue, so he's going to try to fix that and get back to us. That happens sometimes with technology. So 2 outs here for the Orioles as Snell deals a strike to Ramon Reyes. 0 for 1 so far today. And here we got Eddie back. Is it a little better now?
All right, sorry about that, EB.
Yeah, I hear you much better now, so hopefully that's resolved.
We can only hope.
So Blake Snell racked up another strikeout looking. Orioles get on the board with Austin Hayes in the home run, but it's still 6-1 race.
Leading off for Tampa Bay, the center fielder, Kevin Kiermaier.
EB, you're cutting a little bit in and out for me.
Yeah, and you the same for me, although I did hear you well there.
Now
Meanwhile, I see an infield hit, so maybe I'll try that.
Are we cutting in? Are we cutting out? Or...
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, sorry, folks. Looks like we're having technical problems at the moment. As this one is hit into left. That is a fair ball.
The batter, number 1, shortstop, really, Adam.
I think we're having some stream problems.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention please. Now pitching for the Orioles, number 71.
We're gonna decide black now for the Orioles. As our issues are now resolved, but it's still looking a little bit choppy.
Yeah, I hope you can hear me better now.
I can hear Judy.
And now you're cutting out on me, so this is quite the experience here.
Couldn't issue the stream. EB, if you can feel free to take over play-by-play. I may try and fix a couple of things.
Okay, so I see the ball gets away and the runner goes to third. So a wild pitch moves Zanino over to third base. Adames is here at the plate. Fouls it away. 1-2 outside, 2-2. So just after the Orioles got on the board, the Rays got the run back. They're now up by 6, and the pitch is inside, so it's a full count. Full count is going to be grounded. They'll get another run home. Nice at bat there by Willie Adames to get the RBI, making it 8-1.
Number 8.
As we have Eddie back with us. Hopefully you can hear me now and I can hear you. Oh, one pitch to Brandon Lau. He's going to put that in play, and it's going to be lined right to the third baseman. It looks like, yeah, that is the third baseman, Nunez. So that's the second out.
Definitely, we're still looking a little bit choppy over here on my end.
Seems to have fixed itself on my end. Pitch is low to Meadows.
Yeah, unfortunately, I'm still having a little bit of trouble over here. Maybe it's better. Maybe it's better in Toronto. Who knows? Although now we seem to have a clear spot. 1-0 to Meadows. That's a strike downstairs. EB, do you care to fill me in on what happened while I was temporarily blacked out?
Yeah, so what happened was there was a double that scored Kiermaier after he had the bunt base hit. And after that, Mike Zunino moved to third on a wild pitch, scored on a ground out, Meadows lined out, and now we have a double from Hunter Renfroe.
The left fielder, number 11, Hunter Renfroe.
Pardon me. Meadows had the double. Renfroe's up now. Lau was the one who lined out. First pitch is swung on, fouled away.
Well, AB, I appreciate you stepping in and covering for me right there. We'll cross our fingers and hope this works. 0-1 comes in for a strike.
Ball, that's out.
0-2 to Renfroe. That's 1-2 now.
Outside, that's a ball. Three balls, 2 strikes.
So it looks like Eddie's still having some issues, so we'll just keep going. Hopefully it works out. Full count is a swing and a miss. Ty Block took over here for Wade LeBlanc. Gets the final 2 outs. And the Rays tack on a couple on the double and the ground out. So it's 8-1 Tampa Bay as we go to the bottom of the 6th inning here at Camden Yards. Blake Snell, it's a 7-run lead. He's going to try to continue and pitch well here today. Pedro Severino is 0 for 1, grounded out his first time up. The only hit was the home run by Austin Hayes last inning. In fact, he's the only base runner the Orioles have had. He walked his first time up and he homered his second time up. Other than that, Blake Snell's been on point. First pitch is Severino, fouled away, 0-1. Pitch to Severino, fouled away again, and Snell's ahead 0-2. Pitch and a swing and a miss. Another strikeout from Blake Snell. That's his 9th already here in the 6th inning.
The batter, the shortstop, Jose Iglesias.
And we see Eddie's going to try to pick it up here again. Eddie, how are things going on your end?
It's a work in progress, Evie. It's a work in progress, but we'll keep our fingers crossed. The limit of my IT skills about extends to turning it off and turning it back on. From there, it's like you fix it with a hammer in my world. So,
so I'll tell you that
we'll have something now. Although doesn't look like too much has changed. Blake Snell still dominant as ever. In my brief, we'll call it my brief sabbatical from this game.
So he struck out Severino, and you saw the ground out there. So quick 2 outs, and now Alberto will come up.
Thank you very much, Evie. You are a rock star right there. So, I'm back. As that pitch comes in for a strike, 2-hand Sir Alberto. 0 for 2 on the day. No one's really had much success against Blake Snell. The only guy who has is Austin Hayes, a home run and a walk. That accounts for all the Orioles' offense.
Yeah, I was talking about that right before you came back, that Austin Hayes is the only guy who's been on base today for Baltimore.
As there goes another one, and Blake Snell has been the story of this one. That and the Rays' home runs. It is 8-1 Tampa. They're in control as we head to the top of the 7th.
Leading off for Tampa Bay, the first baseman, G-Man Troy.
It's a good thing, Evie, as we start the top of the 7th, that I'm back and ready to go, because if on the off chance we're joined by Shark Shavery, I would hate to have to hear a buffering rendition of the 7th inning stretch.
Yeah, that would not be good at all. You want to make sure you get the stretch properly.
You have to get the full experience whenever it's anything shark related.
Absolutely. Last night, I did a late night game, and it was a very, very late night game. It also went to extras, and Shark joined us at about 1 o'clock in the morning and gave us a very interesting stretch.
I heard he was he preparing the 14th inning stretch as well?
Yeah, he was. Unfortunately for him, the Cardinals walked it off in the 13th, or he would have...
Unfortunately for him, but very fortunate for you guys.
Yeah, because it was almost 3 o'clock in the morning, so we were kind of tired by that point.
Hey, who can blame you? Here's a 1-1 to Satsugo. It's fouled away 1-2. Well, for the Orioles, it started with Cole Stewart. He didn't have it. He went 3 innings, 1 batter, 4 runs allowed. It didn't get much better under Wade LeBlanc, and now Ty Black is the 3rd pitcher that they have employed to just try and get through this one. Satsugo a hard liner, but Iglesias is there, and that's 2 out.
Third baseman, Yandy Diaz.
Ty Block's another long man, so he's going to try to get some outs, maybe finish this game if he can for the Orioles.
I'll tell you though, EB, on a completely separate note, the game before us that our friends P. Mister and Jordan Smith had, how about the Houston Astros and what they've been able to do? They've really strung something together. They've won 6 in a row now, and you better watch out in that AL West if you're Oakland, because Houston is coming.
Yeah, Houston's coming on strong, and they had the offense all year, but now their pitching is getting it together as well. So if they have all the aspects of the game going at once, they're going to be a very, very dangerous ball club.
And if they can pick up, I would imagine, because you'd have to imagine they'd be in the market for a pitcher at the trade deadline. As this is back up the middle, Iglesias into the outfield. A good effort, but he pulled the first baseman Ruiz off the bag, and it's a 2-out single for Yandy Diaz. But yeah, you'd have to think that the Astros would want a pitcher. Last year they got Zach Greinke, but now it's Greinke and Verlander, but you'd really like to have one more, as that is a terrific play. Boy, Rio Ruiz still playing hard to his credit. More on trade deadline talk when we come back, but for now, enjoy that from Rio Ruiz, as it's time to stretch here in Baltimore.
But a star next to that play.
Welcome you back here for the bottom of the 7th. Chaz Rowe, Colin Poche both getting loose for Tampa Bay, but as of right now, this is Blake Snell's game. Going back to our conversation from last inning, EB, or rather the top half of the 7th, I suppose I should say, you have to think that the Astros would be in the market for a starting pitcher.
Yeah, I would think so. You talked about Greinke last year, a couple of years ago, 3 years now. They got Verlander, and obviously he helped them, and he's become a very popular player. And I would think that they would go for a starter, maybe a reliever or two. They have all the offense they need, I think. But
yeah, they don't need anything. They don't need anything else on offense. But if you think about it, all the good teams that they had, both teams that went to the World Series in the last 3 years. You had the great 1-2 punch of Keuchel and Verlander. That was 2017. And then they also had Charlie Morton, who was kind of the Zach Greinke of that bunch. Last year, it was Garrett Cole, Justin Verlander, with Zach Greinke being the very good number 3. As this is a fly ball into right center, back at the wall, and that ball is gone. Anthony Santander homers here in the 7th. The lead is cut to 6, and it's the 2nd hit of the day, also the 2nd home run that Blake Snell has allowed. It's 8-2.
So he hasn't had to pitch out of the stretch too much. He's allowed 2 hits, so both of them were home runs, so he weren't on base for long, and the only time he had to pitch from the stretch was when he walked Hayes. That's a good swing from Santander there, 400 feet on the dot. And that will do it for Blake Snell, believe it or not.
Blake Snell with hands on hips and not looking too pleased. But I think once he takes a step back, he will be. He goes 6 innings and one batter only allows 2 hits, both of which are home runs, 2 runs allowed, 1 walk, and he leaves almost certainly recording the win, provided, of course, that the bullpen can hold a 6-run lead.
Jalen Beeks will be the first guy to try to do that. 30th game for him, 4-1 record. And you see, actually reverse splits. Righty's only 221 and lefty's 247.
The third baseman, Renato.
Nope.
Nunez.
Formerly of the Boston Red Sox, traded for Nathan Eovaldi from the Red Sox to the Rays.
Jalen Beeks did not work in yesterday's loss. Now here to eat some innings, but that is not a good start for him. This is bouncing against the wall. It's a double off the bat of Renato Nunez. And that's back-to-back hits here for the Orioles.
Back-to-back extra base hits. Here they come, trying to make some noise here in the late innings.
Count 1-0.
Here's a 1-0 to Rio Ruiz.
I got a ball, 1 strike.
That is a called strike. 1-1. And you said it, EB. The Orioles down 6 runs. But I would imagine they can't take it. You can't hit a 6-run home run. So I would imagine the message has to be something along the lines of, let's just string as many hits together as we can and then see what happens.
Yeah, that's what you have to do. They might try to hit a 6-run homer, but it's not going to work. So you have to work counts. You have to get on base.
Well, doing a good job working the count here is Rio Ruiz, who's fought off a couple of pretty good pitches here from Jalen Beeks just into the game. 1-2
I got to count 2-2.
is outside, missed on the cutter, now 2-2.
Here we go.
That, though, is a strikeout, and it's a good battle from Ruiz, but he is slain by Beeks, and that's the second out of the inning.
Hey.
Good stuff. First out of the inning, actually.
Oh, excuse me.
Yeah.
I apologize. I rumpled up my score sheet there. This, though, should be the second out of the inning. Chasing Kiermaier back, but he'll have room right in front of the warning track. Makes the catch. They respect the arm. No tag. And I was just a few seconds ahead. We can say that maybe the video was a little slow.
Yeah, well, you probably knew that he would fly out to Kiermaier and that they wouldn't try to run on him and take third. He's got a very strong arm, and talk about his good defense.
It was a great prediction. Should be a weatherman. I know they're always wrong. Dwight Smith Jr. we will see now with 2 out and a runner on second. That's Nunez after the double. Anthony Santander started this inning with the home run, then Renato Nunez would hit a double. And now he stands on second with Jalen Beeks trying to get out of it. 1-1 on the way.
Ball 2.
This is outside on the fastball. It's 2-1.
Dwight Smith Jr. is a former Blue Jay and one of the few sons of former major leaguers they didn't keep on the roster.
That's true. You know, they're like the legacy team out there. It's 2-2. What do you have? You got Guerrero, Bichette, Biggio, and then the Gurriels. Lourdes is, of course, Yuli's brother. As this is into center field, will they send the runner? They will. Coming around to score is Nunez from second. It's an RBI single courtesy of Dwight Smith Jr., and now it's 8-3.
Indeed, just takes it up the middle, left on left, not a problem for him. I've always felt that he's a good hitter, maybe not a great defender, but he didn't get a lot of opportunities in Toronto, and for the most part, he's made good use of his opportunity in Baltimore.
Yeah, this Baltimore team has the ability to be good in a couple of years. They have some good young players, but what's really crippling the Orioles right now is they're paying Chris Davis. He's locked in on a 7-year deal that really can't be undone, and it's $161 million off the payroll. And that is really crippling them salary-wise.
And we see in the ball universe that Chris Davis is on the bench, not playing at all. So he's getting paid a lot of money not to play. And there's really nothing you can do with that contract unless you eat up all that money, which I don't think the Orioles are willing to do, at least not at this point.
And I'm sure they'll be willing to listen for offers. Willing to listen to offers for Davis as we approach the 31st, as this is blooped, and making the catch is the first baseman Choi. But the Orioles do push across one to get one closer. It's 8-3 in favor of Tampa as we go to the 8th.
You talk about Chris Davis. I think the Orioles will have to retain a lot of that contract if they want to move him.
Leading off for Tampa Bay.
A reminder as we start the 8th inning once again that all proceeds from today's telecast are going to Meals on Wheels. The organization supports more than 5,000 community-based programs that are dedicated to addressing senior isolation and hunger. Meals on Wheels serves virtually every community in America and enables America's seniors to live nourished lives with independence and dignity. We ask that you please donate if you can. There should be a link on the Twitch stream. Oh, and 2 to Mike Zunino to start the 8th as that's inside. It'll be Zunino, Adames, Brandon Lau. 9-1-2 for Tampa. Here in the top of the 8th as attendance comes in just under 28,000 on a Saturday afternoon. A beautiful Saturday here at Camden Yards. Zunino strikes out, and that's how we start the top of the 8th. And now we'll see Willy Adames for the 5th time today.
See the starter comparison. Not much of a comparison here. 6 innings for Snell, just the 2 hits, 2 home runs, 1 walk, and 10 punch-outs. And Will Stewart, not as much success, to put it mildly.
Yeah, Blake Snell, we were having serious no-hitter talks back in the 4th, but Austin Hayes would put that to bed. The Orioles have scratched across 3, but Tampa struck early and they struck often, and it was Willy Adames who got it started. Home run on the first pitch of the game. That's something you see every day. And in fact, I am not the resident expert on this, but I'd be curious in the Twitch chat, as Adames strikes out, have we had that before in our ball universe? Have we had a home run on the first pitch of the game from the visiting team leadoff hitter?
I don't remember it off the top of my head before today. I've seen it in real life, but I don't think I've seen it in ball.
Let us know in the Twitch chat, and EB, keep an eye on that if you can. As we'll see Brandon Lau with 2 out here in the 8th. Ty Black trying to get through a scoreless inning. Mark Colley, our scheduling czar, by the way, announcing officially on the Discord that he has released a draft of the schedule, so please take a look at that. Of course, the new schedule goes into effect tomorrow.
I can already see that I'll be on the air tomorrow, 12:15, with the Twins and the Rangers.
Oh, so not another 3:45 to you. You DM'd me before today. This is what, your fourth consecutive 3:45 start?
Yeah, just on Saturday. That's the one day that I can do 3:45. And yeah, the last 4 weeks I've been on Saturday at 3:45, but that's going to end next week because next week I'm going to be on at 7:15.
Count it 3-2.
Maybe we will be together once again. 3-2 is the count here to Brandon Lau as Ty Black trying to get through a 1-2-3 top of the 8th. Wind up and the delivery, and it's a strikeout, and it's the 1-2-3 earned. Black strikes out the side, and we go to the home half of the 8th here in Baltimore, with the Orioles trailing by 5 runs.
If anything else, Block is just going to save some bullpen arms. Hopefully for the Orioles, he can pitch the top of the 9th as well.
It'll be Pedro Severino leading things off here for Baltimore,
Count 1-0.
who have 6 outs to work with here in this one. Jalen Beeks stays in the game. He was brought in immediately following the Anthony Santander home run in the bottom of the 7th. Finished the 7th and took care of... he took care of the rest of the 7th, now back on for the 8th. And ahead 1-2 here to Severino. And it's a strikeout to begin the bottom half of the 8th inning. Second of the day, recorded by Beeks, and we'll see the top of the lineup for the 4th time for Baltimore.
So far, I have not seen anyone say that they've seen a first pitch home run on ball.
This is hit in the air to left. Back is Renfroe at the wall. It is gone. Home run, Jose Iglesias. And the Orioles are at least putting up a fight here in Baltimore. They've clawed their way back to within 4.
Another solo home run for the Orioles today. Iglesias. Something on the inner half of the plate. And he puts a swing out of it, and he's gone. So we'll see if that ends the day for Beeks. No, they're going to let him face another batter.
Beeks stays in. Of course, the Rays have one of the best 8th, 9th inning punches in baseball, with Diego Castillo, the right-hander, taking the 8th. He's got a 1.85 ERA. And then Nick Anderson, who is the AL saves leader with 33 on the year, he'll take care of the 9th per the usual. But of course, due to the score, and with Tampa Bay being up by so much, Kevin Cash hoping to rest the big guys today.
So far, not a safe situation, but if a few more runners get on, you'll probably see those back-end guys come in here.
This is hit into left, sliding, and that's going to get by and roll all the way to the wall. Renfroe missed it. Kiermaier, an excellent backup, and will hold Hanser Alberto to second base. And the Orioles are putting on a little bit of a threat here. They have a man on second here in the 8th and trail by only 4.
That reminds me of the play earlier in the game with Dwight Smith Jr. trying to dive for a ball. And you can't do that. And that will end the day for Beeks. You have to keep the ball in front of you. You can't give runners extra bases. Chaz Rowe will try to strand that runner at second. He's had a pretty good year. Neither lefties nor righties doing too much. Good ERA. And 41 strikeouts in 35 and a third.
So Jalen Beeks will leave, having given up 1 run and still responsible for the runner on second. That is Alberto. And so now it's Anthony Santander, who homered last inning. We have seen balls flying out of this ballpark today. This inning, no different.
Yeah, it's a typical Camden Yards game. A lot of home runs hit in this ballpark.
But it's an 0-2 here to Santander, and that misses. Down and in on the slider. Rowe still comfortably ahead, though, at 1-2. Santander will parry that and stay alive for another one.
you'll see a lot of sliders from Chaz Rowe. He just threw one there to Santander.
The slider is Rowe's big pitch. He throws a lot, and there it is again. And it's on the ground to second. It'll be handled by Lau for the out. Moving up to third base is Alberto. And the Rays are one out closer to the end of the eighth. Renato Nunez, for the fourth time today, will come to the plate. A double last inning. Before that, against Blake Snell, he struggled, as did most of this lineup. A soft line drive to short and a ground ball to third. That composes his day. One and 0 from Rowe. Back to the slider once again, and it misses, and now it's 2-0.
Don't want to put him on base because if he does, that will mean the tying run would be on deck, and it would be a safe situation. Still the eighth inning, but that's something you got to think of.
2-0. And now it's 3-0. And EB, you're absolutely right. Well, I don't think that Kevin Cash would immediately yank Rowe if he were to put Nunez on here. It would not be good. Well, that one catches the inside corner. Relying on the slider constantly is Rowe, even on 3-0, as you see right there. Now it's 3-1. Make it a full count, as that one is slashed foul by Renato Nunez. The payoff pitch with 2 out in the eighth.
Did he go?
Check swing, did he go? He did not. And Nunez draws the 2-out walk, and it is now officially a save situation.
Let's look at that. Yeah, I think he held up.
Kevin Cash will stick with Chaz Rowe, Oliver Drake, Nick Anderson, the closer, also getting loose in the bullpen.
Now, I think Rowe only faced 2 batters, so he has to stay in anyway.
That's right. You're
1, no strike.
absolutely correct. Sometimes it is a bit of an adjustment, the 3-batter rule, but it's a good point and something that we should keep in mind.
So if Ruiz gets on, then Kevin Cash can make the pitching change if he wants.
1-0 Ruiz. Jammed him, and he hits it foul, 1-1.
I'm sure you'd rather that Rowe just get out of this inning without any more damage.
I think Cash would love to see Rowe go the rest of the way, so he doesn't have to use Anderson. And that is fouled back. It's 1-2. Well, here, EB, here's the chance for Baltimore if they want to get closer. Have to get this run in.
Yeah, they have to do something here.
Hit in the air to left center field. Kiermaier, the center fielder, will call it and take it, and that'll do it for the bottom of the eighth. So Iglesias, the solo shot, but the Orioles strand 2, and we go to the ninth with Tampa on top by 4 in Baltimore.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention please. Now
Richard
pitching for
Blyer will come on
Number
to
48.
pitch the top of the ninth for the Orioles. There you see the numbers, making his 38th appearance of the year. 6'3" right-hander, 32 years of age out of Florida.
Meadow.
A 6-2 record on the year, so a lot of decisions, and one of the most reliable arms out of what's been a very shaky bullpen for the Orioles. ERA at 1.63. Only he and Paul Fry, who's at 1.5, have ERAs that are under 3 in that pen.
Yeah, I was looking at those numbers earlier. Ugly numbers for the bullpen, but as you said, Blyer's been one of the reliable arms. I thought they might stick with Block because he was pitching pretty well, but they decided to go to another lefty. They've used all lefties out of the pen today.
The Orioles have more lefties in their bullpen than most. They're, I think, one of the few teams in baseball, they have more left-handers than right in their bullpen. 5 left-handed arms and only 3 righties is what makes up that Baltimore pen.
I was just counting. You're right. They have all the lefties in seat there. You mentioned Paul Fry, another lefty, and then they have Miguel Castro, Hunter Harvey, and Givens, who is their closer, all from the right side. So yeah, 5 lefties is not something you see too often in the bullpen.
1-2 to Meadows is on the ground to first, and all over that one is Ruiz for the first out of the inning.
11, Hunter Renfroe.
Hunter Harvey, Tanner Scott action in the bullpen as we take a look back to the first inning, where it was Hunter Renfroe who did this. A solo shot, which going along with the solo home run hit by Adames, would give the Rays a 2-0 lead, and they would never really look back. And since then, they have taken control. Hard hit down the third baseline, but foul on the first pitch. 0-1 to Renfroe.
He's had a nice day here, 3 for 4. Doing that home run we saw.
That is sliced, and it's a fair ball. Inside out by Renfroe, and he's got himself a double. 3rd hit of the day for him. Check that, the 4th hit of the day for Hunter Renfroe. He's been a rock star for the Rays today, EB.
Yeah. 4 for 5, and he's having a nice day here, as I said. Actually, just as I said that, he got his 4th hit. So
Hunter Renfroe, 28 years of age, out of Mississippi. Went to school at Mississippi State. And came over, as we said a little bit earlier on the broadcast, as part of the Tommy Pham deal before this year. G-Man Choi now with the runner at second. He's also done some damage today. That is hit down the third base line. It's a fair ball, and everybody's gonna be safe. Overrun over there by Nunez, and it's a base hit. It would have been a tough error, EB.
Yeah, it's I don't know. I'm kind of in between on that because I know that Choi doesn't run too well, and he probably had a play, but at the same time, probably was a difficult play. That
is hit hard and fair down the left field line, and this should put it away for good. 1 run's in. They'll move up to second and third. RBI double Yoshitomo Satsugo, and it's 9-4.
Facing a lefty, goes the other way. Really good approach for the Rays all around, up and down the lineup today.
Yandy Diaz, who's also had a good day, he's 2 for 4, and now will be 2 for 5, but with another RBI, as crossing the plate on that one is G-Man Choi, and the Rays have put up a 10 spot here in Baltimore.
Double-digit runs, their lead's back up to 6. Talked about Blyer having a nice year. That may have been another one of those jinxes because he's given up 2 runs here.
Even Kevin Kiermaier's gotten in on the fun, who was struggling mightily coming up, or leading up to today, I should say, as he takes a strike here in the 9th.
Yeah, right when we were having all those technical difficulties, he had a bunt base hit and ended up scoring a double.
Sometimes when you're struggling, that's the only way you can get on. 1-1 is just missed on the inside. And now it's 2 balls and 1 strike here to Kiermaier. If he can continue, Mike Zunino would be next. And he can. That's into right field. RBI single, Kevin Kiermaier, and make it 11 for Tampa Bay. That's now 3 in the inning and 11 overall.
They just keep coming at you. They don't stop.
everybody in the lineup going to get 5 at-bats today, which is not something you can say often. Mike Zunino will now come to the plate. He'll face Hunter Harvey, the new pitcher, after Brandon Hyde decides he's seen enough of, Richard Blyer.
And brings in a guy with an ERA over 7. So we'll see how this one goes.
1-0.
Well, he'll only have to get 1 out. It's going to be Mike Zunino. And looking down at my scorecard, EB, and you can correct me if my math is incorrect, I believe everybody now has at least 1 hit today on the Tampa Bay side.
I believe you're right. It's been a very good offensive day for them. And we were talking about about the deadline in Houston, and I think Tampa Bay will be in the market. Even though they've done pretty well today, I think they might be in the market for another bat, maybe another arm in the bullpen.
Certainly, I would agree. Expect them to be active as well as we near the 31st. Lots of moves, lots of shuffling. The teams are going to look very different between today, July 18th, and August 1st. 3-2 Zunino, and a strikeout will end the top of the 9th. But the Rays get 3 more, and they've scored 11 here today. They're comfortably ahead by 7 as we go to the last of the 9th. As we welcome you back here to Camden Yards, Eddie McCarthy, EB from Toronto, for some American League East ball. For the bottom of the 9th inning, we'll see Austin Hayes, the one guy, EB, who was able to figure out Blake Snell.
You remember for a while he had the only Orioles hit, and he was the only guy who got on base for quite a time there.
This is grounded left side, and Austin Hayes is the one guy who has been doing things well today for Baltimore. That's his 2nd hit of the day, 3rd time he's been on base, and he's on to start the 9th.
Well, the Orioles are obviously down by a lot, so they're going to need a lot of those base hits and bloops and all that stuff if they want to get back into this one.
Dwight Smith Jr. is next. This is on the ground left side, and that's going to get through. It gets past Diaz, the 3rd baseman, 2 pitches, 2 base runners. They're at 1st and 2nd here in the 9th.
Look, he might have been jammed, but he kept it fair and got the base hit. So first to reach. Let's see what the Orioles could do here.
Ramon Urias will be the batter, hitting 8th today, 0 for 3 thus far.
Brandon Hyde does have some left-handed bats to go to if he chooses on the bench.
Again, first pitch swinging. This time it's just a little bit foul. Well, if the result holds, the Rays will move up to 56-43 and keep it at 6 games back, with the Yankees defeating the Cardinals in the first game of the day today. The Orioles will fall to 36-63. These 2 teams will meet for 1 more tomorrow. Keegan Aiken is scheduled to start for Baltimore. The starter for Tampa Bay is yet to be announced.
I think it might be Charlie Morton. I'm not 100% sure.
I don't believe it's been announced yet.
Yeah.
If we get word, we'll let you know. Three balls and a strike, the count to Urias. This is little blooper, shallow, and it's going to drop in center field for a hit. They're actually going to get it out at second base on the 4th. Run will come in, but the Rays will take that. They'll happily trade it out for a run. And you have to feel for Dwight Smith Jr., who was caught in no man's land.
Yeah, that's a tough play for the Orioles because he had no idea whether Kiermaier was going to catch that ball or not, and only once he saw that he wasn't did he have advanced to second, but by then they'd gotten there. So, yeah, tough break for the Orioles.
And I apologize, run does not come in to score. I was misled by the score bug right there. So now they're still at first and third after your everyday 8-6 fielder's choice. 0-1 Severino. This is back to road. A second, he's out, and first, he is out as well. And that will do it for Game 2 of this series. The Rays win it by the final score of 11-4. It's a big offensive day from Tampa Bay. They've tied things up at 1 with the rubber match due tomorrow.
Good day for the Rays. They got a very good start from Blake Snell, just giving up those 2 home runs. And then they kept adding on offensively, which was important for them, so they could put this one away. They'll look to win the series tomorrow, like you said, keep pace with the New York Yankees, who won earlier today as well.
With the win, the Rays ensure that they are only 6 games back with the Yankees win earlier today. I don't believe Cleveland has played yet. Tampa came in today 6 behind the Indians for the second wild card slot. Our player of the game, no surprise, could have gone to a couple, but this guy distinguished himself above the rest. That's Hunter Renfroe. A 4-for-5 day with a home run, a double. He was all over the place today.
Excellent day for Renfroe. And you talked about Cleveland, so the Rays are going to hope for some help from their division rival Blue Jays, who are hosting Cleveland this weekend.
The Rays will play one more at Camden Yards tomorrow, and then they're on the road. They get to go play Kansas City, so they've hit the easy part of their schedule where they should be able to clean up. We'll take a look at some highlights, and EB, we started right away. Well, most fans were still taking their seats. Willie Adames quickly sat everybody down. Home run to lead off the game. Later that inning, Hunter Renfroe would hit a home run of his own, and now Yandy Diaz in the top of the 4th would add yet another solo shot.
Yeah, quite a bit of home runs here today. There's another one from Choi with a man on, making it 6-0. They're skipping some of the offensive highlights, but the Rays had a very good day.
Well, there's so many of them, it's hard to grab them all. This would end the no-hitter right here from Blake Snell. This Austin Hayes home run to left field. Snell had no-hit the Rays up until then. He still pitched a very good outing. Went 6 innings, only allowed 2 runs on 2 hits, both home runs. As there he got Ramon Urias to strike out in the bottom of the 5th. And here's Hanser Alberto going down on a changeup. Snell was excellent today for Tampa. Moved to the top of the 7th now. Kevin Kiermaier would ground out to first, and this was probably the best defensive play of the day, EB.
Yeah, we were talking about that. I said put a star next to that one. Very nice play from the first baseman. And there's Santander with the second hit off of Snell. That was a home run that knocked him out of the game. But Snell had a very good day with 10 strikeouts over those 6+ innings.
Yeah, the Orioles would make a little bit of noise in the later portions of this game. Here's an Iglesias home run. That would make it 8-4, and from there we said maybe, just maybe, but Tampa Bay would put that to bed. They'd have an excellent 9th inning. They'd push 3 across. And then the only double play of the day came on the last pitch of the game. A 1-6-3 started by Rowe, turned by Adames, and finished off by Ji-Man Choi. And that would end things here in Baltimore. Tampa Bay wins it 11-4. EB, your final thoughts?
Good win for the Rays. They got to keep going. As you said, they're into a soft part of their schedule. They have the Orioles, they have the Royals, and then they come home and they play the Tigers and the Miami Marlins. So these are definitely games that the Rays have to win as many as possible. Obviously, nothing is guaranteed in baseball. We saw the Orioles coming away with the win yesterday, but the more wins the Rays can rack up, the better off they'll be.
The Tampa starter for tomorrow is yet to be determined. For the Orioles, it'll be Keegan Aiken, and for Baltimore, they'll play one more with Tampa Bay tomorrow, and then they will they will stay at home at Camden Yards for 3 with the Mariners. So certainly some winnable games incoming for the Orioles, as we're still waiting on our broadcast team. I'm sure they'll be joining us in the booth momentarily. EB, what do we got next?
We have the Cubs and the Reds. That's going to be from Wrigley Field. And I know that John Lester is seeking career win number 200 if he can get it today. And Sonny Gray will go for the Reds. So a very nice pitching matchup.
Very good pitching matchup. Two pretty good teams. And why don't we talk about that NL Central a little bit? You got the Cubs, who have the best record in the National League, and they're tied for the best record in ball. And while they had a little bit of a slip, EB, in late May, in late June, I should say rather. But now they've really rebounded. And they're showing everybody in the National League that they are really the team to beat right now.
Yeah, they're continuing their good role. They're going to have to do that as the Reds are not that far behind, so they got to keep a foot on the gas. And I see we have our next crew joining us.
Well, here they are, and we're going to turn it over to them shortly. We'll just finish up here our final from Camden Yards. The Orioles fall to the Rays 11-4. Blake Snell the win. He moves to 7-7. Cole Stewart gets the loss. He falls to 2-12. We start at 4:08. We finished up at 5:53. Our game time 1 hour and 45 minutes. So that's all from Baltimore. For EB from Toronto, I'm Eddie McCarthy saying so long, and now we'll send it out to historic Wrigley Field. Heinz AS, all you, my friend.
Well, thank you, Eddie. Joined in the booth here by JD Gregory. How are you doing?
I'm doing really well. How are you, Heinz?
It's going good. Yesterday, Cubs and Reds had a very good game. Ended with a walk-off two-run shot from Wilson Contreras in what was a scoreless game through 6, with an amazing 2020 home debut for Adbert Alzolay. And today we got 2 veteran pitchers on the mound. It's going to be Sonny Gray for the Reds, and for the Cubs, a chance for history for John Lester, seeking career win number 200 as he's taking the mound here on a sunny day at Wrigley.
Well, I hope John Lester gets it because he's had such a great career and he has such a great story. It would be great to call the game when he gets his 200th win.
Yeah, I was on the call for his last attempt against the Chicago White Sox on the south side. Ended up with a no decision in a 4-3 loss. Not his best outing, but 6 innings, giving up 3 runs, also walking 3. But today against the Reds, chance to do it in front of the home crowd ought to be a good one, as the first pitch here is swung on and missed by Nick Senzel, starting at 5 o'clock Central Time.
But there would be no sweeter place for Lester to get a career landmark win than right here at Wrigley Field, I'm sure.
Senzel rips that one down the line. One hopper to Bryant. Tosses it across to Rizzo. So the first out on 2 pitches for John Lester. Starting lineup for the Reds: Senzel, Castellanos, Suarez, Moustakas, Akiyama, Aquino, Joey Votto, Kurt Casale, and the starter Sonny Gray. First pitch into Castellanos is a looping curveball for strike 1.
Got to be careful how you pitch to Castellanos Hines. He's got 120 career home runs, and he was also, when he was drafted back in 2010, considered the third best power hitter in that class.
And last year, he also showed some gap power, leading the major leagues in doubles with 58 combined between the Tigers and these Chicago Cubs, who he ended the season with. And he was really known to hit well against left-handed pitching. So against John Lester should be an interesting matchup for this whole ball game.
Yes, it should be.
That one is chopped over to Ian Happ at second, and he tosses it over to Rizzo. So 2 outs here in the first inning.
The shortstop, Eugenio Suarez.
Defensive alignment for the Cubs today: Schwarber, Almora, and Hayward from left to right in the outfield. Bryant and Baez on the left-hand side, Happ and Rizzo on the right-hand side of the infield, and then the hero of last night, Wilson Contreras, behind the dish for Big John Lester.
It will be a great start if Lester can make short work of this Reds lineup, because you and I talked about it before the game. This Reds lineup has a lot of power in it, so if you can shut them down early, all the better.
See the umpires. It's Larry Bullard behind the plate for this ball game. One and one to Eugenio Suarez, starting at third base, and he watches that one. It's 2-1.
Well, today is Eugenio Suarez's birthday. He's 29 years old, so happy birthday, Eugenio.
And to go along with that, happy birthday to Derek Dietrich, who's on the bench for the Reds as well. So double birthdays today for the Reds, and we'll see if any of them can get themselves their own birthday present.
It'll be definitely interesting to see that. I did not realize it was Derek Dietrich's birthday as well.
Full count pitch to Eugenio Suarez. And he's going to head over to first base.
The third baseman, Mike Luzardo.
It'd be nice to see if we can see a replay. I did not see that ball hit him, but apparently it did.
So with the lefty-lefty matchup, it's going to be Mike Moustakas. You can see the batting average around 227, not where he would like it necessarily, but certainly been a good pickup. Him and Castellanos both on 4-year, $64 million contracts. I think Castellanos was seen as the big marquee signing, but I mean, JD, I don't know about you, but I think Moustakas is equally as good of a pickup for them to really shore up that infield.
Oh, I absolutely believe that too, and it gives you two really big bats right there in the heart of that order. Moustakas was a really big part of that Kansas City club in 2014 and 15, so that's why the Reds brought him in.
That one is chased in the dirt, so the first strikeout of the day goes to John Lester as he gets a scoreless first inning, a hitless first inning. So we head to the Cubs half. It's still 0-0. So here is Sonny Gray on the mound. You can see 10-3, top 10 in the National League in wins, and that 3 ERA puts him in the top 10 as well.
And Sonny Gray, more times than not, has been lights out in his career. Big game pitcher, so the Cubs need to get on him early this year.
And as you mentioned, they have to get to him quickly, and no better way when you have Bryant, Rizzo, and Baez leading the line, followed then by Schwarber and Contreras. So I think I've mentioned this countless times, but there is no break in this Cubs lineup.
Absolutely not. A lot of power, a lot of talented hitters.
Outside, that's a ball.
First pitch from Sonny Gray is outside ball one. Reds 58-39 entering today. Good enough for second in the NL Central. A whole 5 games back on these Chicago Cubs, and can make it within 2 should they win this game and the one tomorrow.
But it would be a big pickup if the Reds could win this game today after that letdown from yesterday.
The pitch to Chris Bryant. That one just catches the corner. So 2-1 here, and I think with Sonny Gray pitching away, I don't think you're going to see him pitch into Chris Bryant very often.
No, I don't think so either, and I think it would be a mistake if he decided to do that.
2-1. That one is up and in, so it looks like proving both of us wrong, though. I don't know if I would necessarily agree with that pitch call, but it's 2-2.
Well, after the day Bryant had yesterday, you would think that today you'd want to pitch awful carefully to him.
He swings and misses, however, at a good curveball, so he's the first strikeout victim for Sonny Gray.
Batting second.
I could made him reach a little bit for that pitch, pitching him outside.
So in will step the Cubs first baseman Anthony Rizzo. 2019 Gold Glove winner at first base, though he did make an error that ended up costing the Cubs a run last night in the top of the 7th inning, resulting in 2 runs for the Reds, and then was reciprocated by a Eugenio Suarez error, leading the Cubs getting 2 runs as well.
That's outside.
Well, absolutely, but he also made a nice save at the end of the 9th inning by getting a diving stop for Tyler Chatwood yesterday. Potentially saving some runs.
Chatwood definitely didn't have the best of his outings out of the bullpen, pitching 2 innings, getting himself into a pair of jams, and doing a very good job, however, by this Cubs defense to keep him in it, though. Finds himself in a 3-1 count, so Sonny Gray's pitch count is going to keep going up if he really cannot find the strike zone early in the count.
It absolutely is. It's why the Cubs hitters are going to have to be patient.
Fortunately, that's just a short dribbler down the line. Easy for Joey Votto at first to tag the bag. Quickly, the Reds defensive alignment, Castellanos, Shogo Akiyama, and Aristides Aquino line up the outfield. Moustakas, Suarez, Senzel, and Votto around the infield, and it'll be Kurt Casale getting the start behind the plate here for Sonny Gray. That pitch, pretty center cut to Javier Baez. Wasn't able to really get around on it, though. It's 0-1.
I got 1 ball, 1 strike.
Spiked in the dirt with the fastball. 1-1 here on Javier Baez. That's fouled back. Baez had a triple in the 10th inning yesterday. Ended up scoring the winning run, per se, on that go-ahead walk-off 2-run homer from Wilson Contreras with 2 outs.
And that was a blast, too, but going back to that triple that Baez hit, that was an absolute show of speed, and sure, it didn't help that Winkler missed the play on it a little bit, but that just goes to show you how fast of a player Baez is.
Swings and misses at the slider here, so a pair of Ks for Sonny Gray. That'll end the first inning. Head to the top of the second. 0-0 here in Chicago. Shogo Akiyama will lead off here for the Reds. Batting 5th, I found that a little surprising to have a lefty hitting 5th against John Lester, another lefty.
No, absolutely, and after doing some of the research that I've done, the Reds are hoping that Akiyama can be a leadoff hitter eventually. He is certainly, everything I've read about him, shown the capability to be able to do that.
Nope, ball 1.
Done very well in Japan. Has ended up in 2015, I believe, getting the NPB hits record, which he took away from, interestingly enough, former Cub Matt Merton, who had hit 214 or 215 in 2014, as that's a fly out to Kyle Schwarber for out number 1.
Very interesting the way that he was able to get that to turn around after just 1 season. That is for sure.
So here is Aristides Aquino, known Cub killer in his rookie year last year. Went 310 with 6 homers and 11 RBIs in a total of 7 games against the Cubs.
Now that was just goes to show what part of his season was. He is nicknamed the Punisher, and he definitely has punished other pitchers. He was the fastest modern player to reach 10 home runs. I think it was his rookie year. He did it in 16 games. But the problem was he also, when September came around, tailed off quite a bit last season.
One ball.
And interestingly enough, for the 60-game season that we're going to be about to see, he was left off of that big roster, so not in the plans for David Bell and the Reds. But as you mentioned, he had a big tear to start it off with 7 homers in his first 10, but strikes out here, so John Lester now getting another strikeout. It's 2 on the day.
Number 19.
Lester's looking as good as ever today, Hines. I think he can feel a victory in it.
Indeed, if he can keep up like this, he's going to have a great game, and if he can pitch like this the rest of the season, he can really, be up there with currently Hendricks and Quintana to make the 3-headed monster, which, you need to have good pitching in the postseason, and if you can have a 3-headed monster like the Cubs did in 16, for example, with Arrieta, Hendricks, and then John Lester was part of that one as well, that's a huge thing because you really only need 3 starters to come the postseason.
Absolutely. And another thing to look at is if you look back to the Braves of the early mid-90s, you had Greg Maddux and Tom Glavine and John Smoltz. And they showed in that 95 World Series at least just how important good starting pitching is. It can really shut down an offense.
Well, Joey Votto draws the first walk of the afternoon. Of course, he's known for his good eyes. And going back to your point, Greg Maddux is number 31. Fly is on one of the Wrigley Field foul poles, also the number of Cubs Hall of Famer Fergie Jenkins.
Well, I know Greg Maddux the Cubs were hoping to get a lot out of him, but then they let him go. But it worked out eventually.
Yeah, had those 4 Cy Youngs in consecutive seasons, one of which coming with the Cubs. I think that was 92, then 93, 4, and 5 with the Braves, I believe. Kurt Casale pops that one foul. Casale getting the start behind the dish instead of switch hitting Tucker Barnhart. They platoon against righties and lefties, so Casale gets the start against the lefty. Barnhart came out yesterday against Alzolay and likely will be the starter tomorrow against Kyle Hendricks will be on the mound. The 2-2 is fouled away. John Lester deals. That's a little excuse me swing. Rizzo flips. John Lester covers. Good example of PFP right there to end the second inning. Schwarber, Contreras, and Hayward will come up for the Cubs as we head into the bottom of the second.
Leading off for the Cubs, the left fielder.
So here is Kyle Schwarber, participated in the All-Star game, of course. Drew a walk in his single at-bat single plate appearance that he had late on in the game. He hits that one up the middle, but with the shift, that'll be over to first from Eugenio Suarez, who normally a third baseman most of the time. It's sort of interesting as they're going with Senzel at second, Suarez at short, Moustakas at third. Would probably have figured to see Moustakas at second, Senzel at short, and Suarez at third, giving most of these guys more of a natural position for them.
Well, you would, but sometimes you just have to change it up, and obviously that's what the Reds decided to do today.
That one's grounded. That one will not be snagged by Suarez. So Wilson Contreras only got one hit yesterday. Obviously was the biggest hit of the ball game. But he'd been on a hot streak before the All-Star break, and it looks like he's going to be continuing it here. after the break. Yeah.
Looks like the Cubs might have found a little bit of a breakthrough right there. You've got a great bat in Jason Hayward coming up. We'll see what they're able to do with this.
With the first hit of the ball game, so Cubs looking to capitalize on that as Jason Hayward steps to the dish, hitting .233. That one is just outside, according to the home plate umpire. Gray delivers, and that one is right over the plate, though that one looks like it's going to tail into about the second row. Hayward, of course, a veteran presence in this Cubs locker room. We all know what he did back in 2016, and still providing the defense that I think the Cubs expect from him.
I think so, and this guy, as you said, he is just a great leader. He is the guy that really, during that rain delay, pulled the Cubs together, and hopefully he's a guy that can be around a few more years for them.
Fortunately, not able to pull anything together here, as that's going to be an around the horn 5-4-3 double play to end the frame, but we'll head over to the third inning. We have 9-1-2 for the Reds coming up. Here is Heidi Watney talking about this insane Cubs pitching staff. Look, top 3 in almost everything except for strikeouts.
And that's pretty impressive numbers that the Cubs are putting up. There's no doubt why they were in first place in their division. Get the pitching, you can get wins.
They're first in the MLB in ERA. I know last time I saw the graphic up, it said that the Cubs were about, a whole half of an ERA point ahead of the next best team in the National League. So they're not just ahead of the rest of the teams. They are, in another zip code.
It's historic type proportions. See if the Cubs can really capitalize on those types of numbers.
Well, Sonny Gray at the dish. He's now 1-2. Should be the out for John Lester to get to start off the inning, and there he goes. That's strike 3, number 3 for John Lester on the afternoon.
Next from Cincinnati.
That's just a good old rocket fire strikeout right there. See if you can hit it. Sonny Gray wasn't able to do that.
So we head back to the top of the order with Nick Senzel. Started off the game with a ground out.
Be interesting to see if they can move, if they can get Akamora into the leadoff spot where they might move Senzel in the order. It seems like he's got some power himself. He could be real productive.
He skies that one over to Albert Almora for out number 2. I think that I agree with you that Akiyama really should be at some point the leadoff hitter for this team. I think Senzel, with his speed, could provide a great threat, whether it's maybe down in the 2-hole as sort of a guy to pick up after Akiyama's at bat, or you could potentially see him being maybe going with the old Joe Madden tactic of pitcher in the 8 spot and go with a double leadoff guy, because to have 2 guys with speed in your team is always, something you love to have, and not many teams do have. So to be able to get him to maybe set the tables then for Akiyama, as that one is launched to left center. Back in the ballpark he called home for half a season. Castellanos, his number 16 on the year.
Well, Castellanos, when he was a Cub, he had an amazing batting average, .348, 11 home runs, 20 RBI, and he is showing the fans here that he missed them. Seems like he loves to hit in this ballpark.
We get another look at that. That was just crushed about halfway up the bleachers in left field. So just like that, John Lester has to work with a 1-0 deficit, and you mentioned it, Castellanos is one of the guys to watch with his great power and great power against left-handed pitching. So he's got plenty of time to try to do more in this game still.
Absolutely. And again, you've got to be careful with how you pitch to him, just like you have to be careful with how you pitch to this guy too, because he can swing with power as well.
And I mentioned how we had a Cubs killer in Aquino. Suarez is another one of those guys. We'll get to talk about that in his next at-bat, maybe, as he grounds over to third. But big fly from Nick Castellanos. So it's going to be 1-0 Reds here as we head to the bottom of the third. Cubs looking to get some offense going.
Leading off for the Cubs, the second baseman, Ian.
Cubs 7, 8, 9 coming up. They have one hit so far, but nullified by the Hayward double play last inning. So it'll be Ian Happ from the left-handed batter's box today. As he watches strike one. Happ came out of the University of Cincinnati, so he spent some time in the city. Probably got to catch a few Reds games before getting drafted in the first round by the Cubs.
I'm sure he did. That would have been a fun thing to do down there, go to the games with some of your friends.
He can now say he's checked off 3 of the NL Central teams, born in Pittsburgh, college in Cincinnati, and now big league baseball in Chicago.
That is definitely interesting. I believe Melky Cabrera, he had the same fate over in the AL Central. He played for the White Sox, Indians, Royals.
That one is softly chopped. Moustakis, quick transfer and across for out number 1.
Batting eighth, the pitcher.
If you have a look at the NL Central standings, you can see the Reds 5 back of the leading Chicago Cubs. Also in the wild card right now, they are in that first wild card spot. But St. Louis, Milwaukee, and Pittsburgh, 22 games between the Cubs at the top and the Cardinals in third place. They've just never got going, neither them nor the Brewers.
No, they haven't. I know the Cardinals will have a chance to try and make some ground up. I know the Cubs at the end of this coming week have a big series with them, so we'll see if the Cubs can throw a knockout punch at the Cardinals.
Yeah, I'll be on the call for a couple of those Cubs-Cards games. Looking forward to it. They had a 2-game set in London that the Cubs swept. Other than that, I don't actually know too much about how that series has been going. As John Lester gets a hold of one. That one's gonna drop, so hey, John Lester getting a base hit.
You know, I think he decided he was going to show Nick Castellanos that he can hit the ball too. And here he finds a way to get a Cubs base runner for the second hit this afternoon for the Cubs.
Well, and if they want to get something going, they'll need base hits. And don't think they can consistently rely on John Lester being the guy. They'll need top of the order to really get something going. But Albert Almora in the 9th spot, going with that Joe Madden technique, as I mentioned earlier.
I think that's a good technique to have because when you've got speedsters on base, you can really make the pitcher uncomfortable while he's on the mound because he has to account for speed as well as the batters.
And it does a great job to set up the top of the lineup because you know Bryant, Rizzo, Baez are all great players with runners in scoring position. So you want to maximize the amount of chances that they can get with a runner on base to maximize their RBI totals and your run totals in the game.
Absolutely. Guys like Bryant and Rizzo are guys that are capable of power hits. They can hit a lot of doubles and triples. So that's the advantage. You can score maybe 2 for 1 sometimes.
That is going to be a double play. Another one turned to end the inning back-to-back times. That was close, but just in time. So Cubs down in order again with 2 hits. We are here in the top of the 4th inning. Heidi Watney back. This time talking about the Reds offense and how they've really, just put up great numbers this year.
Yes, they have, and like we've been saying, there's a lot of power guys like Castellanos, Moustakis, so there's no surprise that they're able to put up a lot of runs.
Here is one of their signings, as we mentioned, Moustakis struck out to end the 1st inning. First pitch to him is curveball just outside. It's 1-0. Finds himself 1-1. Interesting fact about Mike Moustakas. He's of Greek descent. His grandmother was from Greece and has a Greek flag in his locker room hanging above his locker. So just an interesting little thing. You always wonder what these guys do with their lockers in the clubhouse. What, sort of tokens of, their family that they keep there just before their games.
Absolutely. You got to think that maybe being a ball player, being away from home so much of the year, that kind of brings them a little bit of comfort too, I would imagine.
That pitch there might give him nightmares, however. That one's in the dirt. Strikeout number 4 for John Lester, number 2 on the day for Moustakas.
Lester clearly has the upper hand here a little bit, even though he gave up that run. He just needs the Cubs to step up and get some timely hits here.
That one's in there for strike 1. So, JD, I have a question for you. I think it's fair to say that John Lester is going to find himself on a Hall of Fame ballot, and I think it's fair to say he's not going to be a first-round exit or a first-ballot Hall of Famer. So we see that one caught by Hayward. I'm wondering, do you think he's going to get in, or do you think he's going to fall off the ballot at some point? What's your take?
I think that he will get in. Again, maybe not on his first ballot, but I think that he has enough of a rapport. He's certainly done enough in his career, winning a World Series title and some of his other accolades, that he will eventually get in.
That one's in for strike 1. I tend to believe that as well. Has 3 world titles, 2 with the Red Sox in 07 and 13, and 1 with the Cubs as well. 5-time All-Star, along with the Cubs NLCS MVP back in 2016, the co-MVP with him and Javier Baez.
They were both monsters that year. They deserve those awards.
Oh man, I completely missed the trivia question. I guess Twitch didn't refresh for me, and it looks like we've gotten all our answers. So I feel really sad that I missed that one, because I would have loved to guess those. But we see the inning end with a pop out to the catcher. So nothing doing for the Reds, as the Cubs looking to get a chance here in the bottom of the 4th. So Chris Bryant leading off. I'll just list off the trivia question. All the answers have been guessed in Twitch, but just so that we have the final question and answer. The question was, name the 4 Cubs to hit 300 plus home runs while playing for them. Answers being, of course, Mr. Cub himself, Ernie Banks, Sammy Sosa, who hit over 500 with them, Billy Williams as well, Cubs Hall of Famer, and then missing answer, number 10, Ron Santo.
Really? Well, I know Santo was a big Cub. I guess I'm a little surprised Andre Dawson wasn't in that group.
Yeah, I think he hit a 400 and something. I don't know exactly the number, but over 400 in his career. But maybe he's more in the 200 somewhere, because I know he hit a fair amount when he was with Montreal for a while too, as that one is grounded through the hole again. The Cubs loving that side of the infield. Base hit here for Bryant, to lead off the inning.
Well, the Cubs have to find a way to stop hitting ground balls, because every time they've got a runner on so far this afternoon, they hit into a ground ball double play. So they're going to have to lay off the low pitches or something, because what they've done isn't working.
So Rizzo stands in with one on, nobody out. He grounded out to start off the game, start off his game. He cuts through that one. It's 0-1.
We were talking about John Lester's years with the Red Sox, but a lot of people may not know is that Anthony Rizzo at the same time was also in the Red Sox organization as a prospect, and he actually dealt with some pediatric cancer at the same time John Lester was going through his battles, and Lester had a chance to reach out to him and help him.
Yeah, I remember hearing about that. They really formed a bond back then when they were both in the Red Sox system, and now the magic that is Epstein and Hoyer has found them both here on this Cubs ball club together and both performing at a high level.
Absolutely. I don't know Theo Epstein could have ever have dreamed of that.
That one is called strike 3. Freezes him with the curveball as we get a look at the wins leader. We mentioned he's he's sole possession of 3rd place on the wins list in the National League.
Bill Gray may be just getting a little bit older, but he is clearly still one of the best pitchers in the game, and we can see him freezing Cubs hitters and getting them to hit into double plays, so he certainly deserves that.
Yeah, and he's back. He was a Vanderbilt player for a while. Matched up now back with his former catcher Kurt Casale catching for him. So they were the battery back at Vanderbilt and their battery here half the time at least in Cincinnati.
Well, it's got to be nice to be able to have a guy you're familiar with catching your pitches.
That one is hit down right field. That is foul. Javi trying to go the other way with that one. A gapper or ball in that right field corner surely would have scored the run.
Absolutely, that ball would have given Brian a lot of room to run with.
But he strikes out for the 4th strikeout of Sonny Gray's day. So both pitchers find themselves with 4 strikeouts. So with 2 outs, it'll be Kyle Schwarber to the dish.
So this is something that concerns me, Hines, because the Cubs, if they want to continue to win and keep this lead on the Reds, they're going to have to be able to take advantage with runners and opportunity, and they haven't done that today. And there was also a situation yesterday where they had a chance to grab a lead, and I believe it was the 7th inning, and Baez struck out. You got to take advantage of those opportunities. Try to get the game into the back half of your bullpen. It looks like they might do that here as Schwarber hits a ball down the left field line, and it looks like it's going to score Bryant.
Well, to your point right there, someone's been tapping this broadcast because Kyle Schwarber rips that one down the line, and right as you're telling them they need to capitalize on opportunities, the Cubs have tied the ball game.
Yeah, somebody definitely was listening, I think.
That'll bring up Contreras. That's bobbled by Moustakis, but it's got plenty of time, but not before Kyle Schwarber doing a good job to hit a ball down the line. He doesn't need to hit a ball 500 feet to provide for this Cubs offense. So it's 1-1 after 4. We head to the 5th inning. Votto, Casale, and Gray for the Reds.
Leading off for Cincinnati, the first baseman, number 19.
So Votto coming to the plate, another guy who I think is a surefire Hall of Famer. I think it's, clear as day. He's going to be making it at whenever he decides he wants to call it quits. That'll be, who knows, maybe in 4 or 5 years.
Well, absolutely, and it's too bad that Joey Votto has had to deal with some disappointment because he's been such a great player. He deserves to be on a team that wins a World Series, and I think that this Cincinnati ball club has been really well constructed, and there's a chance they could win one here in the next couple of years. They have a window.
They sure do, and they've got some good young talent to go along with it. It's 1-2 here on Joey Votto as Lester's pitch is fouled away. Votto won the 2010 NL MVP, only the 3rd Canadian to do so. That's for you, EB, who's off in Toronto. Only other 2 were Larry Walker and Justin Morneau of the Twins. And what do you know? That accounts for 2 of our guys in the chat here. Beardy Buddha, our resident, Twins broadcaster, and EB.
Absolutely. That was quite the career that Morneau had. He was an excellent player. I remember the years with him and Joe Bauer. Those were some feared Twins teams for sure.
Yeah, I I just liked watching that Twins team, and you know they also had guys like Kadire for a bit, Jason Kubel. I know they had Jason Bartlett at shortstop for a little while as well back in the late 2000s. That one is just sort of dropped on in there by Joey Votto. Or actually, no, that's by Kurt Casale, excuse me. Bunt situation here, and there we go. We saw Rizzo throw down to second one other time. He will again, and they will get the runner at first. John Lester, his second attempt at covering first base. Can't get Sonny Gray at first, but I think you'll definitely be happy to have the pitcher running now.
Absolutely, and I don't know, was that throw back to first maybe a little offline? I can't really tell. It definitely was, because it definitely drugged Lester off the base.
Yeah, and that probably something to do with the hard slide from Casale throwing Javier Baez up in the air. A great job for him to even get the throw off, let alone get it semi on target.
Absolutely, it's not often that you'll see Javier Baez mess up like that.
So Nick Senzel at the dish, his third time coming to the plate here as he fouls one away. It's 1-1. Pitch to Senzel. That was a hanging curveball. Lester wishes he could have that one back, and I think Senzel will too.
I think so too. But Senzel's a guy that you want to keep off base if you can at all, because he's got speed. He stole 14 bases last year, and they do it.
Another strikeout from John Lester. So strikeout pitch is working. He is through 5. He just needs the offense to get win number 200. It's a wonderful day here on the north side of Chicago. It's a wonderful time to be a Cubs fan with them atop the division for another year. It's going to be a question of, can they really get it going, and can they avoid the September slowdown that's been plaguing them the past 2-3 years?
Well, I think that they could absolutely do that. They have the leadership with guys like Hayward and Rizzo. Those are solid players. I think they can do it. I guess to me the question is here in the next several years beyond, because these guys aren't getting any younger, and you wonder if they're going to slow down at all.
And to add on to that, they're not getting any cheaper either. And I know Cubs pockets right now are not necessarily with any open space to pay heavy salaries, and with contracts for Baez, Rizzo, Contreras, and Bryant all expiring within the next 3 years. It's going to be a big issue for them to try to figure out who they can and cannot keep. Is another strikeout for Sonny Gray, his 5th.
Well, Gray is definitely dealing it this afternoon, and the Cubs are going to have to be a little bit more patient.
Cubs struck out 15 times yesterday despite getting the victory. I think that's still a concerning total if you're David Ross. They've had some other games which they've had that many strikeouts and have not been so fortunate in their run tallies.
Well, I would be concerned too, because your offense has to perform, and there's been some times where the Cubs just haven't done that this season.
They have not had a problem with drawing their walks. I don't really think that's ever really been a problem for the Cubs. They've always had a decent squad when it comes to having smart batters, and it's more of the swing and miss chasing that's been the issue for them. Strikeout looking doesn't tend to happen very often. They've got guys with good plate recognition, but it's drawing it's those swing and miss strikeouts that are been the really big issue.
It's a sign of being anxious. You've got to just really hang in there and wait for your pitch, especially when you've got runners on that you're going to get right here.
That's the first walk issued by Sonny Gray, so both pitchers had to have one little slip up, really. The double for Schwarber, the only taint on Sonny Gray's line, and really the only thing for John Lester's line, as we see him at the dish, has been that one solo homer.
Yes, he's been quite on point with his pitching today, and fortunately the Cubs have been able to get that run back.
Lester, a pretty abysmal bunt there, and that looks like, what do you know, double play number 3. That'll end the inning. So the Cubs 3 inning-ending double plays. I just don't know what to say with that, really. I think situational baseball is the biggest thing, especially when it comes to postseason. They say bullpen pitching wins championships, but it's situational baseball, really, in my opinion.
I believe it absolutely is, and I was wondering if you were going to see that out of Lester. I think it was a good idea. You've got speed with Hap on the base paths, but you've got to get that butt down, and you've got to do it the right way, and Lester did not. The Cubs paid for it right there.
And that's usually not been an issue of John Lester's. He's been a pretty good bunter. I mean, if he can if Joe Madden felt confident enough for him to pinch hit in an extra inning ball game and put down a game-winning safety squeeze, I think he should be good enough to put down a bunt in the 5th inning of a ball game.
Well, I would think so too. He's good enough to get a power hitter that can get a home run off of him to strike out. So if he can do that, I guess he can make up for it.
Yeah, that's the comeback for John Lester against Nick Castellanos, as that one is rifled foul by Eugenio Suarez, the birthday boy on the afternoon.
Suarez was an Luis Aparicio Award winner last year.
Oh, that's out.
The award given to the best Venezuelan ball player, I believe. As that is grounded, backhanded by Ian Happ over to first, out number 2. So John Lester's really found his groove.
Yes, he has, and he's been able to keep the mistakes down to a minimal. They just, again, the bats have to wake up for the Cubs here this afternoon. I would say at this point, all you really need is one more run. You can get Lester a win.
We saw the ERA leaders. Yeah, the Cubs, it's fallen down from that whole half of an ERA down to like a 0.3 difference. But that's no small difference, that's for sure.
No, it's not. This has been an unbelievable season of pitching on the part of the Cubs.
Pitch to Mike Moustakas is hit the other way. Is that going to get down fair? It will. He is going to hold at first base and honor the cannon of an arm from Kyle Schwarber.
Well, that hit down the same way that Schwarber's double, but it just didn't make it as far down the line.
So you can see 77 pitches, 7 strikeouts through 5 2/3 for John Lester. That's a great outing, but he needs a lead in order to be qualifiable for a win. If my rudimentary math is correct, he will be pitching Game 2 of the Cardinals series on Friday. I believe it's Friday, out at St. Louis.
And they'll need a big start from him that day as well. And Cardinals and Cubs are real big rivals.
That is another base knock, the pretty much identical, going the other way, this time Shogo Akiyama. And again, only one base going to be there, but 2 hits back to back. Aquino, a big threat. This will be a big situation for John Lester's first real challenge.
Absolutely, and if Aquino wants to prove his worth to maybe not the Reds, but another team, these are the type of situations he's going to have to come through in.
Lester finds himself behind 1-0. That one down 2-0. So Aquino obviously dangerous, 303 average with runners in scoring position, but you can't really assume that Votto's any worse. Votto, of course, one of the best situational hitters in baseball. I don't think you can justify walking Aquino here.
No, if you can keep Joey Votto away from the plate in this situation, then you need to do it. Aquino is definitely the one that's most likely that you're going to have an easier time getting out.
Well, they fouled that one back, so it'll be Lester back in the count 2-1 as that is chopped foul. So a pair of foul balls will bring him back to even at 2-2. And this is, I think, the time for probably a breaking ball to try to get him to swing.
Absolutely, you got to do, but you got to put some pop, put some heat behind it too. Whoa, boy.
Well, it wasn't a curveball, but he did put the heat behind it, as you suggested. Paints that fastball, excuse me. Another strikeout for John Lester, number 8. And here we are in the bottom of the 6th.
Well, it's time to get some hits here, Hines. The getting into double plays and the strikeouts without the swings have to stop.
Almora, then Bryant, then Rizzo going to be coming up for the Cubs. Cubs have really sort of, you mentioned they struggled recently in terms of, getting the offense going. I think it's another, situation of that. And sure, you can say you're facing good pitching because they have been. They faced the three of the biggest arms in the Rays rotation. They played the White Sox with guys like Gio Gonzalez and Keuchel. They've got the Braves with Soroka, Cole Hamels being 2 of the guys they faced, and now the Reds. But you can't make that excuse when you're, the best team in baseball, arguably, and when you're also, going to be facing good pitching through and through for the rest of the year.
Absolutely, you've got to find a way to make things happen. And if David Ross is a great manager, he'll find a way to figure that one out.
The count is 1 and 2.
So 1 and 2 here on Albert Almora in the 9 hole. Watches that one.
A lot of what we were just talking about is going to have to do with execution. Like again, last half inning, it was a great idea trying to put a bunt down with half on, but you've got to execute it right. And all too often this season, the Cubs haven't done that.
And this is the situation you have to capitalize on. 3 and 2 count with nobody on. Don't swing at anything outside of the zone. It's obviously easier said than done, but you'd rather take the walk than a strikeout, obviously.
Absolutely.
That's out. Ball 4.
And that's the kind of take you want to see. That is a stone-cold take for the second walk issued by Sonny Gray.
And nice job by Almora to just hang in there and be willing to fight Sonny Gray off. Now you've got a runner with your bigger bats coming up.
Here is Chris Bryant. He was 2 for 5 yesterday with a pair of triples, doubling his season tally from 2 to 4. So something to be said for his speed and his aggressive base running. Obviously, everyone knows that Chris Bryant's one of the best base runners you'll see. As that one is launched to left center field. You won't need aggressive base running on this one. That one is 432 feet and way gone.
The Cubs are bullpen is a reason to celebrate right there. All afternoon long, you had opportunities to get on the board, and you squandered most of them, but here you do in a big way right there. The Cubs break it open a little bit.
And he knew it once he hit it. And we were talking before the game how really they hadn't had many home runs outside of Wilson Contreras getting one. Almora, I know, hit one in the Braves series as well, but the big guys have not been hitting homers. And well, here we go. Another big shot from Chris Bryant. There we go.
The Cubs fans are excited. They'd love to see another one here from Rizzo, and I'm sure the guys in the bullpen and the dugout would love to see it too, because that would be more of a cushion.
So Anthony Rizzo now at the plate. Has a 5-game hitting streak on the line today. So Sonny Gray did pretty well through this whole game, still ramping up the strikeouts, only a pair of walks. Obviously this one issued to Almora came back to bite him, but he's been a very good pitcher this season, so to be able to take advantage of that mistake, that's going to be the biggest thing is Amir Garrett and Robert Stevenson up in the bullpen.
The Cincinnati, the one thing that they also did was they did a great job collecting players for this bullpen. I know Pedro Strop, who is a former Cub, is their closer now. So, I mean, again, you look down the lineup in the bullpen, this Reds team is going to be a force to be reckoned with, I think.
And those two in the pen, Stevenson and Garrett, both actually pitched yesterday, so we'll see if that has any effect on how available they are. Stevenson did give up a pair of runs in that 7th inning. He was the one who blew a save. As Sonny Gray now finds himself in another 3-0 count and still has not been able to record an out as that one is scorched. That one is deep. That one is going to get down and go to the wall. Aquino gets it in, but that's going to be a double for Anthony Rizzo. So walk, home run, double to start off the inning.
Well, we've talked about the Cubs needing their bats together, and I think this is a good move right here. I think that Sonny Gray is going to be real frustrated. There's not going to be much more he's going to be able to do for you, Hines.
Well, John Lester now is in line for that win that he so desperately craves, and for Sonny Gray, the day started off sunny and sure has ended gray for him.
Number 55.
Yes, it has, and it happened in just a matter of minutes for him.
So here is Robert Stevenson. I mentioned gave up 2 runs yesterday, a 3.94 ERA. Has had a very good game, very good season so far, but you can see much better against lefties, interestingly, than righties.
Makes you wonder why you would bring him in this situation. I believe Amir Garrett did pretty well yesterday. I think that maybe this is a mistake on the part of David Bell.
Well, yeah, I would agree. You have Schwarber and Contreras, the next 2 batters to hit, and if anybody gets on, it'll be Jason Hayward. So, sure, you would want to maximize your lefty in the pen. Their only lefty in the pen against, Schwarber and Hayward, the 2 guys you really need to neutralize from the left-hand side.
Absolutely, the strategy does not make all that much sense.
Well, it's 2-1 here on Javier Baez. Interesting note on Robert Stevenson. Back in high school, he managed to throw back-to-back no-hitters. So that would be 18 straight innings without a hit. Forgot what the longest streak is in the major leagues. Obviously, he's now a starter. He's not going to be able to reach that, but dominant pitcher back in his high school days.
He can pitch when he can put together back-to-back no-hitters. Wow, that is special.
And gets Javier Baez to foul that fastball at 96 back. So 3-2 count to start the inning by Gray. 3-2 count against Rizzo. And now a 3-2 count against Javier Baez here for Stevenson.
Robert Stevenson is clearly not afraid to go after Javier Baez. Let's see what he gets him to do.
That one is a well-executed slider. So, at long last, the first out of the inning comes via the K. That's Baez's hat trick on the afternoon.
Baez is disappointed, but he was just overmatched in that at bat right there. There's not going to be much he's going to be able to do about that.
And I believe, I could be wrong, but that was 3 breaking balls to get him out for his strikeouts. Especially well executed off of a fastball, so he's been pretty well dead red on the fastball, but once they throw that breaking ball, even in the zone like that one was, he's just unable to adjust his bat speed.
That's a good, it shows good velocity and good stuff on the part of Stevenson.
So that'll bring up Kyle Schwarber, member of the Cape Cod League Hall of Fame as of last year, as he won the championship in the Cape Cod League as a freshman, hitting .333 with 10 homers, as that one is lined, to the second baseman Senzel, and there we go, out number 2.
Well, you brought up the Cape Cod League. Hines, have you ever been up to Cape Cod to go to one of those games during the summertime?
I have not, though I will admit that's actually something that, well, I haven't thought about it really. It would be definitely something I'd like to do, along with, being able to see a ton of Major League games that I can, as many as possible. Definitely the Cape Cod League is a place where you can see future stars on display, so I'd love to.
Absolutely, it's a ton of fun, and unless something has changed from the last time I've been to one, those games are free, I believe. So that's an extra reason to go.
Sure beats the money that these Cubs fans have paid to come to Wrigley Field. I know that's been a bit of an issue sometimes. Oh my, that is an ugly swing for Wilson Contreras. Don't get that one on a baseball card. That will end the inning, but a bomb from Chris Bryant makes it 2-1 Cubs, so John Lester will head back out for the 7th inning.
Leading off for Cincinnati, the first baseman, Joey.
They'll be facing Joey Votto here to start off the 7th. First pitch to Joey Votto is in there for a called strike. Kimbrel and Morrow, the setup man, Craig Kimbrel, has been doing very well this season, and Brandon Morrow got the call just before the All-Star break, making the big leagues the same time as Adbert Alzolay, who pitched yesterday, both of whom who have done very well in their 2 appearances that they've made so far.
They have, and I believe we saw Morrow yesterday, and he went, 2 innings, and he pitched really well. He was a big part of that win for the Cubs yesterday.
He pitched a 1-2-3 10th inning before the Cubs won it in the bottom half, so I believe he pitched 1 inning in his debut in Atlanta and had another part of an inning the next day, and now 1 inning yesterday. That one is ripped into right field. That'll be a base hit. So Joey Votto with a leadoff hit, and now it's going to be time for the rest of this offense to get something going for the Reds.
Well, I wonder if Lester's wearing down here a little bit. It's starting to get later in the game. You've been through this lineup a couple of times now. You can imagine that he's tiring down. The Reds are starting to figure him out a little bit.
Yeah, and I think that's the thing. You're assuming that Brandon Morrow would be the guy who'd be delegated to come in here in the 7th inning should there be any trouble that he faces. That one is in there. It's going to be a 1-1 count on the catcher, Kurt Casale, and a pinch hitter will be standing on deck for the pitcher, Stevenson.
I got to wonder if David Ross is thinking about a little bit shorter of a leash here for Lester.
And that certainly might be the case, as that one's hit out into right field. The force out is unable to be gotten, and it looks like David Ross emerging from the top step of the dugout. So Lester's still in line for number 200. The big question will be, can the bullpen hold it? Because right now those 2 runners, the tying run on first base, are both going to be attributed to John Lester. We see Brandon Morrow, who we have already brought up so far. 2 2/3 innings on the year with 1 win so far for him.
Well, I've talked about this a little bit before we came on the air. Morrow reminds me just a little bit, and you'll see here in a little bit, of Hideo Nomo, the way that he comes out and twists his body at the angle. The only difference is he doesn't hold his hands as high above his head as Nomo used to.
So Robert Stevenson is going to come in, and I don't think there's going to be any chance he's swinging here. I think he's going to be going bunt all the way, as that one is bunted foul.
Well, you're clearly just trying to move the runners right here, Hines, and trying to tie this game with one swing of the bat.
And that is foul. So I'm assuming he's still bunting 0-2. I don't know what you think.
I would think, and there it is.
That's down. That's going to be Bryant over to second. They get 1. Will they get 2? No, they won't. So smart move by Bryant. You'd have to bounce that one down the third base line because you can't have the force out going to third base. But the next best thing for the Cubs, getting the out at second.
I believe so, because that limits the damage that one of these next hitters for Cincinnati is going to be able to do. Maybe you'll get 1 run, but the chances of you scoring 2 are extremely slight unless a pinch runner comes in for Stevenson here.
So it'll be Senzel. He's hard to double up. Morrow's going to have a tough time here, but we'll see if a different sort of view for the hitters, not only coming from the right-hand side, but you can see 95 with movement on his cutter. Also can go up to 99 with his fastball, much different than the 91 that you'll see from John Lester.
Well, I think that if you can trade a run for an out right here, you'll take it because that's minimal damage.
And then it will be a matter of can the Cubs offense really beat this Reds bullpen and try to extend the lead for their pitcher. That one is called strike 3, a beautiful executed fastball.
You made it.
Oh, welcome into the booth, Shark. You're just in time. We still have 1 out left before the famous 7th inning stretch.
Yeah, I was helping Doug work on some audio stuff, and when we got done, I opened the stream up, and look what's going on. So I had to quick load up one of my old recorded practices of this stretch, since my hand still doesn't work, but listened to it and made sure it wasn't awful, and it's acceptable.
All right, well, if it passes your test, that's a good thing.
Has your hand got any better at all, Sean?
It feels better until I actually try to do stuff, so it's not all the time, but I tried to practice the other night and it went numb again, so.
Well, that's strike 3. Big fastball, 2 Ks for Morrow out of the pen. I'll hand it over to you, Shark. Well, thanks again as always, Shark. I know it's not live, so, it's a little different, but still has the same appeal.
It was once played live. For me to record to critique myself.
Well, thank you again. You can stick around if you'd like as we head into the bottom of the 7th inning with Amir Garrett on the mound.
Sure. Might as well stick around for this bottom 7, and always great to see the Cubs on top.
Now, did you bring the offense with you, Shark? I know the offenses always tend to do well when you come in, and I think the Cubs could definitely, after seeing that last inning, they really sort of need a run, I would say.
I would like to think that I've brought it. Sometimes it ends up monkey pawing me, but considering the Cubs are at home here, so I think we're in the clear. It's always bottom 7. That's when stuff happens, I feel like.
Well, the 1-2 is outside to Jason Hayward. So interesting that they went to Stevenson to hit, yet they do not decide to keep him in.
That's the second day in a row I've seen something like that happen.
But I wonder what the point of that was, too. If it was just to try to move those runners or what it was. I don't know what went through David Bell's mind.
Yeah, my thought would be that in reality that you'd rather have someone else besides a reliever bunting, whether it's someone off the bench or even a starting pitcher. But I wouldn't think that Stevenson gets much bunting practice, as that one is called strike 3 on Jason Hayward.
I mean, that's just something that you can't have happen right there. That you needed a good start to the inning, and they just tied him up, I guess.
1-0.
So here is Ian Happ, batting from the other batter's box. He's got 12 homers on the year, maybe, just maybe, looking to hit number 13.
I would certainly not complain if we did see some more offense coming here.
Fortunately, that one's chopped to Votto, so quick out number 2 on 8 pitches for Amir Garrett, and now he will be facing a pinch hitter for the Cubs. In the place of Brandon Morrill, it'll be the switch-hitting catcher, Victor Caratini.
Victor Caratini.
Caratini, 3 homers on the year, 16 RBIs, hitting .253, one of the better options for David Ross on the bench.
Well, clearly, he's playing for another run right here with Caratini.
That one is gonna get down. It will.
Oh, yeah.
Right in front of Aquino. So pinch hitter pans out, and with Almora looking to try to handed off to the top of the order.
Bar got a hit. Go ahead, Shark.
I was just going to say, it's always great to see your pinch hitter actually succeed in why you put them in the game rather than immediately striking out, which I feel like I see more often than I should.
Yeah, you absolutely do. You want to get production from those pinch hitters, and there the Cubs got it right there.
So the 0-1 to Albert Almora is in there, strike two. Gonna have to try to get something done now while still being protective. Garrett delivers that one way inside. It'll be 1-2. Almora looking to get something going, and ugly chase on the two-seamer. So that'll end the 7th inning. Nothing doing for the Cubs. We head to the final 2 innings. It's 3-1 in favor of the boys in blue.
Well, I'll let you two get back into it. Thanks for having me in here, and go Cubs go. Fly the W. Have a great rest of your call.
Thank you, Shark. Maybe we'll see you tomorrow on this matchup again. Hopefully we do.
My best to be there.
But thank you again for the stretch as always. So have a good rest of your day. So we head into the 8th inning and go with this date in baseball history. As someone who loves both history and baseball, this works perfectly for me. So on this date, July 18th, back in 2006, Jason Varitek caught his 991st game as a Boston catcher, which was the new franchise record, beating Carlton Fisk, and the man on the mound for that day was none other than today's starting pitcher, John Lester, as that one is up the middle against the new pitcher, Craig Kimbrell.
Wow, well, that's something special. Special memory for both Lester and Varitek. Varitek was such a great player. Speaking of the Red Sox, I believe Kimbrell was the one himself. Didn't he come up with the Red Sox?
He was traded there, I think, 2015. I could be wrong. I know he's with the Padres. But he won the World Series in 18 with them before becoming a free agent.
Oh, I just remember him being with the Red Sox.
He's looking to hand this one over to Dan Winkler. But a leadoff hit is going to cause a bit of an issue, and it'll be Mike Moustakas in a 1-0 count, as that one is lofted, but not the power behind it he wants, and Kyle Schwarber will make the grab.
Well, anytime you see a known power hitter like Moustakas put a ball like that in the air, I'm sure you cringe. And he just didn't get enough on it to get that ball into the seats.
Indeed, as Shogo Akiyama will come to the dish with 1 out, 1 on. And going back to a second piece of this date in baseball history, take you all the way back to 1948. The Cubs coming up against Robin Roberts and the Phillies in the 9th inning, down in a tie ball game. Got 2 quick runners on, but 2 quick outs gotten by Robin Roberts. But then an interesting end to the game at Wrigley Field as Roberts proceeded to hit the next 2 batters, Phil Cavaretta and Andy Pafko, ending in a walk-off hit by pitch.
That is always interesting when a walk-off hit by a pitch happens. I know it's happened a couple times in my lifetime. And, wow, that's a rare feat.
And there's another interesting piece of baseball history I'm going to hold for a Discord trivia. So if you want to know what happened on this date back in 2008, you can, there's a Discord, there's a command for the Twitch chat if you want to find our way to their Discord. We always enjoy seeing new people join and have a bit of trivia later tonight. With that one, as that's a base hit for Aristides Aquino.
The first baseman, number 19.
This Reds team is definitely not going down without a fight. They're getting hits at the right time. Hopefully Kimbrell can settle in here.
And he's going to have to settle in against one of the best hitters in baseball, Joey Votto. I think this, you can say it many times in a game that this is going to be the biggest moment of the game, and then you find out that there's another big one. But this, I think, will definitely be the biggest moment for the Reds and maybe, you know, for both teams in this ball game.
Absolutely, you've got a guy that's a known power hitter up against a guy that's a real proven shut him down guy out of the bullpen. We'll see what happens. We'll see who wins this battle.
0-1 so far. That one is swung through. That was not necessarily a pitch to throw, but it's 0-2 now.
Well, if you're the Reds, you got to hope Votto comes through for you, because this most likely could be your last chance.
Maybe going to see a breaking ball here against Joey Votto, trying to not give him anything to hit. That's going to be inside, however, with the curveball. So 1-2. Kimbrel kicks and delivers. That one called strike 3, and Joey Votto, known for having a great eye, unable to see that one. So we head to the bottom of the 8th inning. 3-1 Cubs. We're going to be seeing double switch for the Reds.
These changes for Cincinnati.
And it's going to be Matt Bowman, former Cardinal, going to be coming in to pitch.
Yeah, we did see Matt Bowman in the game yesterday, but he shouldn't be too tired, because all that we saw from him was one pitch, and that ball ended up in the seats for a walk-off off the bat of Wilson Contreras.
Well, I'm sure Chris Bryant will be looking for a very similar pitch and to do a very similar thing with it. Just fastball up, if my memory serves. We'll see if he gets one. That one's going to be a fastball bottom part of the plate for called strike 1.
Well, 1-1.
That's going to be just a bit off the plate. So 1-1 here. Chris Bryant, another 2-hit day for him, looking to make it 3 and try to get a trifecta of hits on the day.
Well, other than has you got some good production from the heart of this Cubs order today. You have to hope this bleeds into tomorrow a little bit. Maybe it's a sign of a turnaround.
Yeah, and with big games against rivals coming up, they've got 2 upcoming on Monday and Tuesday, hosting crosstown rival White Sox, who are also in the thick of the postseason race, only a game off of the Twins, and for all we know, by the end of today, might be tied for first, and by the end of the series, could be in first. And then, of course, as we mentioned, previewing the Cubs-Cardinals, I believe that one is going to be at Busch Stadium. So when you're going into a hostile environment, you could say, or as Chris Bryant would say, a boring environment, you really need to have your A game.
I think it's so funny when some of these players talk about their rivals. They try to cause trouble like that. The way that it rubs off on some of the fans. It's just one of the great things about sports. Makes it so entertaining.
It sure is, and whenever you can see some healthy competition, you could say it's always great. And whenever you see big matchups like this, both Cubs, Reds, and here with big guy like Anthony Rizzo at the plate, this is why we love sports.
Absolutely is.
That one is up 1-1, though I will admit there are definitely times when in the moment you don't necessarily enjoy it as much, when your heart beats so fast you can't breathe and you're wondering what you're doing.
Absolutely. I guess that's kind of when you got to know when the time to take it lightly and when the time to take it seriously is.
So 1-2 here on Anthony Rizzo. He takes that one high. That one gonna carry. Castellanos will range under it. So again, opposite field power. Haven't seen too much of it today. We've seen a hard hit ground ball from Schwarber go for a double, but really a lot of guys have tried getting the ball in the air and it's just dying out there in left field.
Well, makes me wonder if the weather has something to do with that.
We did not get our weather report from the graphic yet, so Who knows? Maybe the wind's blowing in, maybe it's blowing out, maybe there is a cyclone over us, who knows? Though I would say the clouds are not really there. We just know it's a sunny day.
I do. I've heard sometimes the heat has to do with that too. Like if it's hotter, sometimes it's harder for the ball to travel through that air.
Now Baez 0-2, so Bowman looking to get a little bit of revenge for his singular pitch yesterday and has thrown 12 very well executed pitches.
And if you're Bowman, you're happy to see Baez because he struck out 3 times today.
The count is 1-2.
That one splitter outside, 1-2, so looking for a strikeout here. Won't get him to chase outside, so 2-2. Sally wants it up. Yanks that one outside, so Schwarber stands on deck in a 3-2 count with 2 outs. And Baez swings and misses at ball 4, so throw your sombreros up in the air. That's 4 Ks for Baez. On that, we head to the top of the 9th. 3 last outs here for the Reds. Dan Winkler is the man for the Cubs, and I think his stats speak for himself.
They absolutely do. He is clearly one of the best closers in the game today, and here he's going to get a chance to shut down the Reds lineup.
And he has the task of 8-9-1. It'll be Casale going to be first man up, as he's got 2 base knocks on the day, and I believe he's been eliminated twice on fielder's choices.
But definitely the leadoff guy that you want to see if you're the Cubs.
That one is skied right around the mound. Everyone's converging, and Anthony Rizzo has found a couple times to pitch. He's pitched, I know he pitched 1 time last year. This time he's on the bump for a different reason as he catches out number 1. So Phillip Ervin came in on the double switch, and he will be the second man that Dan Winkler is going to have to face. That one sails 1-1, so a close affair between the Cubs and the Reds today. 3-1 the scoreline so far. John Lester in search of number 200 on the win column, as that is going to get down fair. Irvin's going to have to hold with the single, but they are in business here for the Reds.
I believe it's saw that Irvin, he has a .294 batting average, so this is a good get off the bench for David Bell, and here he does the damage that Bell is looking for, taking the ball the other way and down into the corner.
And at the top of the order up, unless you can double off Senzel, Nick Castellanos will be coming to the dish.
Not really the guy you want to see because he's already hit a home run this afternoon.
Last time these two teams played at Wrigley Field, it was slugfest every single, well, not every single day. There was a 4-game set at Wrigley. The 2 games we had here on Bop Ball both involved upwards of 6 home runs combined in each game, including one back and forth affair ending with Cubs getting back-to-back-to-back homers from their big bats in Bryant, Rizzo, and Baez to end the ball game and walk it off. Another one with Tim Moore and Jaden Becker on the call had more slugging home runs. Everyone, Castellanos, Suarez, Ian Happ, Bryant, Rizzo, Baez, everyone had a homer on the board, it felt like, and certainly not been the case here.
No, this has been a very well-pitched ball game by both teams. Both teams have had their chances, but today it's the Cubs that come through when it matters. And that's something that we kind of talked about, how the Cubs needed to do that, and they did it today.
And that is swung on and missed. So Dan Winkler gets out number 2 and is going to have to face Nick Castellanos. tying run for the Reds, the final out for the Cubs. This is going to be a matchup that'll define this ball game.
Absolutely, and if you're Castellanos, who couldn't want anything much more than this.
Castellanos had a couple of homers. I think he had 3 in this series last time they visited Wrigley Field. But it's a good sign, I would say, that the Cubs are getting some offense from Bryant, Wilson Contreras. We've seen some other big hits from Rizzo and Schwarber, not of the home run variety, but getting on base. Or I think the Cubs can finally say the top of the order is back.
Yes, I think that they can say that too. And it's just the right time, as we talked about with the upcoming schedule, with one more against Cincinnati, and then the White Sox and Cardinals. It could turn out to be not so good news for those teams.
That one is called strike 2. So Cubs fans on their feet here at the friendly confines.
And really, this is a good momentum starter, Hines, going into this second half overall. You come out 2 wins. You're starting to lock that NL Central down. Got to build on it if you're the Cubs.
That one misses somewhere where we may never know. But the birthday boy Suarez is on deck. The runner will be in motion. 3-2. 2 down, top 9, 3-2 ball, a 3-1 ball game. That one is fouled back. We'll do it again.
Castellanos trying to time Winkler here. We'll see what kind of a pitch Winkler can come up with.
Winkler deals. Outside, ball 4.
Well, you lost him. That's the out you would have really loved to get, but you got to try and come back and do it here again against Suarez.
And Suarez, as we mentioned, looking for his own birthday present, and with the chance to give the Reds the lead. This is dangerous. I'm sure Cubs fans might be averting their eyes, and David Ross is going to have his heart beating out of his chest right now.
Absolutely, but with your closer on the mound, you've got to have the confidence he's going to come through for you. This is why they pay Winkler the big bucks, to get outs in situations like this and close games down.
He's behind 1-0 on Suarez. He had a base hit in his last time up. He swings and misses at a good cutter there from Winkler. Bit surprised he didn't go with that cutter a little earlier against Castellanos, because if he can locate it there perfectly on the corner, that's going to be a pitch that you're going to get a lot of swings and misses on, or very weak contact as he throws another one. It's 1-2. So one last strike away for the Cubs. Winkler fouled back.
Nice job by Suarez to waste the pitch right there. He's not going to go down easy at all.
Winkler delivers. That one is down and away on the breaking ball, 2-2, and I think you got to challenge here because you cannot afford another 3-2 pitch.
No, you can't. You want to end this at bat and end this game as soon as you can, so you got to go after him.
Dan Winkler, Eugenio Suarez, power v power. The 2-2 delivery, swung on and missed. The Cubs win this ball game 3-1, and that man right there can now officially turn the page from 199 to the big 2-0-0 in the win column.
And we talked about it earlier about Lester maybe being a Hall of Famer. There's just one more reason and one more case to be made that he got 200 wins. That's a big deal.
Fireworks on the video board here at Clark and Addison. The Cubs, 3 runs, 7 hits, and no errors. Better than the Reds with 1 run on 9 hits, out hitting the Cubs. But this time the Reds are the ones unable to capitalize on opportunities.
And this has got to be a real downer if you're the Reds. You wanted to come out and make a statement here in the first half and really be contending in the NL Central, and come out and lose ground 2 days in a row. Now, you're David Bell, you've got to get things together.
They left 11 men.
Yeah, they're just trying to get back to where they were before this series. They won't be able to do as we get a look at the highlights. Nicholas Castellanos back at Wrigley Field again, and back to doing what he's done a lot.
Well, like I said, when he played for the Cubs last season, he did some real damage, and he tried to do it again today.
41 minutes.
Schwarber listening to your advice to just trying to get a big hit, and he just perfectly scrapes the line into the corner, avoiding a carom back to Castellanos to tie the game. And then it was the John Lester show, and I think for win number 200, that's the way to do it.
Absolutely, rack those strikeouts up, and that's what he did today.
And this was just a bomb. I mean, Chris Bryant, what else can you say? If you want to sum up Chris Bryant in one swing, that is it.
It is. And here you had a runner on. Before that, you had a lot of encouragement. You went ahead and put the ball where it needed to go.
And that was a big strikeout there. And Kimbrel and Winkler both came into some jams, but big strikeouts ended both the 8th and the 9th.
Well, that was really your best chance to try and get back into that there, Hines. And a big out right there, getting Joey Votto, one of the best hitters in the game, out.
And there was the strikeout that ended it. Eugenio Suarez, one of the hardest outs in this lineup. So John Lester gets the win. That'll be season win number 10, career win number 200. Sonny Gray gets the loss, and it'll be Dan Winkler racking up another save here. I believe that is number 30 on the season. So the Cubs, I think, have finally found the bona fide closer that they, for a full season, that they haven't had in a long, long time.
Well, I think so too, and that is just a great job that he did locking down that save here this afternoon.
Well, the final score here, 3-1, and we've got a pair of beards here in the booth. How are you two doing?
Oh, feeling mighty fine on a Saturday night, ready to call this back-to-back double beard cast. Hold on to your shorts, kids.
It's about to be a bumpy ride. Beards are back together. Hijinks are about to ensue. Stay tuned, folks. You won't want to miss any of this.
I'll definitely be listening. I'm excited for the hijinks to hear what's going to happen in this double beard cast. So we get a look at the Cubs-Reds line score here. So it looks like you guys are starting out with Twins-Rangers, followed by Mariners-Mets. So a pair of interesting games going on. 2 away games for each of your teams. So definitely looking forward to it.
Yeah, the over-under on players that we will name from teams from either game that aren't actually currently playing in the game we're watching is at 7.5, I hear, coming into tonight. So get your bets in accordingly.
Oh, man.
7.5. I think you might be shooting a little low there, bud.
Oh, man, I don't know if I'm going to be able to last through 2 games of this.
Well, just thank your lucky stars that PK isn't here with us, because then this thing would be all sorts of silly. But
I mean, we'll see if he decides to stop by. I definitely gave him the open invite. Anytime I'm in the booth, feel free. But this will be too much fun.
Maybe we'll have Shark come in with that census stretch he had for the Derby, and then you at least get your daily census data.
I'm pretty sure Shark's got something very special in mind for at least one of these stretches today.
All right, well, it looks like your game's about to start, so looks like we'll get out of your way. JD, any last words about this Cubs-Reds affair?
Well, I just think that, like we've been talking about, the Cubs found the right recipe in getting their offense together today, and coming out and getting 2 wins out of the All-Star break. This is a very nice start for them, and I'll look for them to continue to do a lot of damage in the NL Central as the season goes along. We get into the second half here.
All right, well, the final score today, Cubs 3, Reds 1. John Lester, welcome to the history books. And we will hand it over to Double Beardcast for the next, 3 or so hours. Have fun, folks.
Oh, yeah, should be a blast. Great call, gentlemen. Hines and JD. Hines and JD, great to have you with us. And we're going into the Saturday night here with more ML Bot Ball, and we got these 2 games on deck here. First one, Twins and Rangers. Minnesota visiting Globe Life Field down in Arlington. And my good bearded brother, how are you doing on a Saturday night, sir? I hope you have all your supplies ready and you're buckled into your little broadcast booth. We're going to have some fun with it tonight.
I am strapped in and ready to go. Got plenty of water and everything else I'm gonna need, I think. Well, that's neither here nor there as we get ready for the ball game. Gonna be facing off against an old nemesis out in the Central, Corey Kluber, dressed in a Rangers uniform, but not exactly a stranger to these Twins.
Yeah, Corey, the big off-season big trade from the Rangers. Kluber coming over. He's had a heck of a season for him so far this season. This is his 21st start. Just a 7-7 record. The ERA is pretty fine. 125 innings pitched, and that 127 strikeouts, of course, just to 39 walks. Always fantastic on that end of things is Corey Kluber, so we'll see how he does against this pretty potent Twins lineup. He started out Max Kepler with strike 1. We'll see where he throws it to Robbie Chirinos for pitch number 2. Kepler lines this one up the middle, and it's going to be a base hit to lead off things for the Twins here in game number 2 of this series in Arlington.
Yeah, a nice hit there. Even into the shift, he's able to find a hole and a lead-off base hit.
Yeah, despite Max's numbers, he's been a little bit of a slump recently. Maybe not producing at the level he once was, although still 32 doubles. That does lead the Twins. That's second in the American League, I believe. Jorge Polanco fouls away the second offering he sees from Corey Kluber quickly in the 0-2 hole. Twins shortstop hitting behind Kepler. Those two have been great table setters for this lineup all season long. Strikes him out looking Corey Kluber with a nasty sinker at 93, and Polanco having a couple words and a few little cute little eye contact sessions with Blue.
Well, we're probably going to see quite a bit of that today as the Klubot looks to be in top form coming out of the All-Star break. We'll have a challenge facing Mitch Garver here.
Threw over to first. Looked like they almost got him. Max Kepler had to give back there. Ball might have kicked away just a tad, but Kepler gets back. Corey Kluber still waiting to pitch here to the Twins catcher, and Mitch Garver takes ball number 1. Garver having an incredible season once more after his power surge last year for the Twins, and it would be amazing if he was at any other position, and the fact that he's a catcher hitting that many bombs is even better as he looks at strike 1 there from Kluber.
I mean, the fact that he's a catcher and he's hitting .343 on the season, my goodness. What production out of a bat that maybe not in Garver's sake, but especially in that position, you never really expect that sort of offense out of him.
Yeah, Mitch, there was a lot of talk on how he retooled some things with his pitch framing on the defensive end that improved his catching ability because he doesn't have much of an arm, but man, he retooled some things on his swing, but swings through that sinker. Corey Kluber's got that pitch working well against these Twins already. That's 2 punch-outs on that pitch so far.
Nelson Cruz.
Yeah, Kluber, plenty of rest after the All-Star break. Yeah, he made a few appearances throughout the broadcaster tourney, and of course was down at the All-Star game with half of the league, to be quite frank. Obviously we're not having fans in the stands this year, so they had to bring somebody in to have the environment of the All-Star game. And sure enough, I found out the other day talking to a couple Mariners players that they were invited and flown down to Chavez Ravine to be in the stands and be part of the All-Star break. It was turned out to be a lot of fun.
Well, yeah, I hope they got a couple cold brewskis out there. Maybe a chance to catch a souvenir. That would be probably a little bit of an odd experience as a major leaguer, kind of taking in a game or even just a home run derby in while you're still a player in the league. That would be kind of fascinating.
Yeah, you can definitely see how these players would have, at least the ones that grow up in the States were able to come and visit and go to a major league ballpark as a kid. You could see how they would be able to have those childhood memories of coming out to the ballpark and really living it vicariously through their peers playing on the field. But it's definitely a different experience from the bullpen or the dugout as compared to out in the stands. That's definitely something special about this ball game.
A big 2-out walk issued from Kluber to the boomstick Nelson Cruz. That puts 2 aboard now for the Twins and brings up lefty Eddie Rosario, who's been on quite a tear. You could argue he's been the hottest hitter in this Twins lineup, batting just shy of 300 and 27 homers. He's tied with Garver for second on the team. Quickly down 0-2 here as Kluber again. That sinker is just such a nasty pitch, and it goes in at 93. A lot of movement.
1 ball, 2 strikes.
A little too far inside on the curve there, and that's ball number 1 in the at-bat. Lots of battles in the past between these two, and Kluber gets the best of Eddie Rosario. But as you said, Kluber doing it now here down in Texas, and that's a nice way to pitch around some potential damage for the old veteran. And we'll see if this lineup can get him some run support here against Twins number 5 starter Devin Smeltzer, making start number 17 on the season, and he's had some pretty good outings as of late.
An 8-2 record is always pleasing to the pitcher's eye. We'll see how he does here in number 17 on the year. Of course, balls tend to fly when they are hit here down in Texas, especially in the heart of the summer when it's hotter than anywhere else on the planet. Okay, maybe not anywhere else, but from what I hear.
Well, we're inside though here, right at Globe Life Field.
That's right. They did the whole enclosing of the ballpark. Plenty of air conditioning, or so our fellow broadcaster tells us.
Yeah, we're gonna talk about this new ballpark a little bit later in this game. I read a couple articles coming into this evening. So Devin Smeltzer gets Elvis Andrus to fly out to deep center for out number 1 and issues ball 1 here to Danny Santana. That'll be a name very familiar to Twins fans. Santana's going to get this one through the infield under and by Sano for a 1-out base knock. That's always good when you got Willie Calhoun and Joey Gallo coming up.
Yeah, nice hit here by Santana. Not trying to do too much, just getting a runner on to get a rally going.
Willie Calhoun, the Rangers left fielder, you see there hitting .232, but 18 bombs. That leads this team.
Hee-haw!
1-0 from Devin Smeltzer's in there for strike one, and Smeltzer's not a hard thrower by any means. You see the changeup at 82, but his fastball only goes about 89, maybe 90, and he'll even take a couple off it and throw it. I've seen him throw it at 86 before in a game, so I think that's what leads to Devin's success. He's a great control pitcher, but he can pick at those corners, and I think it's just kind of some different speeds that guys may not be used. A strikeout, a first punch out of the night for Devin Smeltzer. That's a big one on Willie Calhoun.
Yeah, a good pitch here by Smeltzer. So get Santana out for the I'm sorry. Yeah. No, Santana got the base hit. Willie Calhoun. Boy, it's gonna be a fun night.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, bud. We're in for a long evening, man. We're just bottom of one here. We gotta focus in and sharpen up. We're in here for the long haul, as that one's down and almost in the dirt to Joey Gallo. 17 homers, second on this Rangers squad, and batting .236 coming into tonight.
Joey Gallo, not a guy I'm like to forget. He has been quite the Mariners killer throughout his career in Texas. It's quite the bat out there in the outfield for Texas. This guy can put just about everything he wants over the wall.
Yeah, handle one of these Smeltzer meatballs, but no, he gets him up high with a curveball. What a pitch selection there from Devin Smeltzer, and I don't think Gallo knew what the heck he was even swinging at there. A nice inning from Devin Smeltzer, and we're at 0, all even up here through 1 down in Texas.
Leading off for the Twins, the third baseman, number 24, Josh.
Brings up Josh Donaldson here. He's been struggling for the Twins this season. Miguel Sano's kind of putting up better numbers than Josh outside of strikeouts, but even then, Josh isn't too far behind there. The on-base percentage even below 300 for Donaldson, which is, I think, even a little out of character for him. But Josh maybe hoping to have a better second half this season, but not off to the best start. He was 0 for 5 with a couple strikeouts in yesterday's ball game. This one is grounded to Odor at second, and that's out number 1 here in the top of 2.
Luis Araya.
Quick outs here for Corey Kluber. He's going to need quite a few of them to get deep into this ball game. This Minnesota Twins offense has been hot all season as they fight all season long for that Central Division. And it's certainly shaping out to be a tough fight to the bitter end out there in the Central.
3-horse race. Twins currently up a game on the White Sox, a game and a half on the Cleveland Indians, and all 3 teams have led the AL Central at 1 point. Twins basically led the Central from the start here on ML Ball all the way back in March through about the end of June. Then Cleveland had a quick little bit atop the standings. Then Chicago surged and went atop the standings for about a week. And now Twins had been tied with the White Sox going into the All-Star break. They pick up a win in last night's ball game and got a game lead now in that Central. Yeah, it'll be a really strong 3-horse race down the stretch there. All 3 teams getting solid pitching and dangerous lineups. It's been fun to watch in that AL Central so far here on ML Ball. This one is lifted to right field, and it's going to be Chu coming in to make the catch for out number 2 on Luis Arias.
Batting it, the first baseman, number 22, Miguel Snell.
Yeah, it's really going to come down to those 3 teams going to take the wild card division. If things play out as they stand now, obviously it'll be New York taking the East, Oakland taking the West, although there's contention between them and the Astros. Only a couple of games separate them for lead of the West, but really the battle comes down to the White Sox and the Indians in the Central, battling out with the Twins for the division lead. But I expect to see all three of those teams in the playoffs this postseason.
It will be a fun one to watch. Kluber has Sano, and he goes around there. Look like he did not check the swing, and Corey Kluber cruising here early. What a nice start for his evening in the Saturday Texas heat, although we're at a cool 72 here inside Globe Life Field. You're watching ML Bob Ball, folks. We want to remind you to donate to Meals on Wheels. It's a great organization. It's the original charity we started supporting here on ML Bob Ball for the first few months. Meals on Wheels supports more than 5,000 community-based programs across the country that are dedicated to addressing senior isolation and hunger. This network gives virtually every community in America and enables America's seniors to live nourished lives with independence and dignity. I have volunteered myself for Meals on Wheels life. It's a very important organization, and I've had a lot of fun meeting some great folks with interesting stories too. If you get to know the old folks on your route who usually like a little somebody to talk to and a hot meal. So if you're watching here on Bot Ball, you like what you see, toss a couple bucks to Meals on Wheels. We'd certainly appreciate it. Or of course, if you subscribe, that money's going straight to Meals on Wheels or whatever charity we deem appropriate to support throughout the week. As Devin Smeltzer picks up strikeout number 3 on the night. He's the slow baller well here.
Yeah, Smeltzer and Kluber back-to-back lights-out performances through the beginning of their second inning. That's going to bring up Rougned Odor.
Yeah, Odor in the lineup with the lefty on the mound. Always interesting to see the lefty-lefty matchups. That one was fouled away deep. It's 0-2, and that's the thing. If you can straighten out one of those Smeltzer meatballs, it's probably going to go a long way. Devin has given up 13 on the season in 83 innings pitched.
Yeah, a little less than 1 a game there across his 16 starts already. And tell you what, even if he does give up, say a third of a home run every outing, I suppose it'd probably be a little over half of a. Anyways, even if he does give up 1 every game, that's still not a lot when you think about it. Going 83 innings of work and only giving up those 13 home runs. It's a lot better than a lot of guys can say in this league.
Gets him looking there. He thought it was ball 4. Instead, Odor is heading to the dugout, and that's punch out number 4 for Smeltzer. Those speckles are letting him hit those corners, and he gets the bottom of the zone there, and Odor can't believe it.
Oh, boy, and an interesting call there. Looked a little bit low, but some good framing behind the dish. Draws the strikeout. That's some good battery work by the backstop there.
Yeah, Mitch Garver, no slouch in that framing department. He has relied heavily on data and numbers to improve his game. He's worked pretty hard at it. This one lifted to deep right center. Buxton chasing, and he's going to look, and that one's off the wall. That's going to be a 2-out double. As Chirinos is in there safe. That was a high one. I thought that one was out of here.
Yeah, it certainly looked like it had enough underneath it, but it just comes down short of the wall there. Even the short wall out in that part of the ballpark, too. He'll go sliding into second for a double here with 2 away.
It's going to bring up Hunter Cole with the chance to drive in the first run of the game here for the Rangers. A good opportunity to do it against Smeltzer. as Cole's been off to a pretty good start here in a handful of games this season, hitting over 300 as 12 extra base hits. Had to do some quick math there. That was pretty fast. My old second grade math teacher would be proud of me.
Well done, well done.
That's a strike top of the zone. Hey, so our good friend, the big guy 73, with a trivia question, said it was the tough Twins one. He said, name the 6 Twins players to have 10 plus doubles, 10 plus triples, 10 plus home runs, and 10 plus stolen bases in a season since 1970. Big fund got Rod Carew. He guessed Mauer. It was no to Mauer. Eddie Rosario was no to Kirby Puckett. I was kind of shocked on that one. Paul Molitor was a guess. That was a no on Molitor. No on Buxton. Said there's a hint. No more active players. And there's another guess. No to Harmon Killebrew.
I'm going to have to throw a guess out here and say Henry Rowengartner.
I'm gonna. Oh, Devin Smeltzer just missed the corner there on the slider, and that's a 2-out walk issued. So 2 on here now, and the Rangers, bottom of the order, threatening to come up with some pay dirt with Shin-Soo Choo, the longtime vet in that number 9 hole, against a lefty on the mound. He's hitting 273 on the season. We'll see if he can battle here and perhaps put his team on top here early.
Shin-Soo Choo, one of these wily veterans that's still sticking around the league. I remember watching him come up through the Mariners organization a number of years ago. Many numbers of years ago. And it's good to see him still getting some work here. Even if it is against the not very well liked in my part of the country, Texas Rangers. There's just a little bit of salt towards the Rangers for...
Byron Buxton. Oh, Shin-Soo Choo got some good wood on it. Byron Buxton lays out to make the grab, and he just saved a couple of runs there. Goes full Superman for that one. Put it in the Web Gem books. That was fantastic.
That was a beautiful play there by Buxton. Robbing a hit from Choo.
There are not many players in the league who can get to that ball in the first place, and Byron's definitely one of them. There's a reason he's in the lineup despite the 217 average, of course. You can't discount his run-saving defense.
Yeah, and more you see guys, especially those that can play center field, if they've got that light